The man was upset that at this rate people would go hungry again, but the Duke did not think about how to prevent this. He heard a commotion and looked out the window to see that they were being attacked by the Imperial army and exclaimed that this was impossible. The man realized that they were being attacked by Emperor Zeron. Then he saw the Duke standing on top of the building. He begged him to flee quickly. After that, a fireball flew into the building. That was how Bran fell. This is a worthless territory located on the edge of the Empire. Like him, one of the courtiers of this unfortunate territory was supposed to die, but he was reborn in the body of a young duke 20 years ago. The man cannot believe that he has become a duke. One day has passed since he was reborn in the body of Duke Aaron. Because of this confusion, he locked himself in his room and stopped eating and drinking. The next day, he fell asleep cursing the emperor who had destroyed him and all those people, and again plunged into thoughts of how to take revenge. When the third day came, he stopped cursing and decided to make the most of his second chance. So, he locked himself in his room and began investigating everything related to the Duke. He had to live like a Duke to prevent his future downfall. A few days later, he was suddenly overcome by a ravenous hunger. He constantly struggled to save people who could not even eat such a small piece of bread. The Duke paid no attention to his people dying before his eyes. It was as if it did not concern him. Aaron's younger sister Cheryl, the only Imperial princess, asked her brother if he didn't know how valuable it was. He locked himself in his room for several days. This was after she had tried with all her might to save him. He said he could digest it better if he ate like this. Then he asked Cheryl if she had some free time and suggested they go somewhere. She was surprised by his suggestion and asked where. They went to see Captain Rommel, the unofficial master swordsman. Rommel mentioned that the Duke had told him to do everything he could. All this was to take care of food supplies, but why did he ask him to come here in armor? Aaron said that Emperor Zeron would destroy them all. Cheryl asked why her uncle, Emperor Zeron, would do that. And what about the promise he made to her father before he passed away? Aaron said that there was nothing surprising about that. This promise is broken as long as they have the right of succession, and not only that. He received information that Zeron is involved in a conspiracy, all in order to destroy them. He thinks it's time to use the dragon's blessing. Cheryl asked if they should hide until it was all over. Aaron said that as long as their uncle was in power, it would never end. Therefore, they need to figure out what to do. Cheryl thought that she was a little shocked, but her brother was not the type to talk nonsense. Cheryl used her magic and opened a portal. Rommel asked her to wait. She asked if he didn't know that she was an unofficial magician, and if she hadn't told him about it. After that, they passed through the portal and entered the frozen land. Cheryl said that it might not work because so much time had passed. Then she used her magic again. Rommel realized that it was the Wheel of Hell. With her magic, Cheryl destroyed the top of the cliff, which greatly surprised Rommel, and said that it was not enough. This barely overcame the seventh circle. Cheryl was an unofficial seventh circle mage. Rommel asked if that meant she was a seventh circle mage. She replied that it was, but that it wasn't enough to compete with the entire Imperial army. Aaron said that was true. It was still far from the Imperial army. The Duke's diary said she was a fifth circle mage, and she was of average rank. He wondered if she was an archmage. Cheryl said that was nothing compared to her brother. Rommel was surprised and asked if that was really true. Aaron said it was time to do it, and hoped it would work. The day before, he had learned that according to Lady Cheryl's diary, she was a fifth circle mage thanks to the dragon's blessing, and the Duke was a grandmaster swordsman. That meant he could also use his power. No one is good at anything from the start, but he decided to learn the basics of Imperial swordsmanship and try his best. Aaron used the art of wielding a two-handed sword, verse 3, piercing wind. He didn't hit the mountain, but it worked. Rommel was once again amazed by such incredible power. The dragon couldn't believe that he could smell the blessing he had given to a human several millennia ago. Then he turned into a falcon and decided to descend to that man. Descending to the ground, he turned into a man and thought about what to do now. He asked himself if he should see the Blessed One right now. A few days earlier, when the butler decided to become Duke Aaron, he had learned something. He found the Duke's diary and learned something that had happened several years ago to his father's brother, Uncle Jerome. With the help of a feudal lord, he pressured his weak and elderly father and took the throne. Soon after that, his father died. He and his sister Cheryl had to leave the kingdom because they were expelled. The reason they managed to survive was because of something. His father had to swear an oath to Uncle Jerome to protect them. He swore that he would make sure they never wanted to take the throne for as long as they lived. Therefore, Aaron must live in a remote area on the edge of the continent as a duke. It is an old fortress built on barren land. It is impossible to even build a farm there. It is under constant attack by monsters. But they had the power of a great master. They also had the blessing of a dragon, which they received at birth. Aaron and Cheryl had enough strength to solve the problems in the territory. But in the end, he decided to live in the shadows, to keep the oath he made to his father, the former emperor. After the butler found out about everything, he wondered what was more important, the promise to his long-dead father or the lives of the living. Meanwhile, in the main square, a boy injured his hand, but Cecilia, a 21-year-old member of the Holy Order of Vivian, healed him. The boy was surprised that he was no longer in pain. She said that his parents would be worried and that he should not play dangerous game. Then she asked if he understood her. The boy said yes, and she called him an obedient boy. Then she heard that, by order of the Lord, everyone had to gather in the square. People were surprised that Aaron had decided to give a speech so suddenly. One man said that he was already busy trying to make ends meet, and now he wanted to say something stupid again. Another man asked the others if they had heard that the Lord had been behaving strangely in recent days. He had gathered all the starving knights and started training them. Even the servants did not understand what was happening, and it was normal for people to say such things. The people were outraged, not understanding what he wanted from them, because it looked like he wanted to starve them to death. Duke Aaron neglected his duties to such an extent. The butler in his body said that he had recently received information that the number of orcs had increased, and they were going to attack them. If they surrounded the castle, they would have nowhere to get food. They couldn't just do nothing and starve to death. The people said that the orcs had done this before, and he had only just realized it. They thought it was something serious. Aaron asked if they were going to continue to sit there and become victims of the orcs, or if they would follow him and fight for their lives. The people did not understand why he had suddenly suggested fighting. Aaron said that as the Duke, Master, and Lord of this territory, he was declaring this. From today, the remote territory was no longer protected, and now they were invaders. The people asked how it was possible for them to become invaders. Aaron asked how long they would allow their grain to accumulate in the orcs' warehouse. How long would they sit and watch the orcs become richer than them? The people were outraged that these monsters were richer than them. Aaron realized that he had them hooked, so he said that it was true, and that now they would rob the orcs and become rich. The dragon watched this and realized that this was the guy who had received the blessing. He stopped to just watch, but it seemed like this guy had potential. After that, Aaron argued with the man and pointed out that he had told him to buy him equipment yesterday. The man said he couldn't buy 100 pieces of armor because the expedition to the orcs might fail. Aaron said they wouldn't fail. He asked what would happen if they failed, and the Duke replied that he would take responsibility. The man said he couldn't live without his armor, and to at least leave him enough money to buy bread. After that, someone knocked on the door. Aaron told them to come in, and the man shouted for him to leave. The man informed the Duke that there was a man here with a letter of recommendation from Duke Rainan. This news surprised them both. Then a dragon entered and greeted the Lord. He said his name was Canis. He was there on the recommendation of Duke Rainan. Aaron was surprised that it was indeed a recommendation from Duke Rainan, and decided to look at the letter. Canis said that he had previously been a strategist, but he had stayed for a year and then left. This man was difficult to forget once you had seen him. The letter of recommendation said that 3 years had passed since Aaron had settled in a remote area full of monsters. Not a day goes by without him thinking about the suffering Aaron is enduring, and this time, he is sending a responsible strategist to him. He has enough money to leave the area, and hopes that Aaron will be able to use all of Canis's resources over the next 3 years. He also promises to visit him one day. Duke Rainan was a loyal servant of the former emperor. Aaron asked Canis if he had sufficient funds. Canis replied that he had sent 50,000 gold coins. The man said that his removal from power had made Duke Rainan less generous. Aaron told him that was enough. With this money, he would be able to buy more armor, and the rest would go toward maintaining the cleanliness of the territory. The man was surprised by this answer. Aaron said that it was all an investment, and that he surely knew that they had to invest the money that was left, instead of just keeping it. If the territory was polluted, people would get sick, and if they got sick, the number of workers would decrease. When the workforce shrinks, someone will have to work harder and will collapse from exhaustion, which will ultimately lead to the collapse of the territory. Canis thinks this is logical, but to a lord who only cares about himself, it seems like a great idea. It's hard to believe he could be like that. Moreover, he even thinks about hygiene, and he should have used him as a supervisor for his house. The man said he would wash it all off his hand, let him do as he pleases. After that, he left. Aaron thought about the strategist recommended by Duke Rainan. He thought he would have to read books on tactics. So, he said that even though the Duke had recommended him, he couldn't immediately put him in an important position. Canis said he was right. Aaron noted that during this campaign against the orcs, he would like to see what he was capable of as a strategist. He asked if that was possible. Canis replied that strategy was his specialty, so Aaron should rely on him. He wondered how a simple man dared to test him. In his opinion, it was very arrogant. Aaron said he would look forward to working with him and wondered if everything would go well this time. If so, he would work with him tirelessly for 3 years. Canis told him to look forward to his work. The more he talked to this man, the more interesting he became to him. Aaron decided to ask something else. He said that when the battle was over, they planned to develop the dungeon and asked what he thought about it. Canis was surprised by this decision. A week later, they prepared for battle. Aaron said he was sure everyone was familiar with the strategy and asked if anyone needed clarification. If not, they would leave immediately, and today was the day they would become rich by defeating the orcs. They arrived in the dark forest on Bran's territory. Kuruk was an orc who had captured the castle and made it his refuge. Because he had previously destroyed all their food supply lines, after several years their territory began to suffer from famine. Therefore, he decided that he must get rid of the root of their problems. Rommel reported that they had just found groups of kobold archers. Aaron asked how many there were, and he replied that there were 5 groups. There were about 6 in each group. After that, Aaron called Cheryl. She replied that she was on her way, and then used a 3rd-level fireball spell. She said that it was a 3rd-level spell that felt like a 5th-level spell. The kobold groups noticed that they were in danger. Cheryl destroyed them. Aaron asked his sister what she meant by using a 3rd-level spell that felt like a 5th-level spell. After all, he had asked her not to use spells higher than the 3rd circle, as this could attract the Emperor's attention. If he had known that she would use something other than piercing wind, he would not have taken her with him. Canis said that the truth would come out sooner or later, and that there would be no major problems if they told the troops to keep quiet. Aaron asked him if he had found the place, and he replied that he had. The day before their departure, they had a conversation. Canis said that it would be best to win without engaging in battle, but considering that their opponents were monsters, he did not think they could do that. He thought it would be best to lure the enemy to a favorable location and fight them there. Aaron asked what that meant. Canis replied that this way, they could reduce the number of casualties. The Kuroka orc tribe numbered about 2,000. Even if they assume they can win, there will still be many casualties, considering that they only have 500 people on their side. In addition, since they would be on the offensive, they needed to be more careful in choosing the location for the battle. First, they would use 100 cavalrymen to lure the orcs. Aaron asked if he wanted to use the cavalry as bait. Canis said that since they would be mobile, they would not be so easy to catch. They needed to lure the orcs into the nearest forest. There, they would place infantry platoons to take care of about half of the treasure. Then they would lure the rest to the foot of the hill. They would create a wall of shields and press down on them from all sides to force them to surrender. Aaron agreed to this. Then he said they would follow Canis's plan. After that, following the strategy, they set out to defeat the orcs. The knight reported that the orcs were approaching. Canis said that they had a reconnaissance group. It didn't look like they were dealing with ordinary orcs. As soon as they realize that something is wrong, they will most likely prepare for battle. In that case, why not capture them? Then they could use them as slaves. Canis believed that this would be very useful in developing the dungeons that the Duke had mentioned earlier. Aaron said it was a good idea, but would the monsters listen to human orders? He had heard that they only obeyed dragons. Canis said that orcs are creatures that obey anyone who has superior strength, and you don't have to be a dragon to do that. Aaron replied that they would see how things went, because he didn't want unnecessary casualties due to his greed. Canis agreed with him. After that, they decided it was time to begin. Aaron told Cheryl to take 200 soldiers and position themselves in the forest. He told Rom to start forming shields behind the hills. He told Canis to wait at the top of the hill, and he replied that it would be done. After that, they launched their attack. Orc Kuroku was informed that people had arrived. The leader of the orcs asked where exactly. His subordinate replied that they were in the dark forest. Kurok said that these cowards who had been hiding behind the castle walls had finally come out, but their end was near. Kurok announced to everyone that the cowards were here and that they must all be destroyed and the castle captured. Then he ordered the Minotaur to be released, and his subordinates obeyed his command. Kuruk ordered everyone to destroy all the people. Canis watched the orcs with the help of a raven and thought that the time had come for the people. Aaron told everyone to line up and attack. After that, they began the battle with the orcs. A battle ensued between Aaron and 1,000 knights against Kuruk and 2,000 gray orcs. Aaron realized that this was not enough, and that they needed to try harder. He did not notice one of the orcs approaching him. He tried to attack him, and Aaron barely dodged the attack. Then he saw a Minotaur in front of him. Aaron ordered the knights not to stop, and to advance at full speed, and he launched an attack. He wanted to destroy the orc, but remembered Canis's words that they would be useful in developing the dungeons he had mentioned earlier. Aaron decided not to destroy them all, but then thought that they had angered them enough and said that there were too many of them. Therefore, they now needed to retreat. The orcs noticed that he was fleeing and shouted that he must be caught and destroyed. The Minotaur tried to catch up with them. Aaron was informed that he was on their tail. Aaron said he would take care of him. They should go to the hill. He wasn't going to lose any of his comrades, so he decided to stop him. The Minotaur wanted to attack one of the knights, but Aaron managed to stop him in time. The knights were surprised that he was able to stop the Minotaur. Aaron thought about telling them to run to the hill, but they stayed. But if they stayed, at least they wouldn't have to carry him anymore. So he told Arthur to tie up the Minotaur and hide him somewhere in the forest. Arthur asked if he was going to destroy it, and he replied that they would need the Minotaur a little later. The knights obeyed his order, and then one of them said that orcs were approaching. The orcs said that there were humans here, and they needed to deal with them, but then they noticed that they were being attacked with fire. Aaron thought that Cheryl was attacking recklessly, and told everyone to retreat. Kuroku noticed that they were running away. He ordered his men to catch him because he wanted to avenge his fallen brothers. Therefore, they must not let them escape. But then the orcs saw that they were surrounded. The knights surrounded them and blocked their way with shields. Aaron approached them and told their leader that he and his tribe were surrounded, but he had a proposal for them. If they agreed, they would be allowed to live. He proposed a battle between the leaders, and the losing side would become slaves. Kuruk said that orcs do not trust humans and thought that the man was right. If the orcs fought, they would all die, but humans could not be trusted. Aaron said that he swore on his knightly honor and let him swear on his orc honor. Kirk said that humans had no honor. So Aaron said that in that case, let them forget about negotiations and ordered his knights to raise their shields. Kirk agreed. He said that he had to keep his promise. After that, he immediately launched an attack. Aaron dodged and realized what it was like to have a body blessed by a dragon. In fact, he could not control his body perfectly, but it was the first to react to the orc's attack. Kuruk called him names, and Aaron said he had no choice and dropped his sword. Then he called the orc a boar's head and said that he should remember this lesson. Rommel asked why he was doing this. How could a swordsman throw away his sword? Aaron replied that there was no need to worry, as he just wanted to teach him a lesson. The orc said that it was noble, and that Kirk would also throw away his weapon and crush the man with his bare hands. Rommel thinks that even if he is strong, he will still lose without his sword. Orcs are much stronger than an adult human. They say their claws are as strong as steel, and their lord has bare fists. Aaron noticed that the orc wanted to attack him. He dodged the attack and wondered if they always moved so slowly. He just focused his gaze a little. He wondered if he could take an orc's blow, and decided to test it. So he took the blow upon himself. As he thought, it didn't hurt that much. The knights noticed that their lord had been attacked and were afraid that they would become slaves because of his defeat. Kuruk shouted that the people would be his slaves, but Aaron told him to be quiet. He noted that those who were destined to become slaves were the orcs. Then he struck the orc. Kuruk fell, and then said that this man was using hidden magic, and that this was the behavior of a coward. Aaron struck him again, and the orc flew straight into the shields, and the knights lined up to repel him. Aaron struck him again, and Kuruk begged for mercy. In the end, the orcs surrendered. Then they tied up their leader. Duke Aaron told the orcs that he would not destroy them, but they would become slaves to humans and from now on would serve those who lived in Bran. He would allow them to hunt in the nearby forests and even give them food if they successfully completed their mission. But if even one of them showed any sign of rebellion, he would destroy them all. Aaron asked if they understood. If they did not want to answer, he would do to each of them what he had done to their leader, Kurok. The orcs replied that they understood everything and would obey the humans. Aaron said that they would take food from their storehouse. This was for wasting his precious time and to make them think about their actions. After that, they returned. The people greeted them joyfully and shouted that the Lord had returned victorious. Glory to him for defeating the orcs. Aaron ordered Rommel to transfer the orcs. After that, they led the orcs through the portal. Then Aaron used his great sword art, piercing wind. The orcs were amazed by this incredible power. Aaron ordered them to bow before the great power of the dragon, and they knelt before him. Then he told them to raise their heads. He also told them to remember everything that had happened today on the mountain, and to remember their place in this world. The next day, Kuruk said that his brothers had not seen the power of their lord and were preparing for revenge, but Kuruk would stop them. Aaron told them to remember that if even one orc caused trouble, he would destroy their entire race. Cainus said that he had truly made them slaves, and that was impressive. Aaron said that they must think he was a dragon. Thanks to this, everything went much more smoothly. Cainus asked if he knew that dragons did not forgive those who pretended to be them. He asked if he knew that. Aaron said he hadn't said anything about dragons and that they seemed to have misunderstood him. He just decided to go with the flow and not tell them the truth. Cainus laughed and said that was why they were so afraid of his power. Aaron said that it was a powerful enough force to be mistaken for a dragon. Cainus asked what that meant. But Aaron replied that there was no need to worry about it, and that he could go and pass on the news that they would be holding a meeting in an hour. Cainus said he would obey his lord's orders, The butler in Aaron's body wondered if, with such power, he could protect the people. At the very least, he had to try and see how important the promise to the former king was. But he was not Duke Aaron, and he would not use the power of the nobles, preferring to rely on the strength of the steward to protect everyone on their lands. He also had to prepare for the approaching battle. It would decide everything. In the evening, Bran's daily meeting took place. Aaron said that they had managed to take care of all the orcs without a single casualty, and for that, he expressed his gratitude to Canis. Canis replied that this was possible because his lord had been able to convince the orcs. Cheryl asked why they had excluded her. Had they forgotten that she was the one who fired the fireballs? Aaron asked who had ordered such reckless shooting. She destroyed part of their new workforce for no reason. Cheryl took offense at him and asked him to be quiet. Then she stuck her tongue out at him. Aaron said that in any case, their land had increased 5-fold. Now they needed to discuss how they would use this land, so they needed to get down to business and start developing the dungeon. Those present were surprised by this news. Max is Bran's administrator and a spy. He also belongs to the lower ranks of the royal family. He asked if the Duke was going to develop the dungeon and use it for tourism. Aaron asked Canis if he had a draft. He replied that he did. Although he was a little busy, he still found time to finish it. He showed him the basic plan for the dungeon development project. Aaron praised him for his excellent work. He said that, as always, he had done an excellent job, but that this lucrative idea was missing 2%. Canis asked what he had missed. Aaron noted that ruthlessness was needed to relocate the adventurers who visited the dungeon to the pit of the world and turn them into slaves. Max was outraged by his words about wanting to enslave people. He pointed out that he was a lord from the royal family and that his reputation would be ruined. Aaron asked who he was to worry about reputation when it was more important not to starve. Aristocrats were people too. They also die if they don't eat 3 times a day. Canis apologized and said that, as always, he was thinking outside the box. He was ashamed that he had not implemented his idea as his lord's strategist, but he would include his method of making such a profit in the final plan, and he would present this plan to him very soon. Max thought that this was madness, and that if it continued, Bran would be destroyed. The next day, Aaron asked the old man if he was sure that the sanitation project had been launched. The man replied that he completely trusted their great lord, who had promised to bring them food. He would use their entire budget for winter food to continue the project. Aaron pointed out that he had already given him food, or perhaps that was not the case. After all, they should have some of the budget left. The man asked what he meant by some of the budget. Did the lord really think that the money spent on armor for the orc raid just fell from the sky? But now, it was much cleaner than before. So, they wouldn't have to spend any more money. Aaron shouted how many times he had said that the environment had to be kept clean. It was necessary to prevent the spread of disease. So, let him continue working in the sewers and pay his workers with the food they had taken from the orc. The man said that they would all die with such expenses. Aaron thought that they would eventually have to give up sanitation and go without food. But was there any good way out of this situation? Captain Rommel was informed that this religious priest was again performing illegal operation. They paid attention to this, and Rommel said that the priest of the Vivian Order was probably healing people again. Aaron wondered if this was the religion that had disappeared a few years after the Order of Paris, so he asked again if he had said healing. The man said that healing people on this land was strictly forbidden to anyone belonging to a prohibited religion. Saint Cecilia said she did not know this, and they decided to leave. But the people were outraged. The man said that if they left everything as it was, his son would die. If they were going to behave like that, they should give them a good hospital. And what was the point of this unauthorized nonsense? Why expel these good priests at all? The man asked who would take responsibility if his son died. Saint Cecilia said that they would return another day, that it would be better if they all went home now. Aaron told them to wait, and noted that the priests could continue their treatment because they were good people. Moreover, they were helping the residents. As a lord, he had no reason to expel them, so they should continue what they were doing. Everyone rejoiced, and Saint Cecilia thanked him. Aaron told the priest to continue treating the villagers and asked her to follow him. He thought that it did not matter what religion they belonged to, as the treatment was free. He had to make sure that they would treat them until they died. A moment later, in Branna's meeting room, Cecilia embraced him. Aaron asked her to stop, then thought that saints were losing their divine power. They must not come into contact with the opposite sex to prevent this from happening. Cecilia asked if he would really build a temple on his land. Aaron asked if there were any reasons why he shouldn't do so. The financier said that unfortunately he couldn't allow it. They did not have enough money, and if they built the temple right now, they would have no financial resources left. Aaron told the old man that he knew all this, but that they had some hidden resources, so he should use them. He noted that the former emperor had left this money for emergencies. Aaron said that now was an emergency. The financier replied that he understood. Saint Cecilia thanked him again. He told her to wait a little longer. She would be able to thank him when she heard his condition for starting the production of holy water. He had heard that holy water could be produced on the temple grounds, so he was interested in whether she could promise that they would produce holy water. He also wanted to help the area develop. Saint Cecilia agreed and promised him that she would. Aaron said that even if they had to produce as much as he wanted for free for an indefinite period of time, she said yes. A few weeks later, Kainis reported that the orcs had found a hidden dungeon near the fortress where they live. Aaron asked what kind of dungeon it was. He replied that according to Karak, it was a useless, abandoned dungeon. The Duke wondered if the dungeon was mentioned in any ancient documents. Surely there must be at least the name of the owner. Kainis said that they couldn't even find any hint of it. After the owner of the dungeon disappeared, it became a lair for various monsters. So he was curious if his lord was planning to develop the dungeon. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see a way to attract adventurers. Aaron thought about the deserted dungeon with no name and said that a high-ranking dungeon would not go unnoticed. Then he remembered his conversation with the saint and said that he had a good idea and a very good method of attracting the attention of seekers. He suggested spreading rumors about an elixir of eternal life, that this dungeon contained a cure for all diseases. Kainis said that they had nothing of the sort. Aaron replied that if he was interested, he should follow him. Aaron led him to the saints. Kainis wondered what this light was. Divine power was strong enough to pour out of her body. But how could something like this happen in a place like this? Saint Cecilia noticed them and decided to say hello. She ran up to the Lord and wanted to hug him. Kainis thought that people did not feel this heavenly power. Aaron took a few steps to the side and she fell. Saint Cecilia got up and Aaron asked how the construction of the temple was going. He also asked if there were any problems. He thought to himself that he should not forget that Cecilia was a machine for producing holy water. She replied that, as he could see, they had done half the work. Aaron asked about the holy water. Could they make it now? She said of course they could. And then she approached the statue of the goddess Vivian. She said that her faithful servant had come to pray. She asked her to show them a miracle with the help of her power. After that, everyone noticed that something truly incredible was happening. Kainis thought that this was not the divine power of a human being. It was the goddess's holy vessel, but had she not yet awakened? Aaron offered his treasurer some holy water to drink. If it had an effect on him, he would be able to feel it best, as he had a very sensitive old body, or perhaps he would disagree with him. He asked how a person could be healed by water. He could understand it if it were the best potion in the empire. Nevertheless, he drank the water and felt a surge of energy and said that he felt at least 5 years younger and that it was better than ordinary medicine. Aaron asked if it was like a potion now. He was delighted and looked at Saint Cecilia, but then she tried to touch him again and took his hand, but he quickly pulled it away. He was just going to add some holy water to the dungeon and lie about the elixir of life being there, but this stuff was crazy effective. If that was the case, he needed Cecilia. But to be more precise, he needed to keep this machine for producing holy water close at hand. He called Kainis and asked if it would be a problem if they spread rumors about the elixir of eternal life. Kainis said that there was no place on the entire continent with more effective holy water, but it was not a potion that gave eternal life. But for seekers, it was more than enough. Aaron said that since he had received the supplies, he was preparing to conquer the dungeon. Cecilia said that there was one person she would like to introduce him to. Aaron asked who it was. She replied that it was the holy captain of the Vivan Order of Knights. Aaron asked if the Vivan Order had holy knights. Unlike ordinary knights, these people specialize in defense. They envelop their bodies in divine power and weaken their enemies' attacks. Their defensive power is equal to that of an entire castle. Cecilia said that this knight was the only one left. He is the captain of the Holy Knights of the Order of Vivian. Aaron asked if he had said he would come to their land. Then he heard someone call him Redhead and tell him to take his sinful face away from the saint. The saint was not someone like him could approach. Aaron was surprised when he saw the girl. She said she had come here because she had heard that the saint was going to build a temple here, on land that was still undeveloped. It was a weak territory that drooled over the saint, and it was very hopeless. Cecilia told Lady Bianca that she couldn't behave like that in front of the Lord. Aaron asked if she considered his land to be weak territory. She replied that it was true. Unlike Cecilia, she would only swear allegiance to the strong. He asked if she had ever sworn allegiance to anyone. She replied that there had never been anyone so strong, and Aaron asked if she wanted to make a bet. The loser would receive a blow. Better yet, let it be 3 good blows, and she could think about whether she wanted to swear allegiance to him after that. Bianca called him an arrogant brat, but agreed to his proposal. Everyone gathered to watch their battle. Knight Arthur said that he felt uncomfortable watching a battle whose outcome was so obvious. Another knight asked if the Lord had not used his sword, and if it was the magic of destroying dreams that defeated the orcs. Besides possible physical injuries, what would happen if she was paralyzed? But what else could they do? They would have to call the captain of the Order of Knights to the castle. Aaron raised the branch, and Bianca said that it was very arrogant and that he didn't really want to go against her with a mere branch. He said that the branch would be saddened to hear her words about a simple branch. Then she decided to use the power of the goddess. Turning to the goddess Vivian, she asked her to give her the power to destroy her enemy. Aaron yawned and asked why she needed so much time to prepare for the attack. She told him to be quiet and then attacked him. He used the branch to deflect her attack and then asked her if she was so upset by that. How dare she look down on the branch? After that, he touched her shield with the branch and destroyed it. Bianca couldn't believe that a simple branch had destroyed her shield. Aaron asked her if she remembered that the loser had to take 3 blows, so he suggested that she surrender. First, he struck her once. The knights couldn't bear to watch. Then he struck her a second time. After that, he hit her with the branch a third time and said that, as promised, she had received only 3 blows. But she should never insult him on his own territory again. Bianca got up and said that he was the first man who had ever been so cruel to her. She wanted to say that someone like him, but Cecilia ran up to her and covered her mouth with her hand. Aaron did not understand what was happening. Cecilia said that the captain of the Order of Vivian Knights must be a little worried because she reads a lot of romance novels. Aaron said that, of course, but asked what kind of novels she was reading. Then he called Rommel over. He ordered him to gather those who had gone to conquer the dungeon. Rommel gathered all the knights. Aaron said that there were only 100 soldiers who could be mobilized, including those defending the territory, and that this was too few. Kainis said that 5,000 people lived in Bronze territory. They had taken so few people that they could only mobilize about 1/10 of them as fighters. An influx of population was inevitably necessary to increase the number of fighters, but even if that happened now, they would not have enough food or money. They would not be able to provide them with everything they needed. Aaron asked if it was necessary to develop the territory first in order to attract the population. Kainis replied that he would try to find a way to effectively increase the population. Aaron agreed with him and recalled something. If he was not mistaken, around this time of year, due to what had happened earlier, there were a large number of migrants in the territory of Count Amon. Then he said that, as everyone had heard, they were going to go to the dungeon to capture the place and dig up the treasure. They went to the dungeon where they were met by orcs. Kurui said that they were paying tribute to the Great One. Aaron jumped off his horse and asked if everything was okay. Kuruk said that there was something there. After that, they went into the dungeon. They descended to the second level of the basement of the Holy Land of Atun and saw orcs lying on the floor. Kuruk said that the brothers had become strange. Cheryl asked if everyone felt cold, or if it was just her. Then they saw that the orcs lying on the floor began to rise and tried to attack them. Cox said that if they did, the big one would destroy the orcs, so he decided he had to stop them. He repelled their attack. Kainis noticed something and told them to be careful because they were ghosts. The ghosts surrounded them on all sides. Cheryl said she would not want to see this in her nightmares. She used her power, but she realized that she wouldn't be able to repel the ghosts approaching her. Aaron protected her, but couldn't destroy them. After that, she used a jet of fire and destroyed the ghosts. Rommel said that it seemed they couldn't destroy them with swords. Kainis said he had forgotten to mention this. Since they were ghosts, only magic could affect them. Rommel asked why he was only mentioning this now. Cheryl told everyone to stay still and then used her magic. With her magic, she imbued their weapons with magical power, and they continued to destroy the ghosts. Aaron asked if it was over. Kainis said he didn't think the ghosts were here just for fun. They were probably trying to protect something. They continued to examine everything around them. There were many books in the dungeon. Cheryl found something. She told Aaron to take a look. She had found a book called Legacy of the Ancients, which contained something really interesting. It said that during the era of the Demon Empire, a group of monks had practiced something here. It was spiritual power training. Aaron asked what that meant, and she said that unlike magicians who simply used magic, they represented the idea of spiritual power. He was surprised that it wasn't even magic, but spiritual power, and said that he had never heard of such a thing before. Aaron thought that this idea had been known decades ago. Mana is like the amount of water in a vessel, but spiritual power is like the ability to create a new, larger vessel. Aaron asked Kainis if he had heard of such a technique. He looked at the book and said that it was very interesting. If it was really as Lady Cheryl had explained, then it was truly impressive. Even ordinary citizens could use magic with the help of spiritual power. Aaron asked if their troops would also be able to master magic. He replied that even if they could, he didn't think it would be beneficial to disclose this information. Aaron asked why. Kainis replied that blood was splattered all over the dungeon. There were also numerous cracks visible. Perhaps the training methods were too unusual, or the side effects were too great, to the point that they were destroying each other. Aaron said he understood, but he decided to take the book. Then they went down to the 3rd floor of the dungeon and found the treasure there. Aaron said that since they were done, Kuruk should take only half of what was there and leave the rest. Kynes asked if he would mind if he took the gold. Aaron asked if he had any ideas on how to use it. He replied that the Atun dungeon had a simple structure. This was not enough to give the adventure a sense of mystery. Aaron agreed with him, and it was true. Kynes said that this was why he needed the resources to add a few more interesting features. After the orcs gathered all the valuable items together with the humans and left the dungeon, Kynes decided to act. He said that now the foundation had been laid, and by order of the ancient dragon, he commanded all lifeless bodies to rise. The skeletons and ghosts rose up, and he said that all that remained was to add the finishing touches. So he decided to build a well and fill it with healing water. He uttered a spell and poured the potion into the well, then tasted the water. The water seemed quite delicious to him, and it would be enough to prolong life for about a year. All that remained was to wait for customers who would go mad with greed because they wanted to get their hands on the source of the healing water. After a while, the first travelers began to appear. The guards let them pass. The man said that it was raining very heavily and asked when the winter would end. Then he noticed the knights. He said that it looked like the knights had new armor. The girl said that maybe they had found some relic in the new dungeon. If not, it was a waste of money. The man asked if it was also a waste of money and pointed to the building. They had only just started building, but the new tavern was already finished. The girl said that this meant they would be given a warm welcome, or rather, for the money they would spend on drinks and food. The man said that if that was the case, he would pay enough. The travelers went inside where a man was waiting for them. He greeted Gerald. Gerald also greeted the owner. He asked how much money he had gotten and how it was possible to build something like this from scratch. Then he asked if there was a hotel on the 2nd floor. The man asked what he meant by got. He borrowed it because they had heard about the new underground passage. Soon, seekers would come here. Therefore, it was necessary to strike while the iron was hot. Gerald said that he had high expectation. Then he offered him a gold coin and asked him to tell him everything he knew about this dungeon. The man replied that he had heard something about the source of life, but he was definitely the first seeker. Gerald said that he thought so. Then he gave him the coin and asked him to set the table for them. The next morning, Aaron tried to master spiritual power with the help of a book he found in the dungeon. He still couldn't control the dragon's blessing in the Duke's body. Although Kynes had warned him of the danger, he still needed to master it himself. Aaron tried to concentrate and didn't notice Saint Cecilia approaching him. When he saw her, he was frightened. Then he asked her what she was doing there. She said she came because she wanted to express her feelings. Cecilia brought him food, and then said she had to go and quickly ran away. A knight ran up to Aaron to tell him some important news. He said that the adventurers had arrived. Aaron asked how many there were. The next day, all the adventurers set off for the dungeon. Knights were waiting for them at the entrance to the dungeon. The travelers noticed a sign. The girl asked what the entrance fee was. To enter the dungeon, you had to pay 10 gold coins. She gave the knight the coins, and he gave her an entrance ticket and told her that she could use it to prove that she had paid for admission, so she should not lose it. The girl went on, and the other guards told the others that if they didn't have an admission ticket, they couldn't go in. Gerald said that they had just paid. The guards said that each of them had to pay 10 gold coins. The travelers were outraged and said that this was madness, that money could feed a family for a month, and it seemed like some kind of scam. The knight said he was relaying the words of the landowner. Bran, a member of the royal family of Duke Aaron, is the elixir of eternal life, which could disappear at any moment, equal to 10 gold coins that they could earn at any moment. They should think carefully about what was most valuable to them. After that, Gerald paid for the entrance. They went further, and the man said that there were many lifeless bodies in the dungeon. Holy water would help deal with them. It costs only 1 gold coin. Gerald said they already had some. The man noticed that they had holy water from the Church of Perez. He remarked that they did not even know that the water from the Vivian Church was more powerful. Gerald heard this and decided to buy the holy water from him. The man thanked him and then asked if he needed any more armor. Gerald told him to show it to him. Gerald saw a sign that said urgent rescue for 100 gold pieces per person. He asked what kind of scam it was. The man said that it was not a scam, as it was specifically for seekers. It could save their lives for only 100 gold coins. Who would refuse such an offer? Gerald asked what would happen if he didn't take advantage of it. The man replied that they would return everything. Gerald thought that if they did find the source of life, they would earn hundreds of times more than they had spent here. Aaron told Kuroko that lifeless bodies would be too easy to defeat with holy water, so he should scare them a little. On the 2nd floor of the dungeon, the adventurers fought monsters and used holy water against the ghosts. Gerald said that it would have been more difficult without it. They went further and saw a staircase, and he asked if it was the last floor. As they descended, ghosts rushed at them. The man said it was boring to have ghosts again. Then he threw a bottle of holy water at one of them, but it didn't work. Gerald said that these were mutant ghosts. So everyone needed to prepare for battle, but there were too many of them. So the travelers decided to run away. Gerald hoped they managed to escape. Then they saw a maze, and he said it was just right for the Minotaur. After that, he asked what had happened to Athos and suggested leaving him there and going to the spring themselves, because he would be better off there. They continued on their way and were attacked by orcs. So the travelers had to flee again. The orcs threw their spears at them. Gerald said that if they fell, they would die, and helped the two travelers get up. They began to run away, and Gerald said they needed to turn right. Then he asked Anna to hold back the orcs. Anna used an ice barrier. The orcs tried to break through it, and Gerald said they needed more. On the other side, skeletons attacked them, and Anna used an endless stream of light to destroy them. They didn't notice that the wall was moving, and then water poured out of it. Anna lost consciousness, and Gerald woke her up. Then he told her to look over there. They saw the source of life, but then a Minotaur came out. Gerald realized that they were doomed, but then he remembered the stone he had bought from the man at the entrance for 100 coins. The man had said that he had to press 3 stones at the same time and that would save him. But to save everyone, he had to pay for each one. Gerald still used the stone, hoping that help would arrive. Meanwhile, the Minotaur attacked Anna. He didn't understand where help was coming from, since he had used the stone. The Minotaur wanted to attack him, but the knights arrived just in time and stopped him. The Minotaur threw away his weapon and fled. Knight Arthur asked Gerald if he was all right. He replied that it looked like he was all right. Arthur laughed and said that he had actually saved his life, and that there was a fountain of life right in front of them. Gerald drew some water, and Arthur said it was time to go. After escaping from the dungeon, everyone rejoiced that they were still alive. Then Gerald saw the priests and asked what they were doing there. Cecilia asked if they needed medical attention. If so, they should just put their thumbprint on the document. She then took out the document and showed it to him. Special treatment costs 300 gold pieces per person. They guarantee survival, but are not responsible for the consequences. If the full amount is not paid after the contract is signed, the cost of treatment will increase by 50% each month. If he was unable to pay the debt, his body would become the property of Duke Aaron, Lord of Bran, for a period of 10 years. Gerald said that until he paid 300 gold pieces, he would have to pay another 150 every month. The saint asked if he still had time to think about it, especially while his comrades were dying. Gerald hesitated, but then put his finger to the contract. Kynes said that they had taken everything as the Duke had ordered, including several slaves. Aaron said that he had done well. It was all thanks to him and his trust. The treasurer saw a large chest of gold and couldn't believe it was real. He asked if it was a dream. Aaron said it was time to deal with the second dungeon. He used the money to improve people's lives. He wanted the people living on his land to feel more comfortable. With the money that remained, a city was built. After a fruitful winter, Aaron and the inhabitants of Bran built a city called Atun. Aaron thought about the construction of the city. Although they had built it, the problem with the human population had not gone away. After all, orcs could not live there alone. He received a letter from a pigeon saying that a gold mine had been found on the border between the territories of the Counts of Grey and Amon. There was a high probability of a dispute over ownership. Aaron thought that this was very timely. If they didn't have people, then they would lure them to themselves. Aaron suggested starting a battle, but Rommel didn't like that. Aaron said that a gold mine had been found at the junction of the two counties. He would not allow them to seize his territory. Rommel said that these lands belonged to him only on paper. In reality, they had long been divided between Grey and Amon. Aaron said he knew that and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Wasn't this the best moment, when both counts were pitted against each other? Rommel asked if he was going to wage war against two counties. Their forces were 5 times greater than theirs, and even more. Aaron suggested that he think it over. This territory was important to them. Besides, the heads of those counties were considered Bran's vassals, his vassals. Cheryl asked if that wouldn't attract the Emperor's attention. Then he would definitely intervene. Aaron said that he could not intervene as long as his reasons were legitimate. Besides, he was just waiting for him to be defeated. But there was a problem with the army. A treasurer named Cain said that everyone who encroached on the territory that rightfully belonged to them must be destroyed. Aaron was surprised by this behavior. Cain said that it was not about the gold mine. It was their right. After all, he did not do all this for profit, especially since he should know about it. He is ready to devote himself entirely to the cause. Therefore, he suggested that they focus entirely on the battle. Aaron agreed with him. Then the knight Arthur came to them with an urgent message. He said that the armies of Grey and Amon were right in front of the gold mine. Aaron realized that they had to act immediately. So he ordered Rommel to quickly gather the knights because they were going there right away. The counts argued among themselves. Gray said that he had owned this mountain for 10 years, and Amon pointed out that none of them had been there yet, and that this land already belonged to him. Gray pointed out that his ancestors had owned this land. Count Amon insulted him and said that he had just shouted that he had owned this land for 10 years. Their warriors reported that knights with the flag of Duke Bran were approaching. They wondered why he was there. Aaron greeted them and asked how they were doing. They bowed before him and greeted him as well. Then Aaron asked what they had forgotten on his land. So let them leave immediately. According to the Emperor's decree, everything here belongs to him. Therefore, they should leave his land. Gray said that this land had belonged to their ancestors since ancient times. If he insists that this land belongs to him, it will be very difficult for them. Aaron asked how he dared to oppose the word of the royal family. He must be tired of living. Kainis approached them and asked why they didn't try to come to an agreement. He was referring to the upcoming battle. He had heard rumors about their preparations for it. Gray said that it was only between the two of them. Aaron remarked that then they should join forces. He would gather 1,000 warriors, and the two of them could gather 1,000 each. But if he won, he would take all their land. Gray asked for time to think it over. They discussed that they both understood that these lands belonged to the Duke, and that the law was clearly on his side. This meant that they had to silence him and divide the riches between themselves. The Count liked this idea. Therefore, he agreed to take advantage of this opportunity, and they agreed to divide everything obtained from the mine equally. Kainis said that he didn't think they would accept his offer. Aaron said that it wasn't even worth considering. Their greed knew no bounds. He asked why the Duke was so sure. Aaron said that it was all because of the gold mine. It was not just a mine, but a huge mine full of gold. That was the rumor he had spread. Kainis was surprised and said that couldn't be true. Aaron said that his original goal was these two villages. The gold mine was just a trap. A month ago, he learned that there was no conflict between Count Gray and Count Amon. He remembered something, and if his memory served him correctly, they really had no intention of fighting each other. But if there was no conflict, that meant he had to create one himself. So, he decided to spread rumors about a huge gold mine. It was located between the lands of Gray and Amon. The counts agreed to the terms, but decided to put forward two conditions of their own. First, they would reserve the right to choose the territory, and the battle would begin there. He would have the right to choose the date. Aaron asked what else. Gray said that second, in case of victory, they would demand ownership of the mountain and the exclusion of their territories from the county of Bron. In addition, the signed agreement would be sent to the Emperor for approval. Aaron realized that this could cause problems. Gray and Amon thought they had caught him off guard, and that everything was going according to plan. Gray said that without the Emperor's approval and signature, there would be no battle. Aaron said that in that case, everything would happen in a month. They think that his plans will come to an end. After all, he was literally informing the Emperor that he was giving the land to them. Everything was going exactly as they wanted. Kainis said that even though everything was going according to plan, there were still problems. Aaron asked what he meant. He replied that he was talking about the army. If they manage to gather warriors, their number will not exceed 500 men. Besides, if the Emperor finds out about the battle, it will be very difficult for him and Cheryl. Aaron agreed with him. They couldn't even use the orcs' strength properly, and perhaps they should ask Cain to look for mercenaries. Kainis said that they should also consider another fact, namely, that the gold mine did not exist. He supported them in the matter of the battle, but if Cain found out the truth, he could interfere with the battle. Aaron said he thought they would find a way to convince him. In the meantime, he should pretend that he knows nothing. Aaron hoped that everything had worked out for Cheryl. Meanwhile, an elf arrived at the gates of the kingdom. The knights told her to leave because the Duke was not there. She asked them to let her see the Duke. Aaron returned and asked what was going on. The elf said her name was Kaisha. She is the daughter of the chief elf and is asking him for help. Aaron asked how an elf dared to come here, and to ask for help after the elves had destroyed his people. In the far north, not far from Brana, near the Dragon's Nest, live the Forest Elves. They have always lived separately from other species and even away from humans, creating a semblance of another world in their village. But their method of protecting their village was so magical that the people of Bran and even Aaron could not forget it. Kaisha said that an evil force had attacked and destroyed their village. If he helped them, she promised that the elves and humans would become friends. Aaron asked if she was offering an alliance and thought about what he would need to get in return, the evil forces and the elves. Then he said he would help. But an alliance would not be enough. She said that they had gold and would give it to him. He said that they must become official residents of Bran's territory. Such a proposal surprised her. Aaron said that if she had come here, it meant that she represented the interests of her people. So, he asked if she agreed. She said that even if she did, she didn't think she could make such a decision. In that case, he said to forget what he had said. In the end, the elf agreed. Aaron said that was wonderful. Then he offered to sign a contract. he told her to follow him. The elf told them everything that had happened in their village. She said that they had been attacked by a Knight of Death, and that it was definitely him. And with him were thousands of zombies and skeletons. Aaron thought that perhaps this was the work of a mercenary or a master necromancer. They had to hurry and save as many elves as possible. So he gave them 3 hours to get ready. Rommel would gather the knights, and Cecilia would take care of the priests. And let them inform Bianca so that the Holy Knights would also be ready. Kainis and he would go to the orcs. There was no time to lose. And we must save their future inhabitants. In the elf village on the northern side of the dark forest, skeletons were trying to break through the walls. The elves held them back and used their magic, but they couldn't hold them all back. The elf told the commander that they needed fire. She thought that the spirits of the forest would forgive her for this. Then she set everything on fire, but that didn't stop the skeletons and zombies. Aaron and his army joined the battle and began to throw holy water. He said that their target was the elf village. Therefore, everyone should attack and stay close to each other. The Knight of Doom decided to summon even more lifeless bodies. Bianca told the knights to use their shields to block the attack. Then she turned to the goddess Vivian and asked her to give her the strength to defeat their enemies. Rommel, along with the other knights, attacked the Knight of Death and dealt him a heavy blow. Then he said that the Knight of Death had been defeated, but no one should stop and continue the battle. Aaron said that, as expected, they had stopped the advance of the evil forces. They had dealt with that for now. Then he asked Kainis what to do next. Kainis replied that the Knight of Death was just a puppet. They needed to destroy the necromancer or demon who controlled him. If it was a demon, then Cecilia would find it. Aaron called Cecilia and asked if she had heard everything. She replied that she had. She added that she had even found him. He replied that that was good. Cecilia pointed to the side and said that he was there. The necromancer was not pleased that they had ruined her plans and asked if they even knew how much time she had spent on this night. Now she would have to rule everyone again. She summoned the fallen souls who followed the call of their hearts and ordered them to carry out her will. Aaron crept up to her and struck her, then asked how she dared to do this to his future people. She attacked him, but he parried her attack and told her that she had time to think before all the mana left her heart. Therefore, she must either die or become a slave. She said that this simply could not be and asked what had happened to her mana. The necromancer realized that this man had superhuman strength. Aaron said that if she remained silent, it meant that she wanted to die. She asked his name, and he replied that his name was Aaron. She said that her name was Succubus Elena and that she vowed allegiance to Aaron. The elves noticed that the enemies were retreating and rejoiced that the evil force had been defeated. Kainis asked where the master had gone and why he was not yet there. Then he saw Aaron approaching. He asked him what had happened to the demon. Aaron said that he had not had time to do anything because she had fled before he arrived. She would definitely not return anytime soon. Cecilia asked him who she was. Aaron said that he had picked her up on the way here. She was a servant of a demon. Cecilia said that although she was not a demon, her aura was filled with evil. Therefore, they needed to purify her. Aaron said that she would not do it. Cecilia asked why, and he replied that he would explain later, but for now, she should not do it. Before that, he told her to make all the evil forces retreat, and she asked if she had to destroy her army. He said yes, he had plans for them. He would use them as he saw fit. Cecilia said she understood. Aaron thanked her for her understanding and said that he had a lot on his mind right now. Then the elves came out to thank them. They said that they would not have lasted a day against them. Aaron said that he was only fulfilling the terms of the contract. The elves said that they would follow his example. Aaron asked if she meant it, and she replied that she did because elves keep their word. Aaron took out the contract and said that then they would easily become his subjects. Kayla apologized to her mother and explained that it was a difficult situation. Therefore, she had no choice. Aaron asked if they wanted to terminate their contract. The elf said that they would obey him. She asked how she should address him. He said she could call him her master. That was what his subjects called him. Aaron accepted 100 elves who had lost half their population to evil forces as residents of Bran. He told the elves that there was no one else in this place, and invited them to Athon, the city of explorers. As they quickly realized, there was a shortage of labor here, and of course, they would have to feed themselves. The elf said that they only had enough food for the first few days. So, Aaron said he would offer them a deal, and asked which proposal they would prefer to start with, the bad one or the good one. She said the good one. Aaron said he would provide 1,000 elves with a month's worth of food. She replied that this was wonderful, but what about the 500 who remained? Was that the bad part of the deal? He replied that it wasn't and said that he had a use for the remaining elves. So, he gave them a week to gather 500 elves and send them to his castle to serve him. This news surprised her. Aaron said that it seemed like all the terms of the agreement were good. or perhaps she didn't think so. Emperor Zeron, Aaron and Cheryl's uncle, was playing a board game. His opponent lost and said he thought there was no one better than him at this game. Zeron laughed and said that he was the absolute champion, and that if he had played at full strength, victory would have been his. A subordinate informed him that it was time to leave because his vassals were waiting for him. The emperor remarked that they had only had time to play once. He would like to spend the day with his friend, and if only his formal presence was required, perhaps he could stand in for him. The subordinate said that Counts Gray and Amon were asking for his permission to start the battle. Zeron asked if these were the Gray and Amon family. He said to bring the document. He would sign it and let them fight to the death. The subordinate said that this time it was different. This battle was taking place on Duke Aaron's territory. The emperor was surprised that his nephew had been mentioned. So, he apologized to his friend and said that it seemed they would have to postpone the game and suggested that they play at full strength next time. He wondered if Aaron really wanted to end things so badly. So, he called an urgent meeting of his advisors. All the advisors gathered in the imperial capital of Yarvan. Emperor Zeron announced that he had heard about the battle in Bran. So the rumors had already reached every corner of the empire, and he wanted to know their opinion about this battle. The representative of the imperial faction, Duke Gran, decided to share his opinion. He believed that Duke Aaron had every right to the gold mine he had found. Therefore, he believes that the request to start the battle should be approved. Duke Rainan, representative of the neutral faction, disagrees with him. He believes that this battle will not be favorable for Aaron. If he loses the battle, the entire territory of Bran will come to an end. Gran said that the battle does not contradict imperial law, which means that they cannot refuse. They cannot go against the law that they themselves created. Rainan recalled how the former emperor asked him to protect his children, Aaron and Cheryl. Zeron told Rainan that his words made sense, but that it was not enough to go against the law, so he approved the battle. So, let them bring him the documents to sign. After that, he summoned Duke Gran. Gran said that he had come to him as he had asked. Zeron asked if he could read minds. He was surprised by this question and asked what it meant. Zeron said he meant the conversation about the battle. During the conversation, he was very surprised. This was because he had said what was on his mind. For a duke who had not long been in the imperial faction, this was commendable. Gran said that he now understood everything. Zeron said that he was pleased. Having someone who shared his intentions at his side was a great thing for the empire. He replied to His Majesty that he was flattered. Gran only expressed his opinion, based primarily on the law. Zeron asked what he thought the outcome of the battle would be and whether the Counts would win. Gran said that the Counts would win without a doubt. An army of 1,000 against 2,000 warriors could not be defeated. Such a difference was definitely against the Duke. Zeron said that he had a bad feeling. Because Aaron was too confident about this battle, Gran said that there were rumors that his vassal owed a debt to Grey. He would tell him how best to settle with the Count, and was sure that 30 mercenary magicians would calm him down. Everything would be legal. The royal family will have nothing to do with it. Zeron said that he really could read his mind. The mages would indeed calm him down. Then he laughed and said that there would definitely be enough magicians. Meanwhile, Cheryl set about fulfilling her brother's request. She set off for the imperial capital of Yarvan. But first, she decided to go shopping and relax a little. The saleswoman said that they would wait for her again and that she should definitely come back. Cheryl thought that after that, it was even easier to breathe. Shopping really does relieve stress. She thought about where else to go, and then noticed that someone was watching her. So, she decided that if she had dealt with her stress, it was time to deal with her brother's errand. Cheryl turned into an alley, and the men who were watching her followed, but she was already waiting for them there. She used her magic. She grabbed one of the men and said she wouldn't repeat herself and that he should listen carefully. Then she asked him where the secret casino was. After that, they took her to an old castle. The battle at Bran was the main event, so everyone was placing bets. Some bet on Aaron, others on Grey. Duke Aaron against the alliance of Aemon and Grey. Everyone was interested in who would emerge victorious, and the result would be known in 25 days. Cheryl found what she was looking for. Lumpy said that they were representatives of the Empire's monetization group, and represented a chance for them to become rich. First, he wants to express his gratitude to those who decided to honor Yarvan's palace with their visit today. The man called him a kid and told him to shut up and accept the bet. He became angry and ordered the guards to remove the man who had insulted. Then he said that they had expelled this insolent man not because of his insults, but because he was wasting their precious time. As he had said earlier, their time was worth its weight in gold. All the people began to shout Lumpy, and he thanked them for their attention. Then he emphasized that now was the time to talk about the main event of the day. It was a momentous occasion for the Empire, so let them place their bets on the outcome of the battle. The Alliance's account was constantly replenished. Most people were betting on the Alliance, but Cheryl shouted that she was betting 3 million on Aaron, People were surprised that someone had decided to bet such a large amount on the Duke. Lumpy said that she probably didn't know, but the amount had to be paid immediately, and asked if he could find out how she would pay $3 million. She asked if this was a casino. If she was giving them the money, they should just take it. And why was he asking so many questions? Then she took out a check. Lumpy asked if it was from the Moriah Trading Group. Cheryl replied that it was. It was a check for 3 million gold coins from one of the largest trading groups in the empire. After that, she returned with news. Aaron was waiting for her. He said he couldn't just sit there and asked how it went. Cheryl replied that she did everything as he asked. But how did he convince Kane to do it, since they had mortgaged almost all their land? Aaron replied that he didn't know yet. He was busy and didn't have time to talk to him, but she shouldn't worry about it. Besides, wasn't it easier to ask for forgiveness than permission? After that, he had a conversation with Kane. He was angry that the gold mine was gone, and asked how much he had mortgaged the land for. Aaron replied that it was 3 million. Kane said, "What a gracious emperor. His son destroyed everything he was supposed to protect, and how can he explain it? Probably not at all." Aaron asked him to calm down because he had a plan. Kane asked what plan he had. Probably to starve to death on a small piece of land. That must be his plan. Aaron told him to just follow him and he would explain everything. He decided to demonstrate his power and asked if he could see now and why he hadn't believed him before. Was it really so hard to believe him? Kane told him to take everything. Aaron asked what that meant. Then he repeated to take everything there was. He would contact Moriah and talk about mortgaging the remaining land. A few days later, Grim Moria, the head of the Moria group, arrived. He was confident that very soon all this would belong to him. Grim Moria, the Bloody Coin, was a former aristocrat and now the owner of the Moria Trading Company. The Moria family made their fortune through land projects that had been carried out for generations. But about 30 years ago, Aaron's father issued an order banning land sales. For defying the law, Duke Moria was overthrown. Captivated by the idea of restoring the former glory of Moria, he decided to start by getting his family back on their feet. And then he planned to create an underground business for small business owners in the heart of Yarvin. The Moriah family's money was stained with blood. Such rumors circulated about him. He doubled his fortune no matter what, and thus became the head of one of the 3 largest trading companies in Moria. The man told him that there was a law prohibiting the sale of land, which meant that he could not buy this land with money. But if Aaron became insolvent, his possessions would belong to him. His father had betrayed the Moria family. Therefore, they must take his son's land and leave him with nothing, and how wonderful the taste of revenge would be. Moria said that the time had come to pay the price. Then he will show this boy who does not understand the value of money why he was called a bloody coin. Moriah met with Duke Aaron and said that it was a great honor for him to see him. Aaron greeted him. He asked how he had gotten there. Moria replied that as long as there were clients willing to borrow money from his company, he could travel anywhere in the world. Of course, this also applies to those who do not want to pay him back. Aaron realized that he was facing another person who wanted him to fail. Moriah thought he would see him smile when he lost his land. After that, Aaron organized a meeting. Kane said that he probably knew why he had been invited there. Moria replied that of course he did. Moria's trading company was ready to allocate 3 million gold coins for betting at the casino, and he offered to review their contract. Aaron said he had no doubt about his competence. Moria then asked why he had called him. He asked if he could take another 2 million. Moria said that if he spent it on mercenaries, he would have to refuse. This was because he could not take someone else's position in battle, as this would jeopardize his clients. Aaron replied that there would be no mercenaries. Only his army would take part in the battle. Moria asked why he needed the money then. Aaron replied that it was for investment. In case of victory, there would be many times more state money, so he was thinking of investing the money he had saved in development. Moria thought about investing in land. If Aaron lost, the land would belong to him anyway. But why was he so confident of victory? Moria did not understand what was going on, but said he would sign the agreement only if a clause about investing money in land was added. Aaron said that of course they would add it now, but Kane said that he would not dare to do so. If they don't win, they will have nothing left. As treasurer, he cannot allow this agreement to come into force. Aaron said that they just needed to win. Moria thought that the old man was going to ruin everything, and that he had to do something. Kane and Aaron began to argue with each other, and Moria decided to stop their argument and offered an interest-free loan. He offered to return the entire amount without any extra charges and decided to waive the interest. He also wanted to tell them in secret that he had bet on their victory. They made a deal, and Moria's subordinate asked if he was serious about betting on their victory. Moria asked if he had hit his head. Why would he suddenly bet on him? He said it to get them to agree quickly. The subordinate remarked that he was very clever. It was impossible to imagine another head of the company. Moriah said that they thought he was on their side. Then he laughed. Aaron and Kane watched them from the window. Aaron asked the old man what that was all about. Kane asked what he meant, and Aaron remarked that his play was incredible. He couldn't believe that it had helped them get an interest-free loan. Kane said that it wasn't a game, but the experience of years lived. There were 20 days left before the battle. Rommel was training the elves. Aaron asked if they expected to win. He believed that the cavalry would deal with the alphas before the arrows flew from their bows. Aaron asked Kane if he had fed them. He replied that of course he had. Then Canis approached them and said that the power was insufficient. The maximum range of these arrows was 100 meters, and the distance between the armies on the battlefield would be at least 200 meters. Aaron said that an ambush would be difficult because it was an open field. But if nothing was done, it would spell disaster for them, and he couldn't help them because the whole empire would be watching the battle. So it was very difficult to come up with a plan. Canis said he didn't think he should get involved, but they had to be prepared for anything. So they had to warn Cheryl. Battle was a contest of variables. With control over these variables, they could win thousands of battles. Aaron asked how to control the variables. Canis said that right now they don't even know if an arrow will fly or not, and that's unacceptable. Therefore, they need to take control of a variable called distance. But they need materials and a weaponsmith, or more precisely, a blacksmith. He would do the job in a few days. Aaron said they had less than 3 weeks left and asked how they could manage to do everything in time. Canis asked for 3 days to do it. Aaron asked if he really meant only 3 days. Canis replied that he did. During that time, he would find a blacksmith. This was not just any blacksmith. To be more precise, he was not even human. Aaron was surprised by this answer, but he agreed to his proposal because they had no other choice. Canis set off for the northern lands of Bran to his dragon's lair. The dwarves said they had been waiting for their master, and here was what he had asked them for. Canis said that this was very bad, and asked if he had not had enough time. The dwarf said he would do it again. He also asked for mercy. Canis said that was enough and that he would not tolerate it anymore. He turned to the girl and told her to stop hiding. The girl's name was Keshi. She came out to him. Canis told her to get on because they had a lot to do. 10 minutes later, they were already near Bran's land, next to the labyrinth of the Minotaurs. He burned the Minotaurs with fire and said that the material was ready. After that, he arrived with the girl at Aaron's and brought the material. Aaron approached him and asked where it all came from. He replied that they were the horns of water buffaloes, needed to improve the cannons. Such material does not tolerate water, but it is perfect for long-range shooting. Aaron was surprised that they had water buffaloes. Canis said that he had bought them cheaply from a merchant who was about to part with them. Aaron asked if it was really that easy. He looked at the horn and wondered how big the buffaloes were if their horns were so large. Then he saw a girl. He asked if she was the blacksmith he had been talking about. Canis told Keshi to come down and greet the Duke. She came down and asked if he was the same Duke and if he was ready to serve her, the dwarf Keshi. She also wondered why he was talking to Mr. Canis like that. Canis grabbed her and told her to calm down, then took her aside. Canis gave her a lecture, and in a moment they returned. Canis apologized for her and explained that she was not human. That is why she is unfamiliar with manners. Keshi apologized to the Duke. Aaron said that she was indeed not human. He didn't care about etiquette. He was most interested in her abilities. Therefore, he decided to bow before her. Aaron knelt on one knee. Canis and Rommel were surprised. He said that he was Duke Brana Aaron and was ready to serve Lady Artesian. There were 2 weeks left before the battle. Aaron gave Keshi everything she needed to make new weapons. The process of creating bows, Keshi's perfectionism, and the local people, who were fed up with the blacksmith's antics, led to conflicts. But the sensible Aaron stopped them. He ordered them to calm down and leave this useless business alone. In this way, he forced production to move forward, slowly but surely, and most importantly, according to plan. 3 days before the battle, all preparations were complete. However, there were still a few things left to do. The Empire would be watching them. Canis understands that neither the Duke nor his sister will be able to use their powers. Even with such powerful weapons, they will not be able to defeat the army, because it outnumbers them several times over. Canis thought about the dirt. He flew up into the air and an idea came to him. After that, he decided that he needed to talk to Keshi. So, he rushed to her and woke her up. Kesh asked him to spare her and immediately fell asleep. Canis tried to bring her to her senses by pouring water on her. She asked what had happened and said she couldn't hear anything, but asked him not to destroy her. Canis asked who had told her that he was going to destroy her. He told her to get ready and follow him because they were going to the battlefield. There was only 1 day left before the battle. Gray and Amon had already gathered their troops and were discussing that they had to give up an extra 10%. But that was a trifle, especially since victory was almost in their hands. Gray asked how much he had bet, and he replied that it was 50,000 gold pieces. He would have bet more, But he didn't have enough money, and borrowing from Moria was not the best idea, because he was a slippery character. Gray said he was right. After all, merchants like him would fight at their feet as soon as the gold mine became theirs. Amon agreed with him and said that it would definitely happen. Still, they were curious where their rival was and whether he still had any brains left. Then they noticed something and realized that it was a siege tower. They were surprised that he had brought a siege tower out into the open field. He must have lost all hope if he brought such useless junk here. The Emperor's judge said that the Emperor had ordered them to finish everything quickly. Therefore, representatives of both sides should approach him. Gray, Amon, and Aaron came to him, and the man decided to read them the rules. Amon told the Duke that he looked a little bad. He applauded him for his efforts in bringing this junk here. Aaron thanked him for the compliment. He said that even if that was the case, he looked better than his fat face. The Emperor's subordinate said that he would read the rules for both sides once. If Duke Aaron won, the lands of the two counts would become the property of the Duke, as would the gold mine that lay between the lands of the opposing sides. If the counts won, the lands considered their property would no longer be considered part of the duchy, and the gold mine would become the property of the victors. That was all, and if anyone had any objections, they should voice them now, but no one said anything. The man noted that this meant that everyone was satisfied, so he asked the representatives to take up their battle positions and begin the contest. Aaron warned the counts to watch their heads. Amon was surprised that he had to watch his head for this, and said that he had already got it. Then he offered his knight 5,000 gold pieces if he finished the battle before his tea got cold. The knight told him not to worry because he would make it in time. Then he ordered all the knights to put their shields aside and finish quickly. They should not even think of sparing them, and should go into battle. Rommel noticed that they were moving to attack, and realized that it was time to begin. So, he told the archers to quickly change their weapons. They fired arrows at the knights, who realized they were trapped and needed to retreat. The commander told them to crouch down and spread out to the sides. Rommel warned the siege towers to be on alert. Aaron said that the judge was an emperor's spy. Therefore, he warned that neither he nor Cheryl could help. Rommel ordered the cannons to be used, and they fired chains from the tower at the knights. The knights did not understand what had happened. The chains wrapped around them, and they could not get out and tried to free themselves with their swords. But they realized that swords would not help them. The commander told them to stop panicking because they would get out of there. Rommel and the archers began to attack them with arrows. Rommel said that they had failed to protect their heads after all. The commander ordered them to dodge. Gray asked Amon why he had ordered them to throw away their shield. He replied that he thought things would turn out differently. After that, they sent reinforcements to help the cavalry. The knights noticed that enemy reinforcements were approaching, and that they needed to deal with them before they reached them. Gray ordered his men to stop them. Bianca turned to the goddess Vivian and asked her to grant her the strength to protect her subjects. She cast a protective barrier, and the Count's archers were unable to break through their defenses. The Counts couldn't understand how this was possible. Gray sent the infantry to the right flank to attack the enemy cavalry. Rommel was already waiting for them, and said that the first half should follow him. The second half should go after the enemy. After that, they launched an attack with 200 knights against 1,000 of the Count's warriors. One of the knights broke free from his chains, but Bianca defeated him. After that, the Counts decided that something had to be done to stop them. They ordered the magicians to do everything possible to defeat them. The magicians used magical radiation. Rommel shouted that they had used magic. Aaron was afraid for him, but then he noticed that he was under protection and breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Rommel thought that was very close, and realized that they would have to deal with the magician. So, he told the cavalry to stop attacking the infantry. Now they needed to retreat. The Count's warriors said they would not pass, and that this was where they would meet their end. The Count's men surrounded them on all sides. The Counts rejoiced that they would finally be victorious. Aaron realized that they were in trouble. He said that, although Rommel was experienced, even he couldn't handle this. So, he ordered the infantry to go forward to rescue the captain and the cavalry. He told Cainus that his help would also be needed, especially when it came to the mages. Cainus said that the Emperor's spy was still there. Aaron noted that Rommel's life was more important now, and that he would deal with that rat, so he shouldn't worry about it. Aaron called Cheryl, and Cainus ordered the archers to prepare the catapults. Gray ordered the mages to destroy their projectiles. They used their magic, and Gray asked if that was all he was capable of. Magic is all-powerful. Then he asked the mages if it wouldn't be easier to deal with the catapults first. They replied that it would be, but they needed time. He said that was fine, and told them to get to work. Cainus thought that they were twice as strong as them, but they had hired magicians after all. Even goblins are not that greedy, but the situation was more complicated than he thought. He was curious to know what the Duke was up to. Cainus saw Aaron, and wondered if a human could have that much inner energy, or if it was an illusion. Cheryl must have worked hard on this, and even he didn't realize at first that it was a trick. Then he saw the Duke running onto the battlefield, and said that this man never ceases to amaze him. Aaron realized that the spy was far away, but he couldn't relax. Then he found a helmet and put it on. He thought to himself that he was already on his way to Rommel, but he had to hold out a little longer. Kindness ordered the catapults to be prepared, but the magicians began to destroy them. He said that this was how they had decided to destroy the catapults. Therefore, he ordered them to attack from the maximum distance, so now they should watch their heads. He used his flying magic and launched large stones directly at them. The counts ordered the sorcerers to block them, but Canis used a protective spell. The magicians noticed that the stones were flying straight at them, so they had to move aside. But they didn't have time to do anything. The count asked what had happened, and the mage told him to look up at the sky. The counts noticed that they were here again. Then they thought that Aaron also had magicians on his side. Gray realized that he had kept his trump card up his sleeve until the last moment, and probably wanted a real battle. So, let him have it. He ordered the archers to stop retreating and attack. If they had to go into hand-to-hand combat, they had to go. He ordered the mages to finally deal with these catapults and protect the main camp. The mage said they couldn't do it now. They needed time to prepare. Gray asked if they wanted the money. If so, they should stop mumbling and do something. The mage said that their goal was the boulders and protecting the camp. After that, they used water balls and telekinesis. Kindness said that it seemed like they were using silly tricks and that he would now test whether they could handle it. He ordered the archers to prepare their arrows and think only about shooting as far as possible. After that, they fired flaming arrows. Kindness used gravity displacement. This helped to completely destroy the alliance of magicians. The archers themselves did not understand how this happened. Aaron was surprised that the arrows flew so far. Their enemies were shouting something, but now there was nothing left of them. He said that maybe he should deal with a few people himself. Then he continued to make his way to Rommel. Rommel noticed that enemy reinforcements were arriving and asked where their help was. After that, one of the knights attacked. He realizes that he needs to hold out a little longer. Then he kills the knight who attacked him and says that his allies are on their way. Therefore, they must endure until the end. Reinforcements are close, and they will stand their ground until the very end. Bianca noticed that the cavalry captain was in danger and said that the cavalry would take on the enemy cavalry. She ordered the crusaders to follow her. They launched an attack and were able to defeat many warriors. Bianca said to destroy them and rescue the captain of the knights. The captain of the Count's infantry said to block the enemy and defend the rear. She realized that they were quick to react and decided to turn to the goddess Vivian to ask her to grant her her light. Bianca blinded the army with her light and then ordered her people to attack immediately. Aaron thought she was brave. Then he heard the enemy commander order everyone not to retreat because he would destroy them. Aaron was glad that he had finally found the captain. He called his men dirty rats and told them to go forward. Aaron lunged at him with a knife and wounded him. Then he said that he was the rat who had come to destroy him. After that, he rushed to save Rommel. But to do that, he had to deal with the leaders. First, he killed the commander of the Count's infantry. Then he shouted that the commander was dead and that everyone should retreat. A warrior asked who would give orders if the commander was dead. The commander of the Count's archers told all the troops to listen to him carefully. They should not give in to provocation. They were surrounded, so they should attack. Aaron realized that he also had to be killed. He lunged at him and wished him a pleasant death, but the warrior standing next to him stopped his attack. The commander of the archers said that he had finally been caught and asked if he really thought that he had not taken care of it. Aaron laughed. Then he asked how exactly he had taken care of it. After that, he destroyed his men. The commander of the archers ordered the troops to attack and destroy everyone. Aaron destroyed him and called out to Rommel. The enemies surrounded him on all sides. Knight Arthur said that the enemies had lost their commanders. Therefore, this was their chance. The warriors realized that enemy reinforcements were approaching and that they were trapped. They decided to retreat. Aaron said he had done everything he could. In the end, Aaron's army was victorious. Aaron told the counts that he was very pleased to see them all and told them to take care of themselves. Amon did not understand how he could walk under arrows and boulders and asked what kind of magic he was using. He wanted to attack him, but the knights reacted immediately and drew their weapons. Aaron asked what magic he was talking about. How dare he slander his honest victory, considering himself a pathetic vassal. So, today he would finish him off, and he would restore order in these lands. But they tried to stop him because there was no point in his death. Aaron asked if they did not know that by insulting a member of the royal family, he was defiling the name of the emperor himself. Amon said that he was wrong and begged for mercy. Then Aaron asked the other Earl Grey what he had to say. He bowed before him and said he accepted defeat. Aaron said that if that was the case, from that moment on, their cities would become part of his duchy. In the evening, they would begin dividing the territories. If he noticed that they were using the citizens for their own interests, they could say goodbye to their titles. The counts agreed with him and called him their lord. The next day, Aaron and his advisors held a meeting. Cain presented an extract from Yarvan's castle accounts. There was a certificate for 3 million and another for 2 million loan. Since the dividends had increased tenfold, they had at least 50 million gold coins, so they became rich. They would be able to pay off all their debts and improve the castle. Aaron told him to wait and said that they would invest the money. Cain asked if he had heard him correctly. Aaron said that money is money and that the goal of the battle was to attract labor. As a result, they received 2 cities from each count, giving them a total of 4 cities. If you count the city they freed from the orcs, Bran's territory doubled. They need to use this money to stabilize and expand their territory. He plans to expand gradually, and Aaron will become a failure from the north. This answer surprised everyone. Cheryl asked her brother what it meant. Did he mean that they would show their strength? Aaron said that after the battle, the Emperor would be watching their every move. This also applied to the feudal lords who followed the Emperor. If they continued to hide their abilities, they would be defeated before they could become stronger. In that case, he would remain loyal to the Emperor, and they would give him what he wanted until they were ready. Of course, they would take everything from them. Absolutely everything they can take. A subordinate informed the Duke that the owner of the Moria trading group had arrived. Aaron was glad that he had arrived, and said that their meeting was coming to an end. Everyone except the elders should go about their business. Mariah told him to look at the certificate. If they had won the battle, they should return the 5 million gold coins they had borrowed. Aaron asked the old man if they had the money to do so. Cain replied that they did not even have enough money for food. Mariah pointed out that it was written in black and white that Duke Aaron was obliged to pay 5 million gold coins. Cain asked permission to look and said that it was written right there. It said that the payment would be interest-free for an indefinite period. Then he asked how he dared, since it said here that the payment would be interest-free for an indefinite period. How dare he deceive the Duke? Cain asked the Duke if he did not deserve punishment on behalf of the Empire, and how the capital would react to such a thing. Aaron said he would destroy him and let him pay for his lies with his life. That's what usually happens, but he has one more chance. After that, he swung his sword at him, but stabbed it into the table. Moria thought he was going to kill him, and started calling for help. Aaron told the bloody coin of the Morians to make an oath. Let him swear that he would become his vassal and give his life for the territory of Bran. A few days later, on the western continent, Crown Prince Philip received news that Aaron had won. Emperor Zeron sent him on a mission, but he decided that he needed to return to the Empire, because things were taking an interesting turn. Zeron asked if he had returned after learning that Aaron, the only distant member of the imperial family, had won. In doing so, he neglected his mission to conquer the western continent. Could Aaron really have such a strong influence on his son Philip? Philip asked his father what he meant by great influence. He was only slightly interested. He himself thought about the throne he would one day ascend. No one should stand in his way. Cainus watched Aaron deal with the papers and thought that he seemed to have become a real professional. He was as quick as a butler who had handled thousands of papers. The butler in Aaron's body thought that he might not have done this for a long time, but he had never been fast enough to sort through such mountains of documents. Then Rommel ran up to him with a message. Aaron yelled at him for not knocking. Rommel reported that there were protests on the lands of Counts Grey and Amon. He doubted that the people would do this voluntarily. Aaron was almost certain that it was the work of the Counts. Therefore, he said that in that case, they would have to justify their expectations and immediately sent a message to the earls. Amon's subordinate ran to deliver the important news. Amon noted that his master was currently dining, but the subordinate said that they had received a declaration of war. Amon asked him to repeat what he had just said and what he was talking about. Cain asked Aaron why he had declared war and what the reason was. Aaron said that the reason was treason. Amon led the protest by dressing his soldiers in civilian clothes. He also broke his oath and had to give up his lands because of his defeat. Rommel said that the battle for the land was fought with a fixed number of men, and that this was a completely different matter. The Count's army was twice as large as theirs. Declaring battle again was madness. Aaron said that he was right, that it was madness, to say the least, and that he completely agreed with him. Cheryl then asked why they should do that, and he replied that the Emperor would think so too, and that would be the absolute truth. Then Cheryl said that it was impossible, and asked if he had already received the Emperor's permission for annexation. Aaron replied that he had. He had given it to him right away, thinking that he was blinded by victory in a single contest. Cainus said that he admired his master for thinking so far ahead. Therefore, he would develop a strategy as quickly as he could. Aaron said that there was no need for that. Cainus asked what he should do in that case. He explained that he had a lot of work to do because of the recently annexed territories. The battle would take place at night. The Emperor would not be watching, so he would manage on his own. Therefore, he could consider it an unscheduled vacation. At night, Aaron went to Amon's castle. Count Amon noticed that it was a siege, but he did not have a single weapon. He had only gathered the soldiers he had left, and the Count was curious about his plan. Amon was confident that they would not be able to destroy the walls, because they had no siege engines. If he could hold out, victory was only a matter of time. Haman asked who was there. Was it really Duke Aaron who had declared war on an innocent count because he was blinded by his greed? Aaron tells him to listen carefully. He calls him a traitor and a criminal. He has evidence that he used his soldiers to organize a rebellion, but he, the great and generous Duke Aaron, could give him one last chance. If he opened the gates and surrendered, he would spare him. Amon did not understand how he had found out and thought he should say less, but he believed that this battle would end in his victory in any case. Therefore, he tells him not to surrender and not to make him laugh. If he is so confident, let him try to break through the gates. He is not ready to declare battle. Aaron called him arrogant and said that his subordinates would pay with their lives for their master's sins. After that, he called Cheryl. She asked why he was shouting when she was only a step away from him. Then she used her magic. Cheryl used a rain of fire. Amon asked if she really thought she could break through the shield created by the wizards of the Broken Bone Tower, especially with such weak magic. Cheryl was enraged that he called her magic weak and insulted him. After that, she decided to use a stronger spell and flood the Count's castle. Amon asked what kind of magic it was. Maybe they wanted to drink. Cheryl summoned a mudworm. Amon noticed that the castle walls were beginning to crumble. So, he told everyone to go downstairs. Aaron said that the wall had fallen, so now his knights could attack and capture Count Amon. Amon ordered his men not to let them get closer and to use fire. His archers began to shoot arrows at the knights. Some of the knights were wounded. Rommel said that the enemies were within reach, so they should move forward and break through. Amon ordered his men not to stop firing and to destroy them all. Then he saw that one of his warriors had stopped shooting his bow. He became angry with him and said that he had ordered him to continue shooting. Then he struck him. He told the others to listen to him carefully. If they hesitated like this one, he would crush them with his own hands and asked if they understood. Aaron said that soon these soldiers would become his subjects and he could not allow Amon, that pig, to do whatever he wanted. Cheryl asked him if he remembered that she had promised to use only fire rain, so he owed her 100 reapers for the mudworm. Aaron said that she did it out of self-satisfaction because she was angry. Amon's soldiers shot an arrow at him, and Aaron caught it and said that they were testing their luck. Then he replied to Cheryl that she had taken it and to record in the accounts that she was to receive 100,000 gold pieces. Amon said that they would win if they got to the Duke, so they should not stop firing. Aaron dodged their arrows. Then he thought that in order to reduce losses on both sides, he should quickly capture the traitor and end the battle. He jumped onto the wall and approached the Count. Haman said that was impossible. The soldiers tried to attack him, but he threw them back. Haman decided to flee and told the soldiers to get out of the way, then attacked them to clear a path for himself. Aaron said that he could not even protect them, proving that the lives of his people meant nothing to him. Haman fled and thought about how, if only he had known he was so strong. Aaron caught up with him and told him to surrender. If he surrendered, his family and soldiers would be spared. Haman asked what would happen to him. Aaron said he would die. Haman was frightened and ordered his soldiers to attack, but they did not listen to him and asked him to surrender. The soldiers knocked him to the ground, and he cursed them, then begged Aaron for mercy and swore allegiance to him. He also promised to become his loyal vassal. He would do everything for him. But Aaron cut off his head. He said he did not need a vassal who treated his subordinates in such a way. Then he announced that Count Amon was dead. Therefore, they were victorious. Aaron, Basu, having won the battle against Count Amon, declared all of the Count's possessions to be part of Bran, but except for a small fortress. To save his life, Count Grey, who heard about this, surrendered and agreed to give half of his possessions to Aaron. Thus, Aaron restored the Duchy of Bran and began to make plans to capture the nearest territories in order to increase his forces and become the ruler of the north. In the near future, he will face battle with the Emperor. Zeran did not like that Aaron had won again. Gran confirmed that he had heard everything correctly. Zeran asked if he had not assured him that he did not have enough troops for 2 victories. Gran said that this time the Duke had won thanks to a mysterious sorceress. Of course, he was aware of the power of the mages, but the uprising of one duchy was not enough. It was not enough to create a new empire, and in any case, the problem was not so much the influence as the intentions of Duke Aaron. Emperor Zeran asked him again, and he said that he meant that they did not know what goals Aaron was pursuing. The restoration of the Duchy of Bran is inevitable, but the question is whether it will submit to the Empire or possibly go against them. Zeran said that Aaron had sworn to focus on himself and remain in the Duchy of Bran. If he breaks his word, The Empire will never leave him alone. Gran asked what would happen if he restored the duchy. The Empire would have no reason to interfere with him. The imperial decree was based on the law of free battle between vassals and is still in force today. The law was passed when Zeron seized the throne and needed the support of the nobility. Zeron wondered what to do. His son, Prince Philip, asked him to let him deal with it. He promised to go and find out Aaron's intentions. He would also take a look at the situation in the Duchy of Bran. Emperor Zeron allowed him to visit the duchy. He could use the victory celebrations as a reason for his visit. Philip said he would start preparations right away. He couldn't wait to see how much he had grown since they last saw each other. Aaron's people noticed that the tax rate had dropped to 30%. It had been reduced by 2 points, because it used to be 60%. This means that the rumors that the victory brought a fortune are true. Such news pleasantly surprised the people. People began to shout, "Glory to Duke Aaron!" He heard this and said that it was music to his ears and that they needed to get down to business quickly. Kynus said that, judging by all appearances, the Duke's policy of increasing legitimacy was working. Aaron replied that this was the best method for stabilizing such a large territory. However, he was concerned about the future of the treasury of these lands. Then he asked Kynus how the project to develop the dungeons was progressing and whether the second dungeon would be opened soon. Kynus replied that the demon Elena was behaving well. The abandoned tower had been reconstructed, and the Dark Knights were housed on the top floor. Aaron said that was correct, and that the demon Elena was fine, but then he asked how he knew she was a demon. This confused him a little, because he hadn't said anything about it. Kynus replied that there should be nothing he didn't know about this project. Besides, he had someone who could handle the Dark Knights. Cheryl informed her older brother that Philip was coming here with a delegation to congratulate him. Aaron wondered if it was the same Philip. He was concerned that the news of his arrival was enough to shock Cheryl. The Duke must have known him, but he was hearing about him for the first time. Cheryl said that it was the same Philip, the one who defeated him when he was a child. Aaron realized that it was the Crown Prince. Then he said that he was the Crown Prince. Cheryl said yes, but didn't he hate being called that, which was why she had said Philip. Kynus apologized for interrupting, but it was obvious that the prince was coming as a delegate to congratulate him. In his opinion, he wanted to keep him in check. Aaron thought that if he messed up, he would be swallowed up before he gained power. But was there a way to make the prince see the dust in them? Then he would leave sooner. Aaron noticed the workers pulling the cart and thought about it. 2 days later, Philip arrived in the duchy. He immediately noticed the high walls. His knight said he had heard that the lands of Bran had long suffered attacks from monsters. Therefore, he believed that defense was their best strategy. Philip said that he was trying to spend his money wisely, despite having won it in such an adventure. He seemed to be behaving like a true ruler. The knight told Duke Aaron, Lord of Bran Castle, to welcome the pride of the Empire, Crown Prince Philip. Aaron said he was pleased that Crown Prince Philip had come such a long way to see them. Philip approached him. Duke Aaron thought that he hadn't even heard him come down, and that he seemed like a rather unpredictable type. So much so that he couldn't even judge him. Philip extended his hand and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Aaron asked how the prince was doing. Philip told Cheryl that she had grown up to be a beauty. She replied that she was tired of hearing that. Then Aaron yelled at her and asked how she was behaving with the heir to the throne. Philip said everything was fine. He suggested they forget about formalities, just like in the good old days. Aaron agreed and called him Your Highness. Then he bowed before him and asked for mercy because he was wrong. Philip noticed the workers on the roof. Rommel ordered them to move if they wanted to stay alive. Then he struck one of them. He told the others to get back to work because the sun was still high and he would punish anyone who was lazy in the name of the goddess Vivian. Aaron asked what he was doing on the blessed day of the Crown Prince's visit and told him to come down immediately. Rommel went down to him, fell on his knees before him, and said that he had committed a grave sin. Aaron asked how he dared to approach him. Then he struck him and said how he dared to spoil the Crown Prince's mood right in front of him. For this, he would have to die. Saint Cecilia approached him and asked what he was doing to the apostle on his sacred mission. After that, he immediately fell to his knees before her. Philip noticed that she was wearing the uniform of a servant of the Church of Vivian and thought that Aaron had fallen victim to the cult. The knight informed Philip that she was a saint from the Order of Vivian. Philip replied that he knew this, but was curious as to why he was being humiliated. The knight then said that he had heard that the citizens of the Empire had been destroyed in a religious battle with the Holy Order. They say that those people were destroyed by unbelief or opposition to the Empire. They died because they were heretic. Philip thought that one religion had a negative impact on the Empire, and that they had almost sent themselves to the other world. That is why fools die like flies. Aaron said that the locals usually behave differently, but today, everything is not as it should be. Such behavior is unacceptable on the day of the Crown Prince's arrival, so he apologized for the prince having to witness this disgusting scene. It was all his fault for being so carefree. Philip said that it was no big deal. Such things were not uncommon, especially if you are in charge of the territory yourself. Then he suggested going inside the castle to discuss everything that had happened. Aaron said that he did not know how to explain it, but it was his duty to accompany him, and the fact was that it was time for prayer. As a lord, he was obliged to pray for his lands, and the current situation required him to manage his time wisely. This was all because he lacked strength, but Cheryl was happy to accompany him to the castle. Cheryl didn't understand anything, and asked what was going on. Aaron told her to hurry up and serve the crown prince. Then he asked her to go ahead and said he would join her shortly. Philip did not understand what was going on. Cheryl invited Philip and his men to the table, and they all waited for Aaron. One of his subordinates named Artred asked Cheryl what was going on. When will Duke Aaron return? Because the crown prince has been waiting for him for hours. She was angry with him. She asked him why he was asking her about it. If he had left, he would not be coming back, so he should stop asking her questions and bring him here himself. Philip told Artred to choose. Artred asked what that meant. He said to choose between apologizing or dying. Because he had insulted the crown, Artred immediately fell to his knees and said that he had committed a grave sin. If Miss Cheryl ordered it, he would give up his worthless life. She said she didn't say she would destroy him. Then she said that was enough and told him to go check if Aaron was still praying. Then she noticed that Philip was laughing. She asked if he found it amusing, and if she thought he really hadn't changed at all. She also asked what he meant by insulting the crown. Philip said that she hadn't changed either, and her reactions were still the same. Artred apologized to her and said that she probably needed to see it. She looked out the window and said that it seemed like the prayer was over, but Artred told her to look closer. People were shouting that the Lord had joined a sect and was terrorizing the townspeople, so he should get out of there. After that, Aaron entered the room. He apologized to the crown prince for being late and said that from now on, he would take good care of him. Philip asked if it was really true, because it was a little noisy outside, and if he was sure that everything was all right. Aaron asked what he meant. Then he asked Cheryl what had happened. She said nothing special, just a crowd gathering again. Aaron said that those bugs were back, and that they should just be destroyed. So he told Cheryl to do everything as usual, order them to be destroyed, and then dig a hole to bury them. But it would be better to burn their lifeless bodies so they don't need to be buried. He was getting a little tired of holes. Cheryl said she would do everything and went to carry out the order. Then she asked her brother if she could destroy one of them. He replied that of course she could, but not to make it too trivial. Philip thought that he wasn't even a tyrant, but a real pervert. He had gone through 2 brutal battles for land and was now worshipping a cult. In his opinion, he had turned into a madman. Aaron ordered the destruction of all the rebels. Artred whispered to Philip that he really intended to destroy all the inhabitants. Philip then said that he was returning. Aaron asked the crown prince why he was returning when he had only just arrived. Did he not like the food? Or was it because he had not been able to take proper care of him? Philip said that he had had a wonderful time, but could see that he was too busy. He didn't have a free minute to look after him, so he had to leave, and there was no need to see him off. So they would meet again next time. Aaron tried once more to stop him, but Philip decided it was time to return. He thought about how there could be no threat to the Empire, especially if he was about to destroy himself. Aaron was glad that his plan had worked. Then he went to his men who had helped him stage this performance. He said that a corrupt lord had arrived. The man shouted at him to get out of there and started waving his weapon. Rommel struck him and told him to hold the horses. Aaron said that the show was over and praised them for their good work. Then he gave them a bag of gold coins for agreeing to play along. 2 days later, Philip returned, and Emperor Zeron asked if he had learned anything about Aaron's intentions. Philip said that, to be honest, there was nothing to find out. He had only seen Aaron rapidly destroying himself. He had joined the wicked cult of Vivian and was exploiting the inhabitants, and he had also destroyed a whole crowd of rebels without hesitation. But the biggest problem was that he enjoyed it, and not only him, but Cheryl as well. Xeris said what a tragedy it was that people of the Empire were dying, but Aaron's crazy actions were just what they needed. Thanks to that, he came up with the perfect plan. Aaron trained and thought about Philip. He didn't show it, but the power behind that smile was terrifying. He wondered what level Philip had reached. Then he decided that he needed to focus on the energy of the sword first. He tried to add the dragon's blessing to this, but it still wasn't enough for him. He had the dragon's blessing, which he couldn't control, and this raw power that he could control. To defeat the Emperor, he will have to do a lot, while hiding the development and growth of his territory. A week later, Rommel continued training the recruits. He trained the elves and knights. The knights used shields to defend themselves, and the elves attacked them, but the knights used spears and stopped them. Arthur competed for the elf team. Rommel asked him if he thought he could jump onto the mountain and gave him a hand to help him up. Aaron approached them and said that they were doing very well. Then he noticed their spears and asked what they were. It looked like blood, and he wondered whose idea it was. Rommel said that Kainis had come up with it. He believed that new recruits should get used to the sight of blood before going into real battle. Aaron said that it was indeed very useful. After that, a messenger arrived with urgent news from Milord. The holy state of Pares had declared mobilization. Aaron said he would miss them if they decided to go to war with the Empire, but the man said they were invading their land. This news surprised them. After that, Aaron called a meeting between Bran's land advisors. Max, Bran's spy and administrator, said that they only had 10,000 warriors, while the enemy had 20,000. That was twice as many. And besides, they had the Knights of the Church of Paris, who were very powerful. Aaron asked why they had declared war. Moreover, this was an invasion, so why wasn't the Empire intervening? Max said that the Holy State wanted to eliminate heresy. The Empire was staying out of it. The reason for this is that it has diplomatic ties with Paris. Kainis said that the Holy State could have done this at the behest of the Empire. The timing was too perfect, as the Crown Prince had been here just recently. Aaron said it was his fault. He wanted to deceive the Crown Prince and did not even think about the consequences. Saint Cecilia said that they would leave. There was no need for the Lord to put himself in danger trying to protect them. Aaron wondered if he should send them away. But then he thought it was a bad idea, because a large part of their money came from the sale of holy water from Vivian's church. Besides, he would need the strength of the Crusaders. So, he told Cecilia that it was his mistake and that she should not blame herself or talk about leaving. Then he told Kainis to follow him because they needed to find out the Empire's position in this battle. Kainis used magic to allow Aaron to speak with Philip. Aaron asked Crown Prince Philip why he had done such a thing. How could they accept the declaration of war by the Holy State? The Duchy of Bran was an integral part of the Empire. Philip said that His Majesty the Emperor and he were against it, but it was the will of the feudal lords. How does he know that everyone is converting to the Church of Paressa? Aaron asked him to support them with soldiers, because if they did not, they would die. And were they not of the same royal blood? He earnestly asked him to help and in memory of the past. Philip asked what he meant by death. If they did not want to die, they should renounce the Church of Vivian. After that, they ended the conversation. Philip said he was ashamed to admit that he had considered this worm his rival. Aaron told Kainis that this was the situation. Kainis replied that he understood the Empire's position. They claim they have nothing to do with it. Aaron said that the Empire's plan was to use the Holy State to get rid of him, but they messed with the wrong guy. They don't even know about the Pope's Achilles heel. Kainis asked again about the Achilles heel. Aaron said not to worry because everything was fine. It was his ace in the hole, a last resort, so there was no need to worry about it. Then he asked Kainis if he could hire an artist for him, because he needed to respond to a challenge. The Holy State of Paris and the capital of Regal received a reply. Archbishop Abel of the Holy State of Paris considers Duke Aaron to be insane. He does not understand how the Duke dared to use the declaration of war as a provocation, and believes that he lost his mind when he fell under the influence of heretics. Therefore, he is incapable of making the right decisions, and even without a request from the Empire, this territory must be cleansed. They are simply insane. They can no longer delay and must immediately inform His Holiness of this and order the forces to continue their advance through the territory. The Pope of the Holy State, Paris Ignus, immediately ordered the orders to set out and purify the godless Duchy of Bran. The Holy Army includes 500 knights of the Crusader Order and about 2,000 other people, which is equivalent to a fifth of the entire power of the state. Kainis said that he would now explain their strategy. The enemy army consists of approximately 20,000 units. At best, they had 10,000 men. Moreover, this battle would not be offensive, but defensive. Therefore, their priority was a capable army and sufficient supplies. In the forest of Sufia, it was difficult to stop the enemy at the entrance. Aaron asked if he could get a more detailed plan of how they would do this. Kainis replied that it would be through chaos and fear. They would use the divine magic bomb of the Vivian religion, which had destroyed the Parisans during the Crusades. Cheryl asked if the divine magic bomb wasn't a prohibited weapon. All methods of production had been lost, so what could they do? Kainis said that was why he had called Sister Cecilia. She said that couldn't be. As far as they knew, all the instructions had indeed been lost. Kainis said that he didn't need them, and that she should just show the divine power of the Vivian Church. Then he asked if she would help them. Cecilia said that they had misunderstood. The divine magic bomb could only neutralize. It was not a weapon that could harm people, but only a means of neutralizing the divine power of Paris. Aaron thought that if everything was as Cecilia said, then this weapon was not destructive. So why was their strategist trying to use it? Kainis told him not to worry about it. He was going to do something to make the bomb more dangerous. Technically, it wasn't him, but Miss Cheryl. She asked what it meant and then looked at the paper he showed her. 5 days later, the army of the Holy State had already reached the castle. The elf noticed this and informed the Duke. Aaron said that was quite convincing. It takes about a week to cover that distance, and they arrived 2 days early. Kinus said that meant they had lied and were severely exhausted. Besides, considering how impatient the commander was, these guys would definitely not leave peacefully. Aaron said that in the end, they were just following orders. Then he asked Cheryl if she had hidden their weapons safely. She replied that it had taken her several days to do so, and now, instead of resting, he was asking her to hide everything. By doing so, he forced her to work again, so she had no choice but to send him away. The knight informed the archbishop that, as he had expected, there were no ambushes. Paris Abel said that was understandable. To start a battle against the large army of the Holy State was tantamount to sending himself to his death. It seemed that the Duke was not entirely stupid, but they would clear these territories before sunset. So, he ordered all the troops to advance, and the god Pares would help them in this. Aaron watched them, and thought that they were doing everything possible to ensure his destruction. After that, he told his troops to take up their positions. Pares Abel was sure that after the victory, he would become famous and become a cardinal, and after that, he would become the Pope himself. He launched an attack, but noticed that he was surrounded and ordered his men to hold their formation and all units to move forward. But then he noticed that their enemies had used magic bombs and simply could not believe it. Aaron said it looked wonderful. Then he ordered them to start slowly. Before that, Canis showed Cheryl how to make magic mines. Unlike divine magic bombs, they are dangerous. At first, when the divine power comes out, their enemies will remember all the horrors. Everything associated with magic bombs and the times of religious battles will come to mind. Then they will add the explosive effect of a magic mine. This was not there before, and thus they would lead their enemies into the flames. That was the whole strategy of chaos and fear. The warriors realized that this was a divine magic bomb, and reported it to Archbishop Pares Abel. Then he noticed that something strange was happening again. Pares Abel thought it was strange because the divine magic bombs of the Church of Vivian neutralized them, but they did not destroy the divine power. And just before his eyes, one of his warriors was destroyed. So, he thought it was some kind of new weapon. They must be trying to throw them into chaos and destroy them all. Pares Abel ordered his warriors to keep their formation and move forward. But then Aaron called them the scum of the sacred state. He noted that they bowed down before a false god. He asked them to listen to him. Today, Aaron would bring justice upon them in the name of the goddess Vivian. Abel asked how he dared to insult Lord Paris. He turned to the great Lord Paris and asked for his blessing with his iron hammer. After that, he attacked Aaron and thought that it was just wonderful that he had gained strength. Aaron dodged the attack, but Archbishop Paris Abel attacked him again, and he fell from the tree and noticed that he was laughing while his soldiers were dying. They would see if his smile remained on his face. Aaron ordered the order of knights to go forward and destroy this cultist. Paris Abel asked if he was the cultist. How dare these heretics call a follower of Lord Paris a cultist? He said he would cleanse them and move to attack, but the knight stopped him and told the archbishop that they needed to retreat. Abel struck him and asked if he was telling him to leave these fools who had slandered Lord Paris. The commander said that if he ordered him to destroy the enemy, he would lead the Crusader Order and fight to the end. But if they lost, all the Parisians taking part in the campaign would be destroyed by heretics. Therefore, he asked the archbishop to give them the order to leave immediately. Paris Abel ordered the soldiers to retreat. He informed the Crusader Order that they were using divine power, so they needed to prepare their shields. Rommel told the cultists to stop, and tried to catch up with them, but Aaron told him to stop. Rommel did not understand what was happening. He asked if he had not ordered them to attack. He replied that he had not, and that he had said this to make it easier for them to pursue them. But if they started chasing them, they could step on mines. Therefore, from that moment on, he would pursue the enemy on his own. The order of knights should go around the forest and block their way to safety. Aaron apologized to Rommel in his mind. In fact, most of the mines had already been defused, but there was something he didn't want the soldiers to see. Then he rushed to catch up with them, and thought about how brilliantly Canis' strategy about house and fear had worked. But should he now add more mental strength to the dragon's blessing? After that, he used the piercing wind. He destroyed the fleeing warriors with a single blow and was glad that it worked. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but it worked. Aaron could control the dragon's blessing with his mental energy, and he just needed a good incentive. Canis watched what was happening and realized that this man had really grown a lot. When Aaron cut through the iceberg and unleashed his power without thinking, he realized that he needed to train for a long time in order to fully control the dragon's blessing and the enormous power within his body. In battles with monsters, and even in territorial battles, Aaron used as much power as he could control. He did everything he could to tame the dragon's blessing. But after meeting Philip, he realized that simply expanding his territory was not enough. This would not help him against the Emperor, so in order to increase his strength, and gain a completely different range of powers, he accelerated his spiritual training. Today, it may not be much, but he saw the fruits of his training. Eren almost forgot how to use his power. Then he concentrated on attacking his opponents and destroyed them immediately. The result really impressed him. Paras Abel was angry with Eren and thought they had stumbled upon another mine, but the knight told him to look up at the sky. In the sky, he saw fireballs, so he used his ice hammer and then asked how they liked that. But the knight said that something else was flying towards them. Cheryl used a firestorm. Paras Abel said he could withstand as much magic as they could throw at him, so they should not worry and keep running. Rommel and his warriors caught up with him, but one of the knights used a shield to block their way. Then he said he would hold them back and they should retreat. The god Paras was protecting them, so they should make sure to escape quickly. Rommel said that they were leaving the canyon, so they had to follow them, but Eren stopped him. He said that there was a good chance that the enemies had gathered outside the canyon. Therefore, their pursuit was over. He thought that at such a distance they would catch up with them, but as it turned out, this was the power of Paris, the god of protection. It's hard to believe that one holy knight was enough to stop them. Besides, there is a divine barrier, where Cheryl's magic does not work and their swords are deflected. But then he decided to try to use the energy of the sword. The knight said that it was an unbreakable wall and that it was the power of Lord Paras. Eren realized that this meant that the energy of the sword would not break it either, so he decided to try something else. He struck a blow and realized that, as he expected, the metal was also deflected. His weapon was destroyed, and the knight asked him what he was doing. After that, he decided to try striking with his bare hand. He struck and broke through the wall, and said, "Is this an unbreakable wall?" Then he ordered his men to capture the knight. The knight thought that this was surely the end for him. Then he took out a knife and told the god Paras that his pitiful servant would follow him. But Eren ran up to him, knocked the knife out of his hands, and asked him where he was going, because this was only the beginning. Archbishop Abel lost half of his 20,000-strong army to magical mines. He led the remaining soldiers to Blanche Castle. This castle was located on the border and brought them back to normal. On the other side, Eren had not lost a single soldier. He led 5,000 soldiers across the border and took the first steps towards conquering the Holy State. The Vatican received a message from Archbishop Abel. They learned that the servants of God Paressa had lost. They say that Duke Eren used a new weapon that no one had ever heard of before. The Pope of the Holy State, Paris Ignus, asked if this was true. He said, "Could it be because of the divine magic bombs of the Vivian Church?" He was told that this was indeed the case. Then he asked why they were so concerned. In that case, let the servants of Paris send another 50,000 soldiers. Apart from the divine magic bombs, no weapon could stop the defense of the god Paris. Among the two castles of the sacred state, the one on the border with the Empire, Fort Blanche, Tsur, borders the territory of Bran. In peacetime, it is considered a bridge for missionary work. During battle, the fort serves as an outpost and a road to the conquest of the East. The Pope will drive out Eren's soldiers besieging the outpost and send a large force of 50,000 auxiliary troops. All this is done to continue the cleansing of the Bran territory. In this battle, they lost Lucas, the commander of the Holy Knights. Archbishop Abel, hiding in Fort Blanche, cared only for his own safety. The news of the Pope's reorganization was like a divine revelation. Standing before the statue of Paris, Abel swore to avenge himself and Lucas. Archbishop Abel said that the Lord had ordered him to judge Eren for the death of the commander. There were 5 days left before the arrival of the Holy State's reinforcements. Eren heard that the troops had left for battle. Therefore, he used every possible method to capture Fort Blanche as quickly as possible. But no matter what arrows or other weapons they used, everything was useless against the divine barrier of the Church of Paressa. Eren wondered if it was even possible to break through using conventional methods. The aura of the sword also did not work. Cainus said that, as expected of the trusted face of the god of protection, he was using the hands of Paris. Eren replied that he knew that. Arrows were simply deflected, and boulders were the only things that could fly through, being intercepted. But what about the divine magic bomb? Did Cainus ask Cecilia about it? He replied that she said they did not know how it was made. He also said that it was impossible to create a divine magic bomb before the enemy reinforcements arrived. Eren then asked about Cheryl. He replied that she was resting to recover the mana she had spent in the previous battle on magic mines. Cainus thinks she will need 2 or 3 days of rest. Eren said that this was not very good. They couldn't rely on divine magic bombs or Cheryl's magic, but wasn't there another way to break through the defenses? Cainus said he thought that they had no choice but to wait for Miss Cheryl. They could only hope that her magic would be able to destroy Paris's hands. There were 4 days left before the arrival of the Sacred State's reinforcements. Eren had to rely on Cheryl, but he continued to attack relentlessly, and it had no effect. He was fighting a futile battle that yielded no results. That night, a meeting was held. Canis said that Perez's hands were much stronger than he had expected. It seemed that they could not simply wait for Miss Cheryl to recover. Besides, even if she made a miraculous recovery, there was still no guarantee. Her magic might not destroy the defenses, which is why he thought of a backup plan. He tried to predict the route of the enemy reinforcements. Judging by the map, they could take two routes. While they were besieging Fort Blanche, the enemies were mobilizing all their forces. All this to simply wipe them out or bypass Fort Blanche and move straight into Brand territory. It could be one of two things, but there was a problem with the distribution of supplies. The number of enemy troops was too large to retreat and leave their supplies behind. This would pose a threat to their rear. Therefore, Canis believes that they will try to drive them out with all their might. Aaron asked what their plan was. Canis replied that if they couldn't capture Fort Blanche in time, they should quickly retreat to the Supia forest. There, they could prepare for the siege of Brand Castle. Aaron thought that if the main castle was the target, then everything he had done so far would be meaningless. It was unlikely that they would be able to recover if the damage was too great. How could the Emperor be overthrown, especially when he couldn't even protect his own people? Then he wondered why he couldn't protect them. If that was really the case, then how was he any different from Duke Aaron? He had allowed a few victories to cloud his judgment, but he was still a steward, so he had to do what a steward would do. And why was he in such a hurry? Canis told His Excellency that a siege was not the same as defeat in a real battle. They had the Duke and Miss Cheryl, and they would be able to stop them. Although the land would suffer some losses, and a few subjects would have to sacrifice their lives, they would be able to survive these actions. Aaron grabbed him and asked what he meant by sacrificing their subjects. If they lost their subjects, all this would be in vain. Canis believes that sacrifices in battle are a normal thing, but it seems that he is completely on edge. Rommel tried to calm him down. He said that it was better to save their strength now and begged him to turn his anger toward the sacred state. Besides, they still had 3 days to spare. After his words, Aaron calmed down and then released Canis. He apologized to him and explained that he was too excited and that it would not happen again. Canis said that everything was fine. As a strategist, he was to blame for not coming up with a better plan, but he would do everything possible to find a way to capture Blanche's castle. Cheryl approached them and said she wanted 200,000 gold coins. Then she remarked that without her, they were completely helpless and asked why everyone was so gloomy. She asked Aaron if he had tried using the surge, or whatever it was called. He replied that he hadn't yet. But the aura of the sword on the barrier was not working. Cheryl said it was because she was weak, or maybe he was weak-willed. So, if he didn't want to lose his subjects, he shouldn't have started the battle. And if he had decided to do so, he should do everything possible to achieve victory. Aaron thought about how he hadn't done everything in his power. Rommel asked Miss Cheryl what she meant by 200,000 gold pieces. She said it was the amount she would receive after destroying this thing. Aaron believed she was right. Now they had to win by any means necessary. Cheryl thought that the attribute was not the one she usually used, so she would need more mana. She wasn't sure if that was possible, especially in her current state, but it was the only way to destroy the castle in one go. She tried to use her magic but realized that it was still not enough. Everything was as she expected. She needed at least a few more days to rest, but there was no way she could admit that she was powerless after bragging so much. Aaron approached her, hugged her, and asked what she was thinking about. She replied that it was nothing, and then moved away from him. She told him to stop, and that he should prepare his soldiers instead. She would raise everything to the ground, and he should not forget about her gold. Aaron said fine, whatever she wanted. Then he called Rommel and told him to get the soldiers ready for battle. After a while, someone in the castle noticed a man on the battlefield. A warrior reported this to Archbishop Abel. Paris Abel replied that he was busy praying and told him to stop panicking and give a detailed report. The warrior said that the unidentified person was about 30 paces from the castle and, judging by his clothes, was not a member of the Holy State. Abel told him to ask Lord Paris for mercy. They continued their prayers to keep the castle safe. Cheryl wasn't sure if she had enough strength to do it, but she decided she had to. After that, she used the tidal wave. The warrior said it was magic. Abel thought that in this world, there was no power capable of surpassing the god Paris. Therefore, he was sure that she would not succeed. Cheryl said that this was not all, and then summoned a mudworm. Abel couldn't understand how this was possible, but he believed that this magic was useless against the power of Paressa. Then he turned to the god and asked him to release his iron hammer and destroy the mudworms. Cheryl realized that it wasn't working. After that, Aaron also went on the attack and used a piercing wind. Abel realized that it was the energy of the sword, but believed that they were lucky that he missed. Otherwise, they would have been hit directly. But Aaron used the piercing wind again and almost broke through the defense. He decided to try again, until he destroyed him. After that, he delivered another blow. Then he said that was the end, but he still couldn't destroy the barrier. Perez Abel laughed at him. He asked how a pathetic man could think he was capable of destroying the hands of the god Perez. Aaron was upset that he had failed. Kindness thought that everything was as expected. But was the blessing he had given to the people not enough to defeat the divine protection? He didn't think he would have to go this far, but it seemed he would have to enter forbidden territory to help his master. Long ago, when people worshipped dragons, the gods saw the actions of their creations and took their new ideals to heart. They realized that dragons were overly fond of human lives and imposed a ban. Disobedience was punished with a warning, followed by divine punishment. Since then, among dragons, these actions of the gods have been called forbidden territory. At night, Canis decided to influence Abel and sent him a terrible dream. In his dream, he saw Lucas saying that he was not dead. He asked him to save him. Then he struck him. Abel woke up and realized that he was not sure that Lucas was dead, but he was troubled by the meaning of the dream and why Lucas had asked him to save him. Abel turned to the merciful god Perez. He asks him to calm Lucas's soul and, if the dream was prophetic, to give him the strength to save him. Kindness decided that if he couldn't get them out from the outside, he would start breaking them from the inside. He would simply change his plan. But then he remembered that this was forbidden ground, and divine punishment would not be long in coming. The next evening, there were 2 days left before reinforcements arrived. Abel wondered if Lucas was still alive. If you think about it, maybe he didn't die. The archbishop was informed that the enemies were turning back. Perez Abel was surprised and thought that they must be retreating. Then he saw Aaron, who had decided to send him a letter by pigeon, saying that they were retreating today. But one day Aaron would destroy their cult to its very roots. To prove the truth of his words, he would punish the cultist in their hand, and he would strengthen the will of his people. Abel was angry with him because he realized that he was talking about Lucas. He considered Aaron a mad heretic. They tied Lucas to a catapult. Abel realized that this was not a dream. Lucas screamed that they deserved endless suffering. The god Perez would punish them all. Canis told them to get ready, and Lucas asked them to wait and not do it. Abel said that this simply could not be and that this must be the punishment he had spoken of. Lucas began to scream for someone to save him, but they launched him along with the other shells. Canis said it was an incredible sight. He could only enjoy the sight and feel such euphoria when he turned into a human. No divine punishment would make him give it up. Now it was the humans' turn, and let them be thrilled by him. In the morning, while planning the mission, Canis said that he would warn everyone right away that they would have to do everything exactly as he said. In addition, given the lack of time, no objections would be accepted. Then he asked if everyone was ready, and if so, let him fill them in on the details. According to the plan, after using the catapult, Cheryl was to summon fire spirits while the enemy lost their vigilance. Now was the right time to do this, so she used her magic and sent fireballs after the shells. Abel understood that if the blow was direct, his dream would become reality. Therefore, he ordered Perez to lower the divine barrier of his hand. He also ordered them to stop praying. He repeated that it was enough to pray because he had ordered them to stop. The protective barrier disappeared, and Cheryl said that now it was their turn. She used a flame strike. Her magic worked, and the fire spirit delivered a powerful blow. After the first attack, Aaron must rush there without hesitation. So, he threw off his armor and rushed to the castle. Abel realized that the castle was damaged and Lucas was gone. He said they needed prayers, so they should start praying and call on Perez to protect the castle walls again. He ordered one of his subordinates to go and check on Lucas. Cheryl used Inferno and ordered the spirit to strike. Abel's men panicked, but he told them not to panic, because as long as they had Perez's hands, the enemy would not be able to get through the walls. But then he saw Aaron enter the territory through a broken wall. He immediately turned to Archbishop Perez Abel. He said that the great Aaron himself had come for his head. Abel replied that he had barely destroyed the wall. Did he really think he could take his head without weapons? It sounded very unconvincing. Then he ordered that the castle wall be secured first, and then they would expel the mad heretic who was defiling the name of Lord Perez. The warriors surrounded him on all sides and shouted that the heretics would die because they had to be cleansed. Aaron asked if he was defending the wall, then lunged at one of the soldiers and struck him. The soldier flew straight into the wall. Aaron said that it took some effort to destroy the wall. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to come near it. Then he asked Rommel if he agreed with him. He replied that of course he did. It was very difficult for them. After that, Aaron's warriors also joined them. Abel ordered to clear out the heretics, and Aaron told his people to do everything possible to drive them out because the castle would be theirs. The Knights of the Holy State went on the attack. Rommel told them to take their weapons and defend the castle. Arthur immediately went on the attack, but Rommel grabbed him and told him to wait a moment. Then he asked if he trusted him. Arthur did not understand what was happening. Then he said that he probably did. Rommel said that in that case, he should take something. He gave him a shield. Then he simply sent him into the enemy. Arthur knocked some of them down, but others rushed at him and told him to die. He used the shields to defend himself and told Rommel that he had asked him to trust him. Rommel, the commander of the knights, rushed to his aid and began to repel their attacks. Arthur said that he wasn't even married yet. Then he saw someone throw a stick at an enemy and knock him down. He saw a girl running toward him. It was Bianca. He then said that she had saved his life and that she was his savior. Rommel shouted at him to lie down and jumped on him. That's how he saved him from Abel's attack. Aaron couldn't understand how he dared to do such a thing. Although such a high jump seemed a little difficult, he decided to try anyway. The warriors of the Holy State surrounded him to attack. Aaron told them not to dare to detain him. Then he struck them, not noticing Perez's hands approaching behind him to attack him. He managed to jump away and then began to climb up the wall. Abel couldn't understand how this was possible. Aaron climbed to the top of the fortress and told Abel that he was next. Abel ordered his men to stop him. They began to pray and summoned Lord Paris's hand. Aaron struck, but the hand deflected his mental power. Aaron tried to strike again, but his staff broke. Abel also attacked him, but he dodged. Abel said that he might have made it here, but that the heretic would pay with his head. And not only him, but all his subordinates. Aaron knew he didn't have enough cards to play and had to keep pressing. While their spirit was still strong, Canis said that they had to take Blanche Castle before enemy reinforcements arrived and establish a line of defense. To do this, they needed to eliminate their leader as quickly as possible and force them to surrender. Aaron knew this, but it wasn't as easy as Canis said. Aaron told Rommel to throw him something. He grabbed a weapon and said he was flying. Aaron caught it. Then he decided to strike again. Abel said that Perez's arm was indestructible, but Aaron destroyed it, and he said that was true. People are incapable of defeating divine power, but he was still curious whether the rule applied to those who used it. Aaron told him not to compare himself to God when he was merely borrowing his power. Abel told him to shut up. He noted that as long as they had power, they were invincible. After that, he attacked him, and Aaron tried to attack him in return. He said that he was running too much for someone who was invincible. Aaron dodged the attacks of his hands, but he was unable to dodge one of them. Abel was glad that it had finally happened. The energy of his sword could not penetrate Perez's arm. It seemed that it worked the same way in the other direction. If that was the case, then it was perfect. He could handle it if she was small enough. Abel attacked him and told him to die, heretic. Then he used his big hand again to strike. Aaron realized he wouldn't be able to dodge in time, so he decided to try to block the attack with his hand. He used all his energy and managed to destroy the arm. Abel felt the attack and didn't understand what was happening. Aaron said that it seemed his God had betrayed him to the invincible Archbishop Abel. Abel asked who he was. Aaron replied that he was a man who had risen from the dead and, contrary to what everyone claimed, he was not invincible. Aaron struck him. As Canis had planned, Aaron was able to defeat Abel, the leader of Blanche Castle. However, there was little time left. He was able to gain enough time to establish a line of defense before the arrival of reinforcements from the Holy Empire. That same evening, everyone gathered around the table. Aaron asked if he was saying that if they took Blanche Castle, they would stay there, while the enemy mobilized part of its 50,000 troops to the territory of Bran, and he asked if he had understood correctly. Canis replied that everything was correct. To distract them from Blanche Castle, they would use this method. Aaron said that they were facing one problem after another. Canis replied that he had a plan that could prevent such actions on their part. The only problem was that it involved a great natural risk. Aaron asked what that was and asked him to explain everything to them. Canis said that his idea was to intercept them. They would organize troops in advance in the right place before the enemies divided theirs. Rommel said that if they intercepted them, they would have to deal with 50,000 of them, while they only had 10,000. Aaron said that if conditions allowed, and while Cheryl and he were there, but did he really think they could handle it? Canis said that was the problem. In his opinion, he should be excluded from the plan. This would help them get closer to victory in this battle. Aaron was surprised and asked if he really wanted to exclude him. Canis replied that he did. He asked for 1 week, and they would finish the battle. After the conversation, Aaron wondered if this method would really work. He had no idea if it would help. But his strategist had never been wrong in all this time. Aaron decided to get some sleep to recover, but then he heard something. He remembered Rommel's words that the remnants of the Holy Empire might be hiding in the castle. He was sure that nothing would happen, but he asked him to be careful. Aaron thought that the circus had left, but the clowns had stayed behind. There was a knock at the door. Aaron said that they would hardly knock. Then he asked who it was, and Cecilia entered the room. He did not expect to see her. She said she wanted to ask Milord for something. Aaron asked if it could wait, and if so, perhaps they should discuss it in the morning. Cecilia replied that she had come because it was urgent. Aaron thought it was dangerous and that he needed to move away from her. All he could think about was that Bran's territory needed holy water, and Cecilia would give it to them. Nothing more, nothing less. Cecilia said that Lord Vivian had summoned her. Aaron asked what that meant and if she meant that she had to leave. She said that it was just as she said. Lord Vivian was summoning her and him. Aaron asked why him. But first of all, it meant that God really existed. She said that the Order of Vivian was born here in the district of Blanche Castle. More precisely, in the ancient ruins on the mountain ridge behind the castle. This is the homeland of the Order of Vivian. But because the Order of Paressa had captured the castle, she couldn't get close to the ruins when Lord Vivian called her. But now, it seems she has a chance. And it's all thanks to him. Aaron said that they weren't done yet, and that the battle was in full swing. Cecilia threw herself at him, and asked if he would go with her when it was all over. He said he would, of course. But only after the battle was over. Aaron thought about how he couldn't touch her, and there couldn't be any physical contact. Then he said that if Blanche's castle was still under their control, they would definitely leave. But he had something else to tell her. It would be very nice if she left some space between them. She said that if he did her a favor, it would be her turn to do the same. Then she stood up and said that in that case she would leave. Finally, she asked if he knew who Lord Vivian was. He was the one and only god of love. This answer surprised him. He really didn't know that. The next day, at night, something happened in the camp of the Holy States reinforcements while the Archbishop was resting. Archbishop Landa was the commander of the Holy States reinforcements. He heard people shouting that there was a fire. They shouted that water was needed quickly to calm the horses. Archbishop Landa woke up when he realized that something had happened. He went out into the street and asked where the fire was. A subordinate replied that it was near the food carts. The fire was started by Cheryl with the help of a fireball. The warriors of the Holy State tried to drive out this demon. They poured water on it, but to no avail. The spirit attacked the warrior who had poured water on it and burned him. Archbishop Landa was furious that the entire province had been burned down. Then he heard people shouting that it was the enemy and that he was attacking from an ambush. They were attacked by Aaron's knights. Rommel saw that the Crusader order was approaching them. Therefore, he said that they needed to retreat. The commander of the Crusaders said not to let any of them escape. Archbishop Landa became enraged and said, "How dare Duke Aaron treat the servants of God Paris in such a manner?" After that, Aaron's knights retreated. Kindness said that in battle, strategy and counter-strategy are certainly powerful weapons, but it is possible to compete without people. Now that the enemy had lost its food supplies, it would begin to lose strength. If they could hold out for just a week, they would have a chance. In this contest, both Canis and Archbishop Landa made one significant mistake. Canis believed that burning the enemy's supplies would slow down their attacks, but he did not take into account that this step would ignite a spark of faith in them that would give them more strength. Landa ordered an attack on Blanche Castle to recapture it. They were able to forget about food, one of the basic human needs, in order to fulfill Paressa's will. The troops came face to face with Aaron's troops, even sooner than expected. Archbishop Landa's strategy of breaking through with brute force was not bad, but he relied too much on the number of his warriors and was met with shocking news. He was informed that the enemies had captured Event Castle and that all their food supply routes had been cut off. Landa thought that the enemy forces were concentrated on Blanche Castle. But then who had captured the castle? He was told that it was Duke Aaron. Before the arrival of reinforcements from the Holy State, Canis divided his army into two detachments. The first was an interception unit, and the second was a special operations unit. The goal of the interception unit was to delay the arrival of reinforcements at Blanche Castle. The goal of the special operations unit was to capture Event Castle, the source of their provisions. They managed to destroy all enemy supplies, but the interception detachment was unable to prevent the enemy from advancing. Nevertheless, the confused interception detachment managed to stop the soldiers of the Holy State. A few days later, the special operations unit led by Aaron crossed the mountains and took Event Castle, blocking the enemy's supply routes. With no other choice, Archbishop Landa decided to continue the attack on Blanche Castle, using emergency resources, but even this was noticed and stopped by Canis. Together with the dying soldiers, Archbishop Landa took a desperate step. He went to Blanche Castle and surrendered in exchange for food. This was reported to Emperor Zeron. Zeron told his subordinate that he was sure he had ordered no one to disturb him during his personal time. Could this be true? Gran reported that they had received news that Duke Aaron had taken the castles of Blanche and Event. Emperor Zeron said that they should have easily defeated them with their numbers and all their might, but they had lost. Then he said that this was probably not the only reason he was here, so he asked what else had happened. Gran replied that the Pope had asked him to intervene and resolve the conflict, for he could not surrender to heretics. Therefore, he asked His Majesty to intervene and stop the battle. Zeron asked how he dared. He said to take care of Aaron. But now they were defeated. Aaron had heard about the Emperor's intervention, and he didn't like it. Cainus said that it was probably for the best. They could not allow this battle to continue, and their losses were enormous. It was a setback, but falling out of favor with His Majesty would be too risky. Therefore, they had no choice now. However, in light of this, they could try to gain some advantage from these negotiations. They might still be able to achieve something. A week later, a meeting took place in the conference hall of Avent Castle between Aaron and the Pope of the Holy State, Ignis. Ignis thought that if he were in his place and the Emperor had intervened in a battle where victory was almost certain, he would also have been beside himself. But it was better than surrendering and rejecting the pride of the Order of Paris. The Emperor's help was 1,000 times better. After all, it was he who had allowed the battle to begin. The Pope of the Holy State of Paris, Ignis, told Duke Aaron that it seemed Lord Paris had decided to show him mercy. Lord Paris ordered him to end the confrontation. If they continued, the cleansing of Bran's lands would only be a matter of time. Aaron understands that he knows they will not fight, so he decides to play tough, but he has his own plan. He asked Cainus if he had ever seen this donkey on the battlefield. Cainus replied that he had never seen him. Abel noted that they were talking to a representative of Lord Paris and the Pope of the Holy State. He was like the king of a nation. Therefore, they must show respect. Aaron said that he seemed to have enough strength after begging them for food. Aaron told Ignis that while he was playing with his fat belly, he completely missed what was happening on the battlefield. Judging by the way he talks about things like mercy, it was they who were merciful to his hungry heretics, not Paris, or whatever he calls him. So, he should stop playing games and listen carefully to their demands if he wants to get his prisoners back. Ignis said that, as rumor has it, he is quite belligerent, so he is willing to at least listen to his demands. Aaron said to give them the capital. Let them give Regal the capital of the Holy State in the Central Continent. Ignis thought he was crazy. Aaron asked what was wrong. Ignis began to shout at him, asking how he dared and if he really thought he was so funny. Then Aaron told Cainus to put all the prisoners to work in slave camps. If they refused, he should simply sell them into slavery. Meanwhile, Emperor Zeron arrived. His subordinates entered the conference hall and ordered everyone to stand up. For the Empire's treasure, His Majesty Emperor Zeron had arrived. Aaron was delighted that he had finally appeared. Zeron told Duke Aaron that he had matured since their last meeting. Aaron fell to his knees before him and said that he was Duke Aaron from the lands of Bran. He was delighted to welcome His Imperial Majesty, the treasure of the Empire. Zeron ordered Duke Aaron to raise his head. After that, his knight destroyed the table at which everyone was sitting. Zeron said that it was for his safety, so they should not worry. A table under which nothing can be seen is dangerous. Aaron said that he had the same thoughts on the matter. He was pleased that they were on the same wavelength as His Majesty. Zeron said that now that they were all here, why not have a nice chat? He thought the Pope was known for his understanding and compassion. He could hear him across the hall and knew what they were talking about. Ignis told His Majesty that Duke Aaron wanted the capital of the Holy State as compensation. Aaron said that was fine. He only criticized the fact that they had broken their own rules and had children. The Pope even seems to have a granddaughter. Aaron believes that real negotiations will now begin. Over the past few years, rumors about the Pope have spread, and he will be forced to leave his post. If he remembers correctly, Archbishop Landa will become the next Pope. Ignis does not understand how he found out about this. Emperor Zeron understood from the Pope's expression that this was indeed true. Moreover, he remains silent, which confirmed this. But if they are on their last legs anyway, it is necessary to minimize losses and play by his rules. Therefore, Zeron turned to Duke Aaron. He said that they could discuss it later, but for now, let them say what they want, because everyone was gathered here for negotiation. Aaron told Milord that, as a proud member of a great empire, he would like to express his opinion. In his opinion, a religion that controls someone who plays with people, goes to their citizens, and spreads its influence harms the honor of their great nation. Therefore, he believed that the Order of Paressa should be sent to the western part of the continent so that they would not influence his glorious people. For this reason, he requested control over the castles of Blanche and Avent, as well as Regal, the capital of the Holy State. Zeron told the Pope to calm down. He was angry with Aaron and asked if he even understood what he was asking for. Zeron told Aaron that he should understand how great his request was. Aaron said that he knew that, but hoped that he understood that it was all to protect the honor of the empire. Zeron said that he understood how much he wanted to protect the country, but was what the Duke had said true? Ignis said that of course not, because that was simply impossible. Aaron asked if he would then object if his granddaughter became his slave when she was found. Papa asked how he was going to make her his slave if she didn't even exist. After these words, Aaron turned to Rommel. He ordered him to send men to the Alpes Winter Villa and search for the owner. Whoever they find is the Pope's granddaughter. Rommel said that they had already received a message that she was practically in their hands, so they were just waiting for his orders. Ignis said, "Not that." Aaron asked what that meant, as he was sure that the Pope had said he had no descendants. Zeron said that knowing his merits, he was sure that Aaron's words were just a mistake, and thought that he should just refute what he said. Ignis said that of course he did. As he had said, it was a blatant lie. Aaron asked if, in that case, he really didn't mind if she became his slave. Then Ignis said that it was a mistake from his past. It all happened before he became a follower. Due to the powerful intervention of the Emperor, only part of Aaron's demands were met. After securing Aaron's promise that he would not spread rumors about the Pope, they signed a truce agreement that would last for 2 years. On condition that the prisoners of the Holy State be released, Aaron received the castle of Blanche and the territory of the Old Order of Vivian. In addition, the Holy State paid reparations of 5,000 gold pieces, proclaiming Aaron the victor. Kainis said that everything was finally over, but he had one question. Aaron asked him what it was. He was interested in how he found out that the Pope had a granddaughter, and when he sent people to search for her. Aaron said that he was also curious. But if he wanted to know everything, he should ask Rommel himself. After that, he left. Ignus went to the port city of Alpis in the Holy State to find his granddaughter. The knight approached her and asked if she was Lady Alice. She replied that she was, and then her grandfather, whom she had not expected to see, approached her. He asked if she was all right, and if anyone had tried to talk to her. Alice asked why he was there. She thought he wasn't allowed to come here. Ignis asked her to answer whether anyone had tried to harm her. She replied that they had not, and he realized that Aaron had deceived him. He swore that Lord Perez would punish him. Meanwhile, Aaron decided to fulfill the promise he had made to Cecilia. Aaron asked if she was all right. Rommel also asked if they were sure nothing would happen to them. Aaron replied that they would simply go up into the mountains and that nothing could happen to them. Cecilia turned to Lady Bianca. She said that there were many followers of Vivian within the castle walls who had been oppressed by the order of Perez. Therefore, she asked for mercy. They needed them to revive the church. Bianca replied that she understood. After that, Aaron asked if she was ready to go. Then he saw Kainis and asked if he would also go with them. Cecilia said that she had asked him to. This was because Lord Vivian had ordered that a strategist be brought along. Aaron was surprised but agreed, and after that they set off on their journey. They reached an ancient temple. Aaron told Cecilia that if they didn't suddenly grow wings, it would be difficult to get to the other side. Moreover, strong winds could hinder them. Cecilia said that even if they could fly, a random passerby would not be able to get there. Aaron asked how they could possibly do that. Cecilia began to pray and, turning to Lord Vivian, said that her servant was here. Therefore, she asked him to show them the way. After that, a passage opened before them, and Cecilia said that they could now go. They entered the castle, and Aaron thought that although the place was small, it was quite empty. Then he saw a girl and wondered how she had gotten there. Cecilia fell to her knees before her. Then she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and called her Lord Vivian. Kainis and Aaron were surprised that this girl was a lord. Vivian told Cecilia that she could grow old waiting for her. She said that certain circumstances had prevented her from coming earlier. She replied that even if that was the case, it was still wrong to make her wait. But if she had brought them here, she could count on mercy. Aaron wondered what she meant. Vivian approached him and asked if there was a problem, and he replied that there was not. She seemed like a goddess, but he thought she would have some kind of magical aura. But then why was there a child in front of him? Then he thought that she could read minds and realized that he had made a mistake when he mentally called her a child. Kainis said that it was an honor to meet her, and that if it wasn't too much trouble, she should tell them why she had called them. She turned to him mentally and said that he was too impatient for a dragon, so he should just wait. Kainis said he understood. Vivian asked Aaron to close his eyes and then touched him. After that, a portal opened, and they found themselves in a completely different place. She told him not to panic and not to worry about falling. Then she asked him if he knew why she had called him. Aaron replied that he wasn't sure. She said that everything in the world has a reason, even things that seem useless at first glance. Vivian touched a large rock with her foot and then kicked it off the mountain. The rock rolled straight onto the temple and destroyed it. Aaron was frightened because Kainis and Cecilia were there. He asked if it was normal for a goddess to play with people's lives like that. She asked who said she was playing with people's lives, and asked him to look here. Then he saw that the stone she had thrown was still there. So, he decided to check if the temple was intact. Vivian said there was no need to check. The temple was intact, and the two were safe, just like when she saved him. She called him Gale, and told him to imagine Zeron's stone in place of the temple, and Bran's land in place of the temple. He was surprised that she knew his name. It turned out that she had saved him, and then he was reborn as Duke Aaron because of her intervention. Vivian said that there was a reason for everything, considering that she had brought him back to life. He had a destiny to fulfill. He asked what she meant, and Vivian told Gale to take everything from this life. If he followed her advice, he would understand. Aaron said he didn't understand, and if there was a reason she had called him, why was she now confusing him even more? And where was Duke Aaron now? She told him to continue on his path, and he would meet him, but he doesn't seem like the person he remembers. Aaron asked what that meant, but she said that time was up and sent him back. He lost consciousness, and when he woke up, Cecilia and Canis were sitting next to him. Cecilia asked if he was okay. Aaron asked where he was because he felt like he had fallen. Then he saw that they were in front of a temple. He asked where the goddess Vivian had gone. Cecilia said that unfortunately, they had not been able to meet her, and that it was probably too early. He asked how that could be, because he was sure they had entered the temple and met a girl who looked like Cecilia. Cecilia said that they had been here the whole time. If Vivian did not want to see them, then they had no choice. Aaron did not understand how this was possible. They decided to return, and Cecilia said that they should hope that they would be able to see her next time. Canis thought that they didn't remember because they were human, but they really did meet a goddess. She told him that for interfering in human affairs, she would find a suitable punishment for him. She said that from now on, he would not be able to use magic in human form. If he broke the ban, he would feel intense pain. It would be so intense that he would want to die rather than continue to suffer. Canis thought he had come to have fun, but now his life was at stake. But it didn't matter, because whatever he did would make things even more interesting. In Yerevan, the capital of the empire, people were starving with their families and begging passers-by to give them at least something. They didn't need money. They begged for even a crumb of bread. Then the people saw Duke Raynon approaching them. For Raynon, it was good news that Aaron had defeated the Holy Empire and expanded his territory, but now the Emperor would keep a close eye on him. The man stood in the middle of the road, and Raynon asked what had happened. His subordinate replied that this madman claimed to be Duke Aaron. Raynon decided to talk to him, and asked if he really claimed to be Duke Aaron, who had been resurrected after being destroyed by Emperor Zern, and now he had returned 20 years in the past. The man said he understood that it was difficult to believe, which was why he had decided to find him. A distant relative of the crown and a loyal subject of the former emperor, he is the only one who could possibly listen to him, because anyone would say that he no longer looks like Duke Aaron. Raynon did not believe him and threw him out onto the street. His subordinate told him to go back to where he belonged, and how dare he lie to a blue-blooded aristocrat. Aaron said he was telling the truth. Raynon refused to listen to him any longer and said they were going back. Aaron did not expect anything more. He himself still doesn't believe it, let alone Duke Raynon. But this cannot be allowed to happen again. He didn't care about the promise his father had made, and he believed that he must do everything in his power to attack the Emperor first. But now, he has neither the dragon's blessing nor the title of Duke. In fact, he is as poor as a church mouse. But he needs power. He must become stronger. Bianca said that they need to recruit more soldiers if they want Bran's territory to expand its influence. But why is no one joining? She doesn't understand why no one wants to join them. She needs to gather an army. So, as not to lose face in front of the Lord, it was her only duty. Then she thought about the pay. She concluded that it must be because the pay was too low. The Imperial Order was recruiting troops for the Bran territory with a monthly salary of 2 gold coins. That wasn't even enough to buy a sack of flour, and they were offering to feed a whole family for a month. They needed at least 7 gold coins. Bianca destroyed her table and the recruitment notice. Arthur and Cecilia watched. Arthur was impressed by her energy and said he knew she was a goddess. Aaron also noticed this. He told Canis that the salary should be the same as last time, or perhaps there was some kind of problem. Canis told him to look at the alley behind the countess and asked if he could see a man standing there, but he told him not to draw attention to himself. They were probably the Emperor's spies, and it seemed that after their victory, he had decided to have them followed. Aaron asked if he thought it was a diversionary tactic to fool the moles. Canis said that was indeed the case. Although they were not officially allowed to recruit combat units, they needed to gather about 10,000 men. They had recently discovered that there was a city there. It was located under the Lock of Blanche, where Vivian's followers had been hiding from Perez's servants. Sir Rommel was currently gathering an army. He announced that soldiers were being recruited for the territory of Bran with a monthly salary of 10 gold pieces. Aaron said that this was excellent, and that they would be able to organize a defense force. Then he asked if everything was all right with them. Canis said that it would actually be enough to defend Blanche Castle and the surrounding lands. In the current situation, he had only one piece of advice. No matter what it cost, they had to increase their army to 50,000 men for one purpose: namely to defend their territory. Aaron asked how they could achieve this goal. What was the point of winning battles if it was just to replenish their constantly depleted ranks? But that wasn't free. If things continued like this, they would become a duchy with vast lands but no influence. Kindness said that even in a situation where the influence of the holy nation could work against them, from an economic and military standpoint, they lacked everything they needed to get back on their feet, and time was running out. The best solution would be to earn money and hire more soldiers. Aaron said that there was a lot to do, but suggested taking a break for today. The next day, they would return to Bran Castle to resolve the issue of financial resources. Mariah decided to visit Aaron. The woman who accompanied him said that there was great destruction here, and that, judging by all appearances, the battle had not been easy. Moria knows that the Duke is capable of such thing. He is merciless to his enemies. She wondered if Duke Aaron really ruled his lands with only a whip. Moria said that the Duke's methods were well known on the Western continent. The woman asked if he saw him in a completely different light. If so, that is quite interesting. After that, they arrived at Duke Aaron's residence. The woman said that they were there to see the ruler of the North. He had defeated a large number of enemies and taken possession of the land and people of a sacred nation. And if he was not the ruler of the North, how else could she address him? Aaron remarked that she was talking a lot and asked her to get to the point. The woman said that merchants always try to increase their profits, but then he remarked that she was wasting his precious time. He did not need this useless conversation. Or perhaps he needed to use his sword to finally get through to her. Mariah understood that to gain an advantage in the negotiations, they had to use rumors against him. Aaron asked her what she wanted and told her to reveal her identity. The woman showed her face and said she was Princess Luvia of the Kingdom of Samod. She has a business proposal for him. The Kingdom of Samad is an island nation located between the central and western continents. It has a small population, but Samad has large trading groups that control a third of all trade on the continents. Princess Luvia is considered the leader of the most influential royal trade association. Aaron recalled that this kingdom was probably one of those destroyed during the conquest of the Western continent 10 years ago. He said to continue talking about the business proposal. Luvia said that they would like to build a warehouse for products here. The products come from the Western continent. Aaron said that this was strange and asked if they did not have warehouses for trade. She replied that while the castle was under the control of the Holy Empire, they had not received permission to build. This was because they were considered heretics. Aaron asked if she was asking them, as the new owners, to approve the request. So, he asked what their conditions were. She said that as soon as the goods began to be delivered through his lands, he would receive more taxes. Aaron said he would go and think about it, and asked Kindness to show the guests out. Kindness replied that he would do everything. Luvia offered 15% in exchange for collecting 20% tax on their goods. She wants to gain control over the sale of holy water. Aaron asked what other control she wanted and over what. Luvia asked if he knew about the adventurer Gerald. He thought for a moment and asked her to wait a minute. The name sounded familiar to him. Kindness said that he was the same adventurer they had seen in the Temple of Atun. Luvia said that she had asked Gerald to find the holy water. They had searched all over the continents for medicine for her father, and only holy water could cure him. But it turned out that it had been made by order of the Order of Vivian. Aaron immediately looked at Moria. It seemed to him that all information about the holy water was kept strictly secret, and that only he and Moria knew about it. He asked why they needed holy water. Did they want to monitor its distribution so they could start selling it on the central continent? Luvia replied that no, she was sure he had decided not to reveal the value of the holy water. This could strain his relationship with the Emperor. The fact was that they wanted to track its distribution on the Western continent. This would allow them to contribute to the military operations on the Western continent by supporting the Emperor's enemies and effectively weakening him. Kindness said that although the offer was financially advantageous to them, he saw no reason to give her control over the sale of the product. It would be wiser to start cooperating directly with the Western continent. They would earn more money by selling water to the central continent. There is a possibility that it will be handed over to the Empire's soldiers, so it is worth restricting supplies to other territories. But she has experience in trade. She also has negotiation skills. Such abilities would help win over anyone. It is sad that her country will be reduced to ruins. He cannot allow them to simply disappear, so he allowed them to dispose of the holy water on the condition that it would not be supplied to the central continent. In that case, their agreement would be considered invalid. Aaron told Canis to try to draw up a treaty by the end of the day. He replied that he understood. Luvia thanked him for his hospitality and wished them both luck. As she left, she performed her gesture, and he decided to do the same, but said he was not sure he had repeated it correctly. She replied that she had nothing to hide, and that this was all she had. If he felt the same way, it meant that he had done everything right. Kindness said he respected his choice, but he thought allowing merchants to control the sale of holy water was a hasty decision. Aaron replied that he understood and that his words made sense, but they needed 50,000 men for the territory of Bran. Without other sources of income, this is the best option they could take. Maybe he won't understand, but he has something to tell him, namely that he had lived more than one life. Aaron believed that whatever the case, Moria was very busy at the moment, because that's what made him travel such a long way. He hoped that he hadn't traveled that distance just to meet Luvia. He replied that of course he had, and asked if he had heard of black gold. Kynus and Aaron were surprised because they had never heard of it before. Moria said that's what it's called, and if you twist it like this, you can get something. Then he offered them to smell it. Aaron smelled it and then sneezed. Then he asked in which city this gold was found. Moria replied that everyone reacts the same way at first, and that he might say it is not gold. But if you add it to soup or other dishes, the aroma immediately becomes completely different. And for preserving meat, it's a miracle. Aaron asked if that was the case. Then what did he want? Moria replied that he wanted the source of the black gold. Kynus said that it was on the Black Continent. Moria said that was true. These are mysterious lands that are only mentioned in stories. In fact, this resource is found on the Eastern Continent. It seems that Kynus already knows this. He replied that according to rumors, if you sail from the Central Continent on a boat for about a month, you can reach the east. But there is one complication. There is a huge monster that lives in those waters and does not allow anyone to reach the Eastern Continent. This land is truly a great mystery. It is the territory of the sea dragon Leviathan. Aaron then asked Moria where he got the black gold. He replied that he got it on the black market in the kingdom of Rumion. They say they found it near a wrecked boat that washed up on their shore. The goods they pulled out of it were in pretty bad shape. They were in a chest that he couldn't recognize. They concluded that the boat had most likely come from the Black Continent. Aaron asked Kynus if he could find out more about this place. Any information from books or rumors or anyone who came from those lands. Anything would do, so he should study it as thoroughly as possible. Kynus said it would take more than a day, but he would do everything in his power. After that, he sent a pigeon with a message to Keisha to find clues and bring them to Bran Castle. If he had magic, he could fly there himself. Therefore, he asked Lord Vivian for permission to return to his homeland, but he never received a reply and said that she was very stubborn. 2 months have passed since then. Aaron asked Cain what was wrong and why he was so upset. He said that he felt like he could retire. He had never touched such a pile of money before, and they had made millions from this holy water. Aaron asked him what the difference was between that and the situation he was in now after the battle. Cain asked how you could even compare the two. This was a month's income in just 1 month. He was sure that the Duke understood how important a steady flow of money was. Aaron said he understood, and that it should be enough to raise an army. Cain asked what that meant. Does he even realize how much it costs to build roads to Blanche's castle? Does he still need these troops? He recently gathered 10,000 warriors. Aaron said it was all for guarding the new road. Cain replied that if they started gathering troops, they would have nothing left to maintain their land. The Duke agreed and said he needed to tour his lands. After that, he set off with Kynus. Then he asked Kynus if that was enough. Kynus replied that Cain was good at his job and that the road construction was progressing wonderfully. Aaron asked him if he thought it was possible to maintain 50,000 soldiers. Kynus replied that at the moment, no. In their current state, their lands would not be able to withstand such a powerful economic blow. Aaron said he thought he was just exaggerating, but the old man was right. Kynus pointed out that he did not say it was impossible. Then he took out the Book of Blackland and showed it to him. He then said that they would create an army under the control of the Bran territory, but on another continent. Aaron thought about creating a vassal state on another continent. If you calculate the amount of money needed to acquire the land, it becomes clear that this is the best option. But the unknown Black Continent would first have to be turned into a dependent state. He didn't know whether it was worth leaving his territories. To embark on a journey, after all, the plan might not work out at all. In the book, he read that its author was constantly called a madman. During the 10 years that he was considered missing, even his wife and children began to think he was insane. All this because he shared his stories about the Black Continent. But even when everyone turned away from him, he continued to tell the truth. He also decided to leave these notes for the future, for those who wanted to know the truth. He spent those years on the Black Continent as a miner. He encountered precious stones, spices, and all kinds of treasures. He had never even seen such treasures on the Central Continent, but he never encountered ordinary magician. If an armed army of 10,000 soldiers from the Central Continent could reach it, it would easily conquer these lands. The planet is round, and the theory that it is flat and there is a cliff at the edge of the world is complete nonsense. If you throw that theory out of your head, you can reach the Black Continent, but you have to beware of the sea monster. If it weren't for this monster, he would have at least something to prove the existence of the Black Continent. Aaron is troubled by several things, but he cannot let this chance slip away. so he does not know what to do. After that, he took out the spice and said that this was it and that he had to do it. Aaron decided to try the dish with the spice, but said that for some reason he had a bad feeling about it. But what could really be so terrible? So he decided to try it anyway and tasted the meat. He liked it so much that he decided to take a risk and immediately called Canis. Canis said he didn't quite understand what he meant. Aaron asked him what he needed to get to the Black Continent. He replied that first they needed a port because they had to cross the sea somehow. After that, active preparations began. Several weeks passed. Aaron thought that to do this, they would have to attack the kingdom of Rumion on the eastern continent. He turned to his dear citizens and followers of Vivian to share some sad news. Not long ago, something had happened. The people asked what was going on, and not to say that another monster had appeared from the Black Forest. Some of them said not to talk about it, so as not to bring bad luck. Aaron thought that they had no real reason to attack the kingdom, so he told them that they had received information that the kingdom of Rumion had insulted them. It had offended Vivian's followers. The people were angry and asked if they also wanted hostility with them. Aaron believed that even if they did not follow through, the Empire would remain on Rumion's side until they had compelling reasons to do otherwise. There were not enough troops for the expedition, and it would be necessary to recruit people from defense units in various cities and encourage citizens to join the defense forces. Aaron said that they had mocked their brothers and sisters and kept them in slavery. He, Aaron, the ruler of these lands, will negotiate with the kingdom and return them. He thinks they need time to reorganize their troops, so they need to visit them and create an internal reason for battle. The people shouted in unison that they must attack the kingdom of Rumion and rescue their comrades. Canis said it was an incredible speech. Aaron replied that he was not sure he had said enough. Cain remarked that he was curious why he had been so calm lately and was probably planning another battle. Aaron grabbed him and asked him to be quiet, then said that he would explain everything later and that for now he should prepare armor for the troops. Cain asked if it was armor again, since he had already bought some when he was gathering the troops. Aaron decided to calm him down, so he gave him some meat cooked with spices to try. Cain asked what was going on. Then he tasted it. Aaron remarked that he had probably never tasted anything like it before. That was why they needed to attack the kingdom of Rumion. So he asked again if he could prepare the equipment. Cain said that he could already hear the sound of coins. At the same time, he became very happy and repeated the words money and coin. Aaron and Canis felt uncomfortable, so they decided to sneak away. But Cain stopped them, called out to the two, and then laughed. He approached them and hugged them. Aaron asked what had happened and remarked that he was frightening him. Cain asked how much armor they needed exactly. The kingdom of Rumion is a small state located in the far east of the central continent and is subject to the Empire. Although the kingdom is much smaller than Bran, there are rumors that even dogs in Rumion wear only gold. They have an incredibly developed economy and control most of the trade. And then a report arrives in this rich and peaceful kingdom. King Nicholas II of Rumion is surprised why the Empire has suddenly decided to pay a visit. His subordinate said that they were from the Empire, but not from the royal palace. To be more precise, it was Duke Aaron. Nicolo Segin asks if this is the same Duke who went to battle against the faithful of the Holy Nation, and why he has decided to visit them in person. The subordinate said that he was asking for his subjects to be returned. Nicolo II was surprised that he was asking for his citizens to be returned. Then he asked if he meant that they were holding members of the Empire hostage. The subordinate replied that at the moment, Vivian's followers were wanted by the authorities. Nicolo Segin asked if he meant the followers of Vivian who had been sent into slavery. The subordinate replied that they were also included. They demanded that they all be returned to their homeland. After that, they entered the meeting hall and saw an argument between the advisors. One of them said that there would be no negotiations. The other asked him if he was going to hit him. He replied that they were using these henchmen. To get more money from them, they needed to seize the opportunity and take more prisoners to make sure they learned their lesson. The other told him that if he tried to do that, it would be seen as a declaration of war by the Empire. Nicolo asked what he should do. Aaron and Canis arrived in the kingdom of Rumion. Aaron said that they seemed to be really rich, because how else could they decorate the palace walls so luxuriously? Canis said that considering they didn't have a single protective spell, he thought it would be more accurate to call them fortress walls rather than palace walls. Aaron said that was impossible and asked why they were waiting there. He thought they deserved great respect. After that, knights came out of the gates and pointed their weapons at them. Aaron said that this was very rude of them. Their commander ordered his men in all units to stand at attention. Aaron wondered if they were greeting the ambassadors too aggressively. The commander asked if he was Aaron, Duke of the Empire and the territory of Bran. Aaron replied that this was correct. After that, The commander asked to see his seal and noted that Duke Aaron always carried his seal with him to confirm his identity. Aaron was surprised, and the commander asked if he did not have it with him. How dare he crawl into the kingdom of Rumion, and to call himself Duke Aaron when he couldn't even provide the slightest proof. He had no doubt that they had come here with the aim of worsening their relations with the Empire. The commander ordered his men to get rid of them quickly. Aaron told them to wait a minute. He didn't understand what seal they were talking about. But do they really think that he is pretending to be Duke Aaron? The commander replied that this was indeed the case. Aaron asked how they could be so sure of this. The commander replied that Duke Aaron had already passed through the gates of their kingdom. Aaron did not understand what was happening or how this was possible. After that, he and Canis were locked in a dungeon. He asked how many more times he had to repeat the same thing. He was Duke Aaron, therefore he should be released immediately. The guard said that he would be released, but he should not make any noise. In his opinion, he would enjoy this spectacle to the last, pretending to be Duke Aaron until he became a slave. Aaron was surprised when he heard these words. Meanwhile, King Rumion Nicholas II was talking to those who were pretending to be Aaron and Canis. Nicholas II thanked them for helping them capture the imposters. He was grateful to Duke Aaron for his assistance. Rex, the one who claimed to be Aaron, said that there was no need for gratitude because it was all for the Empire and the Kingdom of Rumion. But in reality, it was Canis who deserved thanks. He had done an incredible job of finding these imposters. So there was no need to worry. The man pretending to be Canis said that it was easy because they did not even have his seal with them. At the same time, they tried to pass themselves off as Duke Aaron and Cainus. Niccolo II said that the two of them were very skilled and modest, and he felt that there was something special about working side by side with such high-ranking figures. Rex asked how he intended to deal with those fools. Niccolo II replied that he was taking into account the fact that the kingdom was constantly short of labor. Therefore, they were sending all criminals to perform hard labor, and most likely the same would happen to them. Rex asked if that wasn't too easy a punishment for liars. He believed that this needed to be dealt with differently. Niccolo II asked what he suggested, and he replied that it would be best to take their lives. Then he calculated how long they had left to stay here. They would remain in the kingdom of Rumion for a week, and he would like to see with his own eyes how their lives would be taken before their departure. Niccolo II said that due to their small numbers, they had not used this method for quite some time. If they had continued to do so, it would have caused mass unrest, but he would do everything to satisfy his need. He also had a request. If they withdrew their request for the return of Vivian's followers, he would immediately accept their offer. A few days later, preparations were made to take the lives of Duke Aaron and Canis in front of everyone. Grim Moria approached the ruler of the kingdom of Rumion, Niccolo II, to greet him. The king said that he had arrived just in time. He asked how things were going. He replied that he had managed to open a small currency exchange office in the kingdom of Rumion, all thanks to the support of his king. Nicholas II told him to hold his head high, for there was no one else who could have helped the people so quickly. He quickly found a solution to the problem of obtaining the correct currency. The king was confident that everything was fine because he was a good businessman. Moria thanked him and said he hoped as he would enjoy the conversation, but now he had to go. Niccolo II told him to continue in the same vein. Moria noticed that the man sitting next to him was wearing the same clothes as Duke Aaron. He became curious about who he was. After that, it was announced that the condemned were guilty of the following. First, for attempting to deceive the ruler of the kingdom of Rumion, and second, for attempting to undermine the stability of relations between their kingdom and the empire. Based on the above crimes, King Niccolo, the second ruler of the kingdom of Rumion, sentenced these prisoners to death. After that, the man removed the bags from their heads and emphasized that the two could say their last words. Aaron said that he was a titled nobleman of the empire and the sole owner of the territory of Bran. He was Duke Aaron. Mariah shouted that he was Duke Aaron. Niccolo II asked what he meant, and if he was really Duke Aaron. He asked permission to ask him something, and why Mr., or rather Duke Aaron, was now in that place. Niccolo II thought that Moria was definitely not the type to lie, and there was no doubt in his mind about that. If there was even the slightest possibility that this man was indeed the Duke, then who, for heaven's sake, was sitting next to him? He turned around and saw that no one was there anymore. Rex had managed to leave in time. After that, a meeting took place. The aristocrats discussed all the king's past actions and what had just happened. Some of the advisors asked if they really believed that the king should have guessed what the man who claimed to be the duke was planning. Another said that it happened because they allowed the old man to act on his own, but he should have conducted an investigation in a timely manner. If he had done so, they would not have found themselves in this situation. Niccolo II thought that he had imprisoned Duke Aaron. He would have to not only release all the slaves. Now, a battle between them and the empire could begin. The king was informed that the ruler of the lands of Braun, Duke Aaron, was coming to see him. Niccolo II could not allow the royal family to be interrupted by him. Therefore, he must do everything possible to protect the kingdom. There was only one thing the old man could do to protect his possession. Aaron said that he is Duke Aaron, ruler of the lands of Bran, and requests an audience with the owner of the kingdom, Rumian Niccolo II. Niccolo II said that he was the only one who should kneel before him, so he asked him to stand up. Aaron thanked him for the warm welcome. Niccolo II said that he would understand if he were angry with him, so he wants to thank him. He is surprised by his sensitivity and that he is indeed as good as the legends say. Aaron asked what anger he was referring to. As long as he was able to fulfill his mission and return safely, he was satisfied. Niccolo II asked what he meant. Aaron said he wanted to bring back both Vivian's followers and all the other people from Bran. In his opinion, he had already received a message from him. The advisors asked how to understand this and whether he really wanted to take away the followers of Vivian's order. He was trying to do this without any compelling argument or the confidence of the full subjects of their kingdom. Even if he is a nobleman of the empire, this goes too far. Aaron said that decades ago, the orders of Vivian and Paressa took part in a religious battle. He is not sure if anyone remembers this event. They said they remember when the exiled followers of Vivian became subjects of their kingdom. This secured them from the oppression of the followers of the Order of Paressa. Aaron asks them to note that they are not subjects, but slaves. If they remember this event, he will get straight to the point. He has no doubt that their king also knows about it. He took out a document and said that it had been found in a repository among papers belonging to the Order of Vivian. According to this document, all exiled followers of the Order of Vivian should be treated as full citizens of the Kingdom of Rumian. However, there is a provision guaranteeing the return of followers, as well as conditions that they all have the right to remain in the lands where they are welcome. This document was signed by King Niccolo, the second ruler of the Kingdom of Rumian. Therefore, the only territory available for the followers of Vivian to live in is the land of Bran. They said that he dared to break in there with some piece of paper as his only proof. Those followers of Vivian have already started families. Their families need the support of their kingdom, and now this is their home, and many of them have already obtained civil rights. So how dare he demand that they return their property to him? Aaron asked the king what his course of action would be. Niccolo II asked if they could discuss everything with him again. Aaron was sure that he would insist on his own because he needed something else. He said that this was his final word and that he was not going to waste any more time while his people were being enslaved. The king asked if he could give him a week to think about it. As he saw it, the citizens of the kingdom, considering his position, could not quickly accept the situation. Thus, with no choice, Niccolo II sent a request to the empire for support to stop Duke Aaron. But while negotiations with the representative of the empire were underway, rumors began to spread about Aaron's intention to take 10,000 slaves from the kingdom. As a result, the crown faced a rebellion. The people asked Duke Aaron to leave because they would not give up their slaves. They told him to stay away from their property and get out of there. A resident of the kingdom beat the heretic and asked him how he dared to stare at him. The boy apologized to him. He begged him to stop. The man told him to take his filthy hands off him and then tried to strike him. But Aaron arrived just in time and protected the boy, then decided to address the people who had started the riot. He told the people of the Kingdom of Rumian to listen to him. Duke Aaron, whom they are looking for, is right here, right in front of them. He also addressed Vivian's followers and asked them to hear him. He was here to free them all. Very soon, their chains would fall away. The people began to shout that the slaves were their property and asked him to leave. Rex, who was pretending to be Duke Aaron, threw a stone at him, and Aaron fell. The people began to shout that Duke Aaron must be killed. Kindness took him away. Aaron came to his senses and asked how many feet had walked over him. It was very painful. Then he asked what they should do next. After that, Rex approached them. He said that now he would only sleep and eat because he needed to pretend that he was dead for a while. Emperor Zeron asked what Rumian's envoy was doing there. He was sure that the regular tribute had long been delivered. The envoy gave him gold and asked him to stop Duke Aaron's actions and prevent him from destroying their kingdom. Zeron asked if he was referring to how a nobleman of the empire had nearly been destroyed when he arrived on a visit. Surely he was talking about those actions. The messenger said that it was just a misunderstanding and that Duke Aaron would now receive the treatment he deserved. Zeron said that it meant he had to turn a blind eye to it. He should also stop Duke Aaron because he was now being treated as he should have been from the beginning. Where was the logic in that? And did he really think it was reasonable? The messenger asked if the Kingdom of Rumian was not part of the empire. They need help now. Zeron took a coin and said that if it came up tails, the empire would help them. If it came up heads, they would have to figure it out themselves. Then he asked if they liked this option. The messenger asked if he meant that a coin would decide the fate of the kingdom. Zeron replied that it would solve their problem, which had lost all sense of reason, since judging by everything, they had none at all. Then he said that the fate of everyone was now in his hands and gave the messenger the coin. Before that, a meeting was held in the empire. Gran asked the emperor if he really wanted to take action if the coin landed on tails. He said that regardless of the result, the outcome would be the same. He had no intention of participating in the dismantling of the kingdom of Rumian. Such a thing would dishonor the monarch. Gran asked what this meant, and he replied that, first of all, even though they did not have a warm friendship, Aaron was still a nobleman of the empire. He would only weaken their influence and damage the country's reputation if they were involved in the actions of the aristocracy. Gran asked if he had not taken part in the battle against the Holy Nation. Zeron replied that there were many followers of the Order of Perez among the citizens. At the same time, it is not even considered an official religion. If the holy state disappeared, what would the people think? They would use Aaron as an excuse to accuse the empire. Secondly, Aaron has a valid reason. The king of Rumian almost took his life, and the duke, in turn, only asked for his people to be returned. And does he really think he will stop him? Especially since he is not gathering an army. Therefore, there is no reason for him to intervene. Gran thought that he was more far-sighted than he had thought. He is definitely a born ruler. Just think, he uses even the most insignificant events for political purposes. Zeron said that he would ask one last question, if it wasn't ridiculous. He was referring to the ambassador's reaction. Gran replied that he was absolutely right. After that, the emperor's subordinate entered to report the news. The man said that Duke Aaron had been attacked in an alley in the kingdom of Rumian and then kidnapped. King Rumian too was told the same thing. The subordinate said that the residents had attacked him and then he disappeared without a trace. Nicolo the Skin thought that he had almost taken his life, and now he had disappeared. And why had all this happened to Duke Aaron? Why would someone want to ruin his kingdom so badly? He thought that perhaps the aristocracy was involved, but most likely this was an impossible task for them. Then he thought that perhaps Duke Aaron himself had planned it. What if everything that happened was part of his plan to justify the attack on them? These thoughts made him feel sick. The king lost consciousness, and his son thought that his chance to become king had finally come. Then he ran up to him and began to cry. He said that his father couldn't leave him like this. Nicolo II came to his senses and said that he must protect the kingdom at all costs. He must not let the kingdom lose its slaves. His son thought that the old man would never calm down. Aaron said that he was sad just sitting there doing nothing, and asked Rex when he could leave. He replied that he could leave right now. Of course, if he wanted to be beaten again. Aaron remarked that he might as well say he was stuck here for a long time. Then he asked when Rex planned to return to Bran Castle. Didn't he need to meet with Rommel? He replied that he had no intention of meeting him, and that, besides, he had given him the task of gathering information, and also provoking conflict and a bunch of other work, and he even had the nerve to teach him how to do his job. Aaron apologized and said he understood, but there was no one else they could trust with this task, and he was the best person for the job. Rex said that if the Duke recognized that he was good at his job, he should stop giving him meaningless assignments and appreciate him a little more. Aaron said he would do so when the time came, but for now, he just asked him to wait a little longer. Kynus came to them, and Aaron asked if he had spoken to Cheryl and if she had agreed. Kynus replied that she had come to the meeting, but said she couldn't do it. Aaron asked what they should do now. Cheryl thinks it's very scary. Aaron doesn't understand why she can't play the role of a sister who has lost her brother. After the death of King Nicolo II, his son, Prince Egulius, began to rule the kingdom of Rumian. He asked why they still hadn't found Aaron. Even if he was dead, he had to be in the kingdom. The commander of the army said that they were doing everything possible and sending out as many search parties as possible. But angry citizens were making their work difficult. Egulius asked why these fools were interfering with the search, when they themselves were the reason for his disappearance. The commander said that rumors of the slaves' release had spread throughout the district, which was why they were behaving this way. One of the aristocrats said that he thought that they would quickly resolve the matter. They would find Aaron and simply agree to his terms. But if that didn't work, they would have to decide once and for all what they thought of their slaves. Another aristocrat asked if he even realized what he was saying. If they let them go, how would they compensate for the loss of labor? They would be able to make a decision after hearing the emperor. Prince Egulius did not like everyone telling him what to do. He told them all to shut up, and pointed out that he was the king of this country and no longer a prince. The aristocrats said that they had not yet held the coronation ceremony. Then an envoy came in and called him prince. Egulius again said that he was not a prince. So, the messenger called him emperor. He informed him that they had received a message from the emperor, saying that he would not interfere in the affairs of the kingdom of Rumian. Another man entered and again called him prince. Egulius again pointed out that he was king. The man said that they had announced an attack. After that, Egulius lost consciousness. Graun informed Emperor Zeron that the disappearance of the announcement of the attack and the destruction of the people had been planned by Duke Aaron to seize the kingdom. Zeron asked if he intended to take the kingdom by force. The situation had changed, and he probably now believed that the empire should intervene. Gran said that the kingdom of Rumian was the emperor's goose that laid golden eggs. In that case, he believed that the empire should get involved. But if he withdraws his claim, the authorities will appear weak and uncertain. Zeron pondered what to do next. Prince Philip said that would be best. Aaron remains a nobleman of the empire, and by expanding their territory into foreign lands, they will become part of the empire. This means that they will also be able to use the goose for their own benefit. Of course, she will have to lay more eggs. As a result, not only would the empire receive more taxes, but they would also have a reason to put financial pressure on Duke Aaron. Zeron told him to prepare the central army and order them to patrol the borders near the kingdom of Rumian, and to make sure they don't go anywhere. He wonders what the Duke is going to do in that case and whether he will continue to follow the plan. After losing consciousness, Prince Egulius woke up in his room next to the necromancer Elena, who had attacked the elves. She asked if he was awake and said that he had lost consciousness in the throne room and asked if he was sure he was all right. Egulius asked if he was lying on her lap. She said that everything was fine and that he should not worry. He could lie there as long as he wanted. But he got up and said that if he continued to lie there, who would rule the kingdom? He had a lot of things to do, and they needed to be dealt with immediately. But Elena stopped him and said she had a better idea and asked if he was ready to listen. Aaron heard people talking through the window, saying that freeing the slaves would mean the end of everything, so they needed to find Duke Aaron and put a stop to it. He thought that their country was about to fall, and they were only concerned about themselves, but he hoped that Elena would be able to win the prince over and distract him. If they discovered his plan and decided to release Vivian's followers, all their efforts would be in vain. And even if the plan went smoothly, what if the emperor did not accept his control over the kingdom? It's all very complicated, and he's tired of thinking about it. After that, Rex came up to him and threw a bag at him. Aaron asked him what he was doing, and he said that he thought he looked sad and that it was wonderful. Therefore, it was time for him to leave. Rommel told Cheryl that she needed to cry, then asked if she could hear him. He repeated that she needed to cry. That's what the strategist said. Cheryl asked how, and he said that she could assume that the master had died so that she could feel it at that moment. Cheryl said that her brother was cutting a mountain in two and wondered if he was even human. Rommel said he had no idea how to do that. She asked if they could just go back to her spells and other things, but he started pushing her and told her to just go in and cry. Cheryl said how she could cry about something she couldn't even imagine. She approached the gate and said that she was the sister of Duke Aaron and claimed that they had taken her brother away, so they should give him back. Rommel realized that it was hopeless. Cheryl thought that she hated her brother and wondered why she was even bothering with this. Then she fell to her knees, cried, and started screaming for them to give her brother back before she trampled them all. Rommel was surprised that she actually succeeded. Prince Egulius saw this and asked what she was doing. Then he ordered the slaves to be prepared. At his command, Vivian's followers began to be led out of the gates. Egulius said that as the ruler of the kingdom of Rumian, he declared that if they did not leave immediately, he would destroy all the remaining slaves. Before that, he had a conversation with Elena, who claimed that Duke Aaron truly cared about Vivian's followers. He did not need to free them, but only threaten them with death, and they would not enter the kingdom of Rumian so easily. He asked what would happen if this angered Aaron, and what he should do then. The aristocracy also demanded an explanation. She said that the aristocracy and slaves are the property of the kingdom, and he is the ruler and master of this kingdom. Egulius said that she was right, because he was the king. Elena said that now he should speak as the master and ruler of Rumian. He said that he did not care whether Duke Aaron was alive or not, but that they should stop whining and leave his kingdom. Then he thought that this was perfect because he knew that no one needed these negotiations and that he should have stood his ground from the very beginning. Cheryl did not like his words and attacked them. Egulius ordered the priest to be summoned immediately. She said that she had a feeling that this was the right thing to do and that there was no need to shed tears. Egulius called her insane. Then he ordered that all the slaves be killed immediately. One of them began to run away and call for help. Then he said that he was Duke Aaron. Egulius ordered his men to check this quickly, so they removed the bag from his head. Aaron asked if one time wasn't enough for them. Egulius didn't expect to see Duke Aaron among the slaves and asked why he was there. One of the warriors said that if they just let him go, they might not have to fight. So why were they waiting? He had to be freed so that he would not be sent to his death. Egulius ordered that Duke Aaron be released immediately, but then someone whispered to him that he had to defend his rights as a master. So he said that they should not tell him what to do because they were just his property. But they were right, because if they went into battle, they would all die. He remembered his father's words that he had to protect the kingdom and thought that freeing the slaves was the only way. But he noticed that some people were shouting that Duke Aaron must be captured and destroyed. These people caught him and tied him up. Then he and Cheryl shouted in unison that Duke Aaron must be saved. A man in a mask said not to let him escape, and that they needed to return to the castle immediately. The commander said that if they killed Duke Aaron, they would be doomed. Egulius ordered all troops to intercept the enemy. He also ordered the castle gates to be opened for a while. The commander noted that they had no gates. Therefore, he ordered the bridge to be defended, because that was their only way out. Meanwhile, Rommel ordered all units to maintain formation. They had to cross the bridge. They also had to find Duke Aaron and rescue him, but they were immediately attacked, and Rommel told them not to retreat and to throw their enemies into the water. The knights said that they had raised the barriers and they needed to retreat, but Rommel ordered everyone to stand their ground. Egulius noticed that the enemy was hesitating and told them not to lose vigilance until they found the Duke and to continue defending the castle. Cheryl attacked the fortress, and Egulius thought that they would not hold out for long and that they should surrender. Then he told his men to quickly climb down. The commander told them to hurry down because the wall was collapsing. Egulius raised a white flag and said they were surrendering. After that, the wall collapsed and he fell down and found himself under the rubble. He grabbed a knight and told him to find Aaron and free him and the slaves. He also told him to convey everything he was about to say to the nobles. But the knight was frightened and did not listen to him, so he quickly ran away. Egulius asked him to come back and listen. Then he noticed someone approaching him and thought it was his father. So he said that he was sorry for letting him down and asked for forgiveness. After that, he died. Aaron thinks that their plan to conquer the kingdom is in full swing, but the death of the king and prince was not part of their plans. This is similar to destroying people to achieve one's own goals. So how is he any different from an emperor who does the same to his subjects? Cainus approached him and said that there was no need to feel sorry for them. These people would become citizens of Branu with great enthusiasm. It is better than living under Prince Egulius. Aaron asked him where he got that idea, and he said that he needed to focus on the result. If he did not want today's events to cloud his mind, he should do just that. He also had something to remember. If he had no desire to continue, he must understand that all their efforts would be nothing but senseless bloodshed. Aaron thought about his desire, and Cainus said that they had no time. They had a lot of work to do before the emperor's troops arrived. They needed to capture all the nobles under the pretext of searching for him, and he begged him to hide for a while longer. Aaron told him to stop pushing him and let him stop for a minute. He had one request to make. Cheryl asked Rommel what he was doing and why they weren't looking for the remaining aristocrats. Then she saw people calling for help and saying that they had been locked up by the nobles. Rommel wanted to go to them, but then someone shot an arrow at him. An aristocrat said he was addressing the intruders. They must not move beyond the arrows. If they did, not only would those on the slave bridge be killed, but those who remained would be burned inside the castle walls. Then the slaves asked him not to come closer. Some said that their children were in the castle, so let them live. Rommel asked what they wanted, and the aristocrat replied that they should gather all their troops and return to where they came from. They also forgot about the disappearance of Aaron and all those responsible for it. That was none of their concern. Cheryl understands that with her powers, saving these people is easier than easy, but there could be a problem with those inside. Still, she doubts that they will be able to deal with 3,000 people. Of course, there will be casualties, but they have to try to save everyone else. So she decides it's time to act, but Cainus stops her. He said that the troops must be withdrawn. Cheryl told him to step aside and pointed out that this was the quickest option. Cainus said that their goal was to conquer the kingdom of Rumion, and that they didn't need any other problems. Cheryl was furious with him and asked if he had decided to give her orders. But Cainus hinted that he had no business here. That was Duke Aaron's order. She said that he himself had told her to mourn her missing brother, but now suddenly something had changed. So, if that was the case, then let them roll around in sausage, and she would not take part in it. Cainus understood that they had little time, but Rumion's subjects stubbornly refused to accept Aaron as their leader. Therefore, Aaron said that it was unclear how things would turn out if they used force. Cainus replied that they could deal with that after the battle, and that at the moment, the same thing was happening as during the conflict with the Holy Nation. Aaron said that this time it was his people, and Blanche Castle had long been home to Vivian's followers, and the problem lay elsewhere. Now everything was different, and his subjects were considered the rightful owners of the kingdom of Rumion. but they were brazenly occupying their land. At first, he thought to resolve the issue by force, since they would soon be leaving for the Dark Continent. But he did not even suspect that he would have to pacify them in order to use them as an outpost later. Kindness said that this was quite interesting. If he could help in any way, he should just let him know. Aaron entrusted him with the task of taking care of Cheryl. The people continued to protest and demanded that the invaders leave their land. They did not care about Aaron's disappearance. The slaves were their property. Then they saw the Duke approaching them. His knights were surprised that he had not disappeared without a trace, and wondered what kind of stone he was holding in his hand. He threw the stone in front of them, and told Rumian's subjects that the invader Aaron was right in front of them. Therefore, they should listen to him. He, Aaron, Duke of Bran, confirms that they have invaded their land, but their goal was to free the followers of the Order of Vivian. The man said that if he knew he had invaded their territory, he should leave. How dare he, an invader, even speak to them? Therefore, he should leave. Aaron said he would give 300 gold pieces. That is how much he offers for the release of each follower of Vivian. Then he asked which of them were Vivian's slaves. Those who were should raise their hands. One of the men raised his hand, and Aaron threw him a bag of gold. Then he took the boy and said that now this child was a citizen of the territory of Bran. He asked if anyone else wanted a reward. After that, many people came forward and raised their hands. Another man said that his slaves were sitting in a cage. Aaron said that this was true and that he did not control their property. The nobles in the palace were the ones who were really to blame. Now, let them answer his question. What would they say now? And who did they consider their invader? Was it the one who rewarded them for their efforts? Or the aristocrats who had stolen their property? They were the ones hiding behind these walls. The sale of slaves and the fact that the nobles had taken their property led to the local people's anger being redirected. The inhabitants turned from the invader Aaron to the hypocritical thieving aristocrats. The people began to demand the release of the slaves, because they were their property and should be freed immediately. They demanded explanations from the aristocracy. All the people cried out with one voice to let them go and explain everything to them immediately. In connection with this issue, the aristocrats decided to hold a meeting to discuss why the people were insisting on the release of the slaves. Rumors are circulating that Aaron is buying slaves and paying 300 gold pieces for each one. That is the reason for their demand. In their opinion, these fools had gone over to his side for a few coin. One of the aristocrats said that now was not the time to disclose this information. If they want to get the votes of the people, Aaron must attack them, but the people may turn against them. In that case, if they continue to keep slaves and even go to battle, they will face significant challenges, especially if they continue in the same vein. The aristocrat said that if he was so knowledgeable, he should tell them what to do in this situation. He replied that he was just about to do that, but first they needed to discuss something. In fact, they had already sent a spy through an underground passage to those who were hiding behind the castle walls. He reported that Imperial forces were heading towards them. Although they had officially declared that they would not support them, the Empire would try to do everything possible to help. If they prepare an offer 10 times better than the one they originally proposed, he is sure they will agree. Arthur thought about how wonderful his room was, but it would be nice to stay there with the love of his life. But he was just a pathetic officer, and besides, Bianca was much stronger than him, so how could they possibly be together? He decided that he had to become a real strategist, and if he lacked physical strength, he would have to develop his mind. When he became a strategist, he would be able to earn a lot of money and would not have to go to the battlefield and exhaust himself there. Kindness asked Aaron if he thought 300 gold pieces for a slave was too much. They could get bad reviews if they spend all the money from the treasury. Aaron gave Rex his word and said that a fifth of the proceeds from the sale of 10,000 slaves would be divided among the inhabitants. Everything else would go into the pockets of the aristocrats. In addition, they needed to prepare 60,000 gold coins, which was not such a large sum. Cheryl said to forget about the money and what to do with the other 8,000. Aaron said that they would have to force them to give it up. The only thing he was thinking about was whether it was worth shedding blood. If he had at least a few days, he could have convinced them all. But the Imperial army was approaching, and time was running out. Rommel joined them and said that they were running out of money to ransom the people. He asked if he should tell them to wait. Then he saw Rex and was very happy. He rushed to him, calling him his brother, and said that they hadn't seen each other in ages. But Rex did not hug him, and remarked that he thought he had already told him that he had no brother. Kindness received the message, and after reading it, said that he thought things couldn't get any worse. Aaron approached him and asked if something was wrong, but he replied that nothing was wrong, hid the letter, and said that he would probably have to disappear again. Arthur brought the aristocrats' spy to them, and was glad that he had finally managed to do something. Aaron asked if he meant that the aristocrats from the castle had contacted those outside to ask the Emperor for help. He thought that they probably hadn't given up yet, but they had very little time, and perhaps it would be better to simply destroy them. But they wouldn't be able to do that because the army would arrive before they could decide what to do. So, Aaron told Rommel to gather the troops. He also told him to make sure that not a single rat left the castle walls. He asked Cheryl to tell the aristocrats that they wanted to negotiate. As an offer, tell them that they have to pay them 300 million gold coins, and then they will restore order and leave. Cheryl said that they would never agree to such a sum in their entire lives. He said that was true. Finally, his sister understood what was going on. She asked what it all meant, and not to tell her that she would have to act out the scene again. Aaron replied that not this time, and that she should just go and tell them they had two options. Arthur thought this was an opportunity to improve his strategic skills, so he asked if he could go with Ms. Cheryl. He would do all the dirty work for her. Such a request surprised them, but Aaron agreed. Kindness received a message from Keisha that people had invaded his nest, and she thought he should see for himself. He didn't understand why, just when he needed magic so badly, it was sealed away, but then he remembered that he could use it. However, doing so would cause him unbearable pain worse than death, so he decided to test it. It was very strange, because if the magic was sealed, it meant that he couldn't do anything that would cause pain. But that's enough, so he decided to try to take his true form. He managed to use magic. At first he was happy, but then he felt unbearable pain. Because of the intense pain, he couldn't turn into a dragon. Cheryl left with Arthur to present Bran's territory. She was surprised that they sent so many guards for some ambassador, but they made the right decision. They just chose the wrong enemy. Her magical spirits followed her to protect her. She summoned them just in case. Then everyone gathered in the meeting hall, and she announced the proposal. The aristocrat asked if she wanted 300 million gold coins by sunrise, and how they were supposed to get that kind of money. This was no longer a negotiation. They were simply threatening them. Another aristocrat said that such a sum was the kingdom's annual budget. How dare they demand such a thing from them? They clearly lacked common sense. If they had come here just for that, they could leave immediately. Cheryl thought that they would never agree to pay such a sum. Unfortunately, they have no idea what situation they are in, and if it weren't for the negotiations, she would have dealt with them right there and then. Arthur said to just give the slaves back. The more he listened, the more he became convinced that money was more important to them than life. If that was the reason, then let them free half of the slaves who worked for them. He was also curious to know how much they valued their lives. The aristocrat asked what that meant. Arthur said maybe 400 million gold pieces. As a guarantee of peace, Duke Aaron demanded 300 million gold coins from the wealthy aristocrats of the kingdom of Rumion. The nobles who remained decided to agree to his demands, rather than wait for the emperor's arrival. They needed time to gather the necessary amount. They will satisfy Duke Aaron's demands. As soon as they receive this message, they must immediately enter the castle through a secret tunnel. Aristocrats who received this message but ignored it could be demoted to commoners at the discretion of the council. Rex reported that all the nobles who had entered the tunnel were already in the castle. Aaron asked Rommel what had happened to their home. He asked for permission to report, and said that they had not only searched their property, but also checked all the buildings within the castle walls. Aaron said that was fine, and then shouted to Cheryl that they needed to go. She said she had asked him not to shout, especially when she was standing right in front of him. Meanwhile, the aristocrats were arguing about where to get such a large sum of money. The aristocrat asked what about the things they found in the wreckage of the ship from the Black Continent, which they sold on the black market. Moreover, they boasted that they did not pay taxes. The man said that he really had no money at all. His entire fortune was 100,000 gold coins. The aristocrat asked if he was joking because that money would save his life. The knight asked the other how much they were arguing about, and he said he didn't know. All the aristocrats gathered to discuss whether such a thing had ever happened before. They had never gathered all together in one place, but what difference did it make if they couldn't decide anything and were just arguing? The guards saw a spirit of fire. Then he released the fire, and Duke Aaron emerged from it. Seeing this, the guards were very frightened. The aristocrats continued to argue and paid no attention to what was happening around them. The man told the aristocrat that he could destroy him because he had no money anyway. He also said that all they cared about was money. People began to fight each other, but one of the aristocrats told them to stop. After that, Cheryl broke down the door and entered with Aaron. The aristocrat asked Duke Aaron how they got there. Aaron asked if they really thought he would just sit there quietly when 300 million was at stake, and asked if they remembered the condition. He had to receive this amount before sunrise. The aristocrat said that it was still dark outside, and that he should wait because there was still time before sunrise. Aaron said that he had probably been a little hasty and apologized. After that, Cheryl used her magic. Sunlight immediately began to stream through the window into the room. The aristocrats were afraid that their time was up. Aaron said he couldn't believe his eyes and asked if it was really sunrise. After that, the aristocrats immediately pounced on him. He said that their negotiations could be considered over and began to fight them. Kindness turned into a dragon, and when he came to his senses, he wondered how much time had passed. Still, he was pleased that he had succeeded and was able to regain his true form, and then he flew back to his nest. But then he felt a sharp pain again and remembered Vivian. He arrived at the place where Keshi was waiting for him and saw that many dwarves had been killed. She asked Mr. Canis why he had come so late. He asked who had done this. Keshi replied that it was the giants from the north. Kindness wondered how they dared, then told Keshi to gather information and report back on the amount of his treasure. Then he told her to forget about it and asked if any of her parents, brothers, or sisters were alive. He believed it was his fault for leaving the nest for so long. If he had regularly left signs of his presence here, people would not have dared to come near his territory. Kindness said that he couldn't bring her family back, but he could avenge her, and asked if that was what she wanted. At first she asked what that meant, but then she said that yes, she wanted revenge, and Cain accepted her request. He wondered where they had gone, and saw from their tracks that they had headed south. In that direction lay Bran's territory. Then he told Keshi to climb on him, and she asked if he didn't want to look at the nest. Kindness replied that if they had stolen something, it was of no value to him, so she should not worry and get down. The negotiations with the aristocrats of Rumion went exactly as Aaron had planned. All the aristocrats gathered in one place. Thanks to this lucky coincidence, he was able to successfully seize control of the kingdom without having to kill anyone. Sometime later, Aaron received a letter from Emperor Zeron congratulating Duke Aaron, ruler of the lands of Bran, on his victory. The Empire, for attempting to harm a man of noble birth, decided to give enormous support to his decision regarding the kingdom of Rumion. However, the tribute paid by the kingdom of Rumion was considerable, and they expected him not only to pay taxes on the acquisition, they also expected him to pay the tribute on time. If he did not agree to these terms within 2 weeks, the kingdom of Rumion would no longer belong to him. If it is currently under the control of Bran's territory, in case of refusal, it will pass into the hands of the Empire. Zeron demands 500 million in taxes for the acquisition, an annual payment of 50 million gold coins as tribute. At the same time, he gives only 2 weeks to fulfill the demand. Aaron arranged all this in order to obtain a sufficiently weighty argument for control of these lands. But now he is demanding an exorbitant sum. Did he really intend to accept his rule so easily? But then why did he send the army? If they were here to stop them, they would have at least crossed the border of the kingdom. Aaron understood everything. That was Emperor Zeron's plan. They were all just playing with him. They would demand that he pay taxes on the purchase if he succeeded. And if he lost, they would simply continue their relations with the kingdom. Besides, he hadn't even thought about such things as compulsory collection. They had turned their troops around so that he could focus entirely on capturing the lands. Aaron considered Emperor Zeron a cunning old fox. Therefore, he must do everything possible to make the kingdom of Rumion part of his lands of Bran. A week passed, and he took everything from the nobles, including their property, but he still didn't have more than 200 million. He asked Cheryl if she had any ideas, and she said no. Aaron noted that she had borrowed a lot of money from him, so she could at least pay him back. Cheryl asked why he was suddenly asking, especially since she didn't even have money for shopping. He told her to stop buying things if that was the case. He thought to himself that he needed Canis. If he were here, he would have come up with something. Arthur said he wasn't very familiar with the situation, but couldn't they just talk to the Empire? For example, ask for a tax reduction, or the possibility of paying with something other than gold. Cheryl said that if that were possible, they would simply agree to their rule, but one could assume that it would only work then. Maybe they would give them holy water, or a dungeon. He did well last time, so where are his ideas now? Arthur replied that she was right. Aaron wondered what they could offer instead of gold. After that, they were informed that giants had appeared on the north side of Bran Castle. Aaron was surprised that they had come to his territory. If these were giants from the frozen lands, and they were trying to reach the castle in the north, they would have had to cross the Black Mountain. But was that even possible? He thought that they must have broken through the Iron Barrier. The Iron Barrier is located in the southeastern part of the continent. That is the name of the castle in the icy lands built by the first emperor. It was built to prevent giants from passing through. To stop them from entering the imperial lands, the castle was patrolled. About 20% of the Imperial Army has been patrolling the iron walls continuously for 50 years since they were built. During all this time, not a single giant has been able to reach the continent. Although the chances are slim, he cannot allow Bran Castle to suffer. Therefore, he ordered Rommel and Cheryl to take their troops and return to Bran without losing vigilance along the way, for they may encounter giants. Arthur asked what about him, and Aaron replied that he should organize a patrol in the kingdom of Rumion. He should also be ready to prepare something they could offer the Empire and for now, he should follow him. A week passed, and Philip wondered if they could raise 500 million. Gran noted that he looked quite relaxed without his guards. Philip asked why the prince needed guards when he was traveling through the empire, especially since they had already met the patrol. If he was so concerned, he would personally take responsibility for his safety. They couldn't afford to lose someone as valuable as him. Gran thanked him. Then he thought that this visit would not be easy. He couldn't shake the feeling that something very bad was about to happen to them. Arthur thought that when Duke Aaron mentioned gathering troops, he meant that he held some kind of position, but in reality, he was still just an officer. He thought about Bianca because he wanted to see her again. Aaron approached them, and everyone had to stand at attention. This was to show respect to the ruler of the territory of Bran, Duke Aaron. Aaron thanked everyone for waiting. Then he suggested they skip the pleasantries and get straight to business. As they knew, the territory of Bran lacked a real patrol. That is why he had decided to devote some time to organizing his own defense forces. Before going into details, he wanted to introduce them to the captain. Arthur was surprised that they would have a second captain, and thought that it would be him. After that, Aaron called Bianca. He said that she had experience working at Blanche Castle as the captain of a patrol consisting of 500 warriors. Arthur was delighted to finally see his goddess. Bianca said that she was the captain of the squad and was ready to carry out the Duke's orders. Then Arthur was saddened that he would not be the captain. His goddess was so successful, and he was still just an officer. Aaron said that he was appointing Arthur as his assistant. He apologized because he didn't understand what that meant. Then Aaron said that he hoped he would do his best in his new position, and that was all he had to say. Bianca didn't like the idea, but Arthur was delighted. Rex said that if they were done, it was time to head to the Iron Barrier. They had to get there before dark. Aaron told him to wait for him. Of the 500 million Aaron had to pay as a purchase tax, he still had 300 million to collect. But after a moment's thought, he realized that there was no way to raise that amount, and decided to offer his troops to the Empire as payment. The best of them were the forces located in the northeast of the Iron Barrier. All they had to do was stop the giants of the north. He could organize the orcs and other monsters while they were on their way. They could offer several years of protection in exchange for 200 million. Aaron is sure that the Emperor will not consider this a great loss. He approached Rex and asked him why he was standing there. Rex noticed something and said it happened right there. They were attacked by pirates who began destroying everything around them. The pirate with the blue hammer, Vice Captain Miller, called them weak people of the Kingdom of Rumion and said they had to fight to the end. After all, what good is life in the Empire? Then he told them to look at what he had prepared for them. It was a small gift from the great Lord Miller, but the captain of the Blue Hammer pirates, Jacqueline, decided to stop him. He asked her to wait and asked if she thought it was a good idea, namely, that the Kingdom of Rumion had surrendered to the Empire. Jacqueline said she could understand the arson, but she asked him not to touch the ships. He said they didn't even belong to them. Then why shouldn't he touch them? Jacqueline pointed out that she had said no. Then she was informed that Imperial troops were approaching. She said they had done enough and needed to hurry. On the other hand, she was fine with everything except the destruction of the ships. Miller said there would be more for her. If they waited a little longer, they would see a spectacular show. Then he asked if anything else was okay except for damaging the ships and told them to raise anchor. Aaron arrived with his army and realized they were too late. Arthur noticed that they were being attacked from a ship. Miller said that the commander himself had come to them, so let him die as a man of the Empire. Aaron asked how he dared and cut the cannonball with his sword, but then didn't ask what was wrong with it. The ship sailed away, but he was curious who they thought they were, so he told Rex to find out who they were. Philip smelled blood and realized something was wrong, so he ordered them not to stop and to keep going at full speed. He didn't understand where the smell of blood was coming from, or where the escort that was supposed to meet them was. The giants spotted them and said that someone else was approaching. Philip sensed that the smell of blood was getting stronger. Gran asked him what was happening. Then Philip noticed that one of the monsters was throwing a melee weapon and caught it, but another weapon flew at them, destroying their horses. Sven, a giant from the north, said that another one was approaching. Philip hid and thought that judging by their weapons and height, he could say with certainty that they were giants of the north. But how did they get to the continent? And had something happened to the Iron Barrier? Was it all because of their thirst for blood? Then Philip saw that the giant was attacking him and dodged his attack. Philip took his weapon, and the giant asked if he was trying to scare him, then asked if he was human. He thought he was a stinking rat because he was so small. Philip realized that his escort had been defeated, and wondered where Duke Gran had gone. Sven, the giant of the north, asked how this rat dared to turn away from Lord Sven, so he would try to punish him with his axe. Sven attacked him, but Philip dodged his attack again. Then he struck back. He said that he thought the giants of the north and the descendants of the god of battle, Munin, would amuse him, but so far he felt only disappointment. Sven asked how he dared to laugh at the descendants of Munin, and even allowed himself to speak his name so carelessly. For this, he would bring divine punishment upon him. Philip said that this would not happen, and that he alone would put them in their place. He, Crown Prince Philip, would personally judge them. Sven asked if he was the Crown Prince, but Philip destroyed him. Then he said that the punishment for insulting the future emperor was death. After that, he destroyed the other giants. Philip noticed the ghost of a black bird and thought that if there was a thrush here, it meant that there were other giants nearby. It seemed that the iron barrier had been destroyed, and he wondered whether he should report this to the emperor and ask for help. However, he decided not to do so because he thought there was a better way to solve this problem. Aaron ordered Rex to find out who the pirates were, and Bianca to pay more attention to protecting the port. They accepted his order. Arthur asked Milord if he thought that they had given the pirates an opportunity. Aaron asked him to explain what he meant. He said that if Bran's lands did not have enough gold to raise an army, why not deal with the situation at the Iron Barrier? That way, they would gain an advantage. Aaron said that was interesting. Arthur suggested saying that they would send their troops to deal with the pirates. Then the emperor could reduce taxes. Aaron was surprised to hear this, but Arthur told him not to pay any attention to it. Aaron said that he was even better than he thought. He meant that Arthur was quite clever, so he should continue in the same vein. If everything went as planned, he would reward him generously. After that, they were going to head to the Iron Barrier. Arthur was delighted that he would be able to get closer to his goddess. Bianca thought that there were too many people who wanted to please the Duke. Then she noticed someone approaching them and said it was the Crown Prince. The giant destroyed the orcs and saw his brother's bird, then asked who had done it, who was responsible for his brother's death. He was told that if they went south, they would meet the Imperial forces. He was not sure, but he thought there was an elf there. The giant of the north, Chief Haraldson, ordered that he be brought to him. The people called them monsters and shouted for them to let them go. But the giant told them to be quiet and asked how they dared to call them monsters, because he could destroy them in a second. Haraldson struck him and told him to leave immediately. The giant replied that he understood. Then Chief Haraldson said that the South was waiting for them, so they should move on. The South was a fertile land full of life. At least, that was what the giants from the north of the continent of Karen believed. In his youth, Haraldson swore that one day he would take possession of this land, and 30 years later, he finally had the chance to fulfill his oath. Despite the fact that his brother Sven sacrificed himself to fulfill his dream and find a new home for their people, Haraldson had no intention of stopping. Rommel arrived at Bran Castle and asked Max why they had been captured and who was responsible. Max asked to be released. Cain also asked him to calm down. After that, Rommel let him go and said that his wife Diana had been kidnapped and was being held captive, but he promised to protect her. He would protect her with his life, and wondered how this could have happened. Then he asked where the children were and if they were safe. Cain replied that his daughter was fine. Then Cheryl approached them and told Max that they needed to check some information. They say that the giants of the north have attacked the orcs and are holding the inhabitants of Branu hostage, and asked if this was true. Max replied that it was. She asked how much time had passed, and he said about 2 hours since they had received the information. Cheryl asked if there was anything else, and if they had called for reinforcements. Max replied that they had heard they were coming, so they had prepared a group. They also sent out scouts. As soon as Kuruk heard the news, he took several orcs with him and went to the castle, but it is unknown what happened to them. The knight returned from reconnaissance, and Cheryl asked for news. He said it was too dark to say anything for sure, but the forest was quiet. It seemed that they planned to spend the night outside the castle walls. They checked the paths leading to them, but saw no one. Cheryl said that in that case, the cavalry and half of the infantry should follow her and Rommel to the orc castle, while the rest should stay and defend their castle. Then she gave Rommel her hand and told him to get up because Diana was waiting for him. Kuruk sensed a new smell and thought that something was wrong. He told his men that he could smell something strange coming from the village. They needed to check it out, so they followed him. They approached the village, and Kirk noticed pointed ears. He saw a giant holding an elf and thought that this was the Lord of Lysa, or more precisely, the chieftain. Haraldson asked who they were. Kuruk realized that this man was big and strong, and if they went into battle, all the orcs could die. So, he told everyone to go to the castle. Let them go quickly, and he would delay them. After that, he immediately went on the attack, but Haraldson stopped. The knight showed them a short way to the orc castle. After that, they saw the dragon attacking the giants. Cainus noticed that these creatures did not look like orcs. But then where had the orcs gone? Surely they could not have escaped, or they were being held hostage in the castle, and the people who remained behind its walls were complete fools. Cainus told Kishi that the time for revenge had come. She would witness the death of her enemies. Rommel was afraid for his wife and shouted her name. Cainus thought he heard a familiar voice. Then he realized that it was Cheryl and Rommel's people. That was even better, because he would be able to leave the interior of the castle untouched. All he needed to do was destroy all the northern giants and avenge Kishi. Canis told her that they were going to the elf village to carry out her revenge. She agreed with him. Cheryl told her people to go to the old castle and check if anyone was still alive there. She ordered the cavalry to track down the dragon. She told Rommel that she was sure Diana was alive, but if not, she would help him avenge her. Philip told Duke Aaron that he wanted him to take command in the northeast. If he agreed, Philip would deduct 300 million from his 500 million in taxes. Aaron hoped to send his troops to the Iron Barrier with this money, but he was given the title of commander. He did not know whether this was a good offer or not, and thought that something was wrong. Aaron asked how long he would be commander of the Northeast. Philip said until the threat in the north is gone. Aaron asked if that meant until all the giants are destroyed. He knew something was wrong. Philip is trying to tie him to the Northeast, but he won't succeed. Aaron said that he was Duke Aaron of Branu, and that it was a great honor for him to have this opportunity to contribute to the development of the empire. But at this time, the kingdom needs help with the pirates, so he asks that they be provided with everything they need to create a naval base to fight the pirates. Philip said he would. Aaron hopes he will agree. Philip said that since he was not responsible for this, he could not give him a direct answer, but they would return to this question. As soon as Duke Gran wakes up, Aaron thought there was a chance. The outcome of the negotiations depends on how he deals with the pirates. Philip considers him an unfortunate child and thinks Aaron will agree to the title of Commander of the Northeast in exchange for the expansion of territory. He is curious to see if he can handle both giants and pirates. Therefore, he is eagerly awaiting this to find out. Rex tried to track down the pirates and thought that the day had been unsuccessful again. He never found any traces of the pirates. Then he wondered why there were no criminals in such a bar. After that, Princess Luvia entered the bar. He doesn't understand what she is doing there. Rex noticed that she was in the company of the pirate vice captain Miller. In his opinion, this was strange company for a princess. One of his subordinates entered the bar and said that they had been caught. He went out into the street and asked where they had gone. Then he tries to catch up with Queen Luvia and Miller. Miller says that every time he goes out, he is harassed. He asked him to forgive him and attacked him with fire. Rex was badly injured along with his men. Aaron found out about this and rushed to see him. Rex said he was still alive, so he should calm down. Then Aaron threw himself on him and began to hug him. Rex asked him to let go and told him what had happened to them. Aaron asked if he meant that the pirate had been accompanying Princess Luvia. Rex believed that their meeting was not a coincidence. He was sure that the two knew each other. Aaron asked how long ago it had been, because Luvia always quickly calculated the benefits and therefore had dealings with their enemy. But he didn't think she would do something like that just to annoy them. Rex said it didn't look like a secret meeting. If they had met in secret, they would have had no reason to let them go, even with their injuries. On the contrary, thanks to Luvia, some of his men were able to survive. Aaron said that it was all so complicated. Rex said that they would think about it later and that he should take a look at it now. But Aaron asked what it was, saying it sounded more serious than pirates. Others could hear, so he suggested reading it. It was a message saying that about 500 giants from the north had taken control of an old castle. Dozens of people had been taken prisoner. Among the hostages were the wife and child of the knight commander. Aaron thought that he didn't need to worry about it because Cheryl and Rommel were there. He can't believe that the northern giants have captured the Orc castle, and now he needs to think things through carefully. Since he is now the commander of the Northeast, it would be better to go there. Rex said that he certainly cannot leave because of the prince. Therefore, he wants to go in his place. Aaron asked how he was going to travel with such injuries. Rex said that Diana had been captured, and he himself understands what she means to him. Diana has received marriage proposals from almost every man in the duchy. Rex was one of them. But she had feelings for his brother Rommel, so Rex had no choice but to hide the truth. He tried to stay as far away from them as possible. Rex decided to hide his love for Diana and thought he would be able to congratulate the newlyweds on their wedding. But he realized that he couldn't overcome his feelings, so he took extreme measures and didn't want to hurt Diana's feeling. Rex ended up hitting his brother and left home. He spent many years traveling and devoted his life to espionage. Aaron agreed and let him go, but asked him to be careful and decided to take care of things at home. Rex suggested that he simplify the task and ask Princess Luvia about the pirates directly. He decided to do so, and Luvia said that they were her clients. The pirates of the Blue Hammer were selling stolen goods from the Western continent. Could this be a problem? Aaron replied that it wasn't. He just didn't think she would be involved in smuggling. She said that her influence extended to the Eastern continent and that the Blue Hammer pirates could transport goods that were not so easy to obtain. Therefore, she saw no reason to refuse their offer. Aaron said that she seemed to be on good terms with them. In that case, could he ask her for a favor? Luvia replied that of course he could. He asked her to arrange a meeting between him and their captain as soon as possible. Luvia replied that she would do so on one condition. He must allow their trading group to use the port city of Retta whenever they wanted. Aaron thought that she hadn't changed and that she reminded him of old Kane, but he didn't know what to do. At that moment, Kane thought that someone was thinking about him. In the end, Aaron agreed to her condition. Luvia met with the pirates to discuss everything. They agreed that the Duke must come to the negotiations alone, and these were the conditions of the Blue Hammer pirates. Aaron thinks that they are probably planning to surprise him with their numbers, or are counting on him to break his promise and attack first. He waited for the pirates to arrive, and Jacqueline said that she was the captain of the Blue Hammer and asked if he was the one called Aaron. He was surprised that she was the captain, but then said that he was indeed Duke Aaron. She said that if he wanted negotiations, he should answer her. Aaron asked what she wanted to hear, and Jacqueline asked if he really served the Empire. In fact, he did, but not entirely. Jacqueline told her people to turn the ship around, and Aaron asked her to wait. She said that the Blue Hammer pirates did not negotiate, especially with the dogs of the Empire. After that, she ordered her people to open fire. Aaron realized that they were going to fire the cannonball again. Then he realized that he would not let them get away so easily. Aaron destroyed the cannonball. Miller ordered his men to attack Aaron again to destroy him. Aaron used the piercing wind and the energy of his sword. He attacked the ship, and Miller told his men to prepare for impact. Philip saw how he used the energy of his sword. Philip thought about how this ability must belong to the Imperial blade, and he became curious. Rex approached the fortress and saw that there was a fire and the hostages were in danger. He asked Diana to wait for him because he was already close. After that, Rex rushed to the fortress at full speed. Haraldson saw the dragon and thought it would not stop, so he ordered his men to hide quickly. Kynus thought that the giants from the north had seized power here, and that everything was as he had expected. But if he attacked, he would destroy them all. But he didn't have enough strength, and besides, he could endanger Keisha. Even without all his power, he couldn't break his promise. Kynus used the dragon's fear. It was a terrible reflex that affected the bodies and minds of creatures, forcing them to remain motionless for a sixth of an hour. With that, his revenge was complete, and he left the rest to them. But then he was attacked. He saw that it was Cheryl who did it. Keshi couldn't hold on and began to fall, but Kynus noticed and descended to catch her. He then asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was. It had been a long time since he had been defeated without his shield. He thinks she hurt him somehow, so he apologized to Keshi and said that her revenge would have to wait. She said that even if he said he would avenge her family, they had already gotten what they deserved. Kynus thanked her for her understanding and said that he wasn't feeling very well, so they needed to retreat. Keshi agreed with him. Cheryl considers this dragon to be Diana's enemy, so she is sure that next time he will not escape from her so easily. Haraldson realized that the dragon had used dragon fear, and then he saw an army approaching, so he decided to block the entrance. His men couldn't move. He thought he needed to pull himself together, so he banged his head against the wall and brought himself to his senses. After that, he decided to close the gate. The knights noticed that the gate was closing, so they had to get there quickly. But they didn't make it in time, and decided to wait for further orders. Haraldson tried to bring all his men to their senses. So he struck each of them, and then told them that the enemy was already there, and that they should get ready. Cheryl destroyed the gate, but when they entered, they noticed that the giants were not there. The knight said that not long ago, the place was full of enemies. Cheryl realized that she had not studied such subtleties as search magic. Therefore, she did not know how to find them. She then ordered her people to search the area and gather in groups of 4 to cover each other. The knights set off in search. Haraldson attacked them by surprise and killed one of them. They began to call for help. Cheryl heard this and didn't know what to do, but she had to save them. Until now, it had been a matter of magic, so Cheryl had thought out a strategy in advance. But when she had to make a quick decision, she realized she didn't have enough experience. So she thought about what her brother would do, or what Rommel would have done. The knight said that their warriors were in danger and would all be destroyed. She said she knew that and ordered him to provide them with support. She also ordered a search of the village. The knight said it would be better to leave a few guards with her, but she said she was fine. So everyone should hurry to help them. Cheryl wondered if she had made the right decision. Now she needed to focus on saving the troops. They had suffered from the attack. It was great that, as a mage, she was able to deal with any enemy. Haraldson noticed that their leader was left alone and thought it was very foolish. Unfortunately, Cheryl had overlooked something. Physically, the giants were superior to humans, and Haraldson was their leader. Cheryl noticed that he was fast. She used a fire blast to attack him and thought she had caught him, but he made his way through the fire. Cheryl noticed that he was close and used a wing of flame, but he caught her and struck her. Then he said that she was too young to be a commander, and that maybe they had made a mistake when they appointed her, or maybe it was because she was a maid. Whatever the case, she made a decision without assessing her opponent's strength, and that would be the reason for her death. Cheryl told him to shut up. She noted that if she died, it would not be because of the choice she made, but because of him. Haraldson turned to the great god of warriors. Then he said he was offering her as a sacrifice to the god. He wanted to destroy her, but Rommel stopped him. Cheryl asked why he was there, and where Diana was now. He said that if he went to look for her eater, nothing would change, and he needed to believe that his wife was alive. He also had to lead Bran's army to victory, so he would deal with him, and she could rest. Haraldson asked if he was sure about that. Then he attacked him, but Rommel dodged his attack and attacked him in return. Cheryl noticed that a mana aura surrounded his body, which surprised her. Haraldson said that he was very slow. With such a sword, he would never be able to defeat him, but Rommel wounded him and said that all he needed was confidence in himself. Haraldson asked how he dared to say such a thing. Cheryl decided to help Rommel and summoned a fire spirit. The creature struck him and said, "Who was the fool now?" Haraldson got up and felt that his shoulder was not working. Besides, it would be difficult for him to fight both of them. So he summoned his bird and ordered everyone to retreat. Then he told his people to follow the raven. He told Rommel and Cheryl to wait a little while because he would return. He wanted to bring them both to his god. After that, he fled with his people. Rommel finally met his wife Diana and his son Ronnie. He was very happy that they were all right. He said he couldn't believe they were alive and asked if they were hurt. Diana replied that they were all fine. Then she asked if he had seen Rex. Rommel replied that he must be in the kingdom. She said no. His face was hidden by smoke, but it was definitely Rex. He also wanted to say something. From what he said, she only understood the word Duke. Before that, Rex told Aaron that Diana had been captured. He knew what she meant to him. Aaron asked him to be careful. He told him not to dwell on it too much. If anything, he should just say that he came on behalf of the Duke. If he couldn't be near Diana, he should explain that he had come for her on the Duke's orders because he didn't abandon his own. Rex considers himself a fool. He did everything the Duke told him to do, but in the end, it seemed pointless. He told Diana that it was the Duke's order. Arthur informed Aaron that the people were ignoring his orders. The locals did not like his order to close the port city. Instead of stopping starving themselves and starting to work, they prefer to be plundered by pirates. Aaron thinks this is very foolish and that it is in their best interest to protect their property. Arthur asked permission to express his opinion. If there is nothing to loot, the pirates will leave, but at the same time, the residents may face problems. Why not just attack the pirates' base? Peaceful negotiations are definitely over. A surprise attack would be the perfect way to wipe them out. Aaron said that an attack sounded like a good idea. He suggested pretending to make concessions and informing the protesters that the harbor would be closed for a few days. Let Arthur say that they will provide full support for living expenses, and let him get ready. While the port is closed, they will visit the pirates. Arthur said he would inform the soldiers. Aaron asked who and why. Arthur asked if the soldiers would not go, then who would? Aaron pointed to himself and Arthur. Arthur was surprised and asked if they would go alone. A few days later, Dookie Aaron closed the port and made his way with Arthur to the pirate ship. They set sail for the island of Arden, home of the Blue Hammer. In addition to pirates, many ordinary people live there. People sold salted fish cured for a week, imperial beef, wine from the western continent, and the strongest rum. Arthur said he thought there would only be pirates here, but there were many ordinary people. Aaron wanted to deal with the sea robbers. He thought that then everything would be over. But considering that ordinary people also lived here, he doubted the simplicity of his plan. They needed to think carefully about what to do with the inhabitants. Arthur wondered if their disguise would work. Aaron noticed something and asked Arthur what it was. He replied that they were probably building a ship. Aaron suggested going closer to take a look. He thought that they could travel to another continent, so wouldn't it be better to persuade them to come over to their side? They could also build a more powerful ship together. A man approached them and asked who they were, noting that he had not seen them before. Arthur greeted him and said that they were new here, but Aaron covered his mouth and asked him to stop talking nonsense. Then he took off his headdress and asked him to tell the captain that Duke Aaron himself had arrived, but he did not notice that the pirates were already close to them. Jacqueline said that it was a shame for them, especially since he himself had said that he did not want to negotiate with them. Aaron asked what would happen to the agreement if they didn't like his offer. Jacqueline asked what agreement he was talking about, saying it was ridiculous. He said he would grant them the right to leave for the port city's fee and food for a year, but they had to give them something in return. Jacqueline said that pirates didn't need permission and they had no problems with food. Aaron asked if that was really true, and what about fish, beef, and alcohol? Isn't this just ordinary robbery? There wasn't a single drunkard this morning, and from now on, this is Bran's territory. He has enough power to close the port city or simply destroy them. Miller didn't like his words, So he attacked him, saying that he belonged to this damned empire, but Aaron dodged all his attacks. Miller threw gunpowder at them and then said not to threaten them because he would destroy them all. After that, he wanted to burn them. But Jacqueline poured water on him and told him to calm down, asking if he wanted to hurt others. Then she asked the Duke what he wanted, and he said he wanted them to attack the castle. Arthur and the others were surprised by this answer. Philip said that the Emperor had given him carte blanche to negotiate, and that if he needed anything, he should convince the Duke, not him. He also wanted to say something else and asked not to let him get depressed. Aaron thought that when you feel bad, you can't think clearly, but they had to achieve results no matter what. And he told Gran that while he was in the infirmary, he had managed to talk to the Emperor. Therefore, he should be allowed to get straight to business. Gran said that thanks to the medicine he had sent him, he had recovered quickly. He wanted to express his gratitude for that. Aaron thought that he had actually done it to get rid of him faster. Gran said that now that he had expressed his gratitude, it was time to move on to negotiation. They began to argue, and Aaron said that 200 million gold coins out of the total amount of 500 million would go to the commander of the southeast. The remaining 300 would be paid later. Gran asked if Bran's territory would suffer the most from the breach of the Iron Barrier. As for the defense of the lands, the term of service must be extended until the threat from the north is eliminated. Aaron said that they needed the Empire's support to strengthen the Iron Barrier and create an army and a naval base in the port city of Letta. Gran replied that the Iron Barrier was under the jurisdiction of the Empire, so he promised that they would provide support. But shouldn't Duke Aaron solve the pirate problem himself? Aaron asked if Letta no longer belonged to the crown. And why was the Empire pretending not to know about the pirates? Gran said that it was not so simple, and that the Duke, not the Emperor, should deal with the problem. As for the naval base, the damage caused by the pirates is not that great. Aaron asked if that was why they didn't want to do anything. This point was essential. Aaron wondered where the pirates were, as they should have already attacked. He asked them to attack Rumion. So he thought he should stall for time, and said that if he continued in the same vein, it would be difficult for them to reach an agreement. Philip threw them a sword and said that it was very boring and that perhaps they should settle everything in a duel. Gran asked His Majesty what that meant. He said that he should not worry because he would do the fighting. Aaron said that this duel would be unnecessary. Philip said that if the Duke resigned, the Kingdom of Rumion would side with the Empire and become its territory. Gran pointed out to His Majesty that the Empire had laws and he could not ignore them. Philip said that he was sorry to disappoint him. A loyal subject of the country was attacked by a northern giant while being treated at Bran's estate. He was killed by an unknown assailant. Then Philip put a knife to his throat and said that there was a belief that Duke Aaron was behind it all. He hoped that they had heard him. Therefore, he asked them not to make him sad and suggested a contest. Aaron decided to accept his challenge and agreed. Philip said that if he won, he would receive his 200 million and serve as commander of the Northeast until the threat was gone. In addition, they promised to support the construction of a naval base for the troops, but if he wins, there will be no construction. Aaron asked if he could shorten his term of service, and Philip replied that he would discuss it with Duke Gran. After that, he lunged at him and told him to die. Aaron realized that he was very strong, but managed to dodge his attack. Continuing the battle, Philip still managed to hurt him, and asked why he would not give his opponent a worthy fight. Aaron asked if Philip thought he wasn't trying. In fact, he had been training since that duel, but had never fought a worthy opponent, or with anyone who was not considered an enemy. His imperial fencing skills and the dragon's blessing might have been enough to win, but he had not had time to hone his technique, and now the crown prince, who was not supposed to demonstrate his skills, had influenced him. He found himself in a situation where he could only block attacks. Philip said it was boring, and then used his energy. Aaron didn't understand what was going on. After that, Philip attacked him and asked why he didn't want to use his power. But Aaron didn't understand how to do that, and realized that he had seen his power when he repelled the pirate's attack. Philip asked him to show him or die. Philip destroyed his sword and told him to show his power. Gran realized that he was about to destroy him and screamed. Aaron used the energy of the ball for a third strike, and his sword was restored. After that, they were attacked by pirates. Miller asked if the Imperials liked their fireworks and how the gunpowder tasted. This was revenge for the destruction of their ship. Aaron thought this was his chance and tried to attack Philip right away. He lunged at him and was almost there, but then realized he couldn't finish the job, so he threw his sword away. Then he called the pirates' names and asked if they wanted him to destroy all their other ships. Miller didn't expect them to resort to insults, so He asked Captain Jacqueline if their contract included swearing and threats because he was crossing the line. But Jacqueline pretended not to hear him. So, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity and fired the cannon. As soon as he was about to attack them, Jacqueline said that they needed to leave and that they would deal with this later. She recognized Philip and thought that this shaggy enemy was her family's enemy. After that, the pirates returned. Aaron told His Majesty that he had lost and would fulfill all his conditions, whatever they might be, and that he could take the territories of Bran and the kingdom of Rumion. Philip said that he had noticed that the kingdom had appointed Duke Aaron as commander of the northeastern region until the threat was eliminated. Aaron realized that he should not have agreed to a duel, because now he knew of his strength and would have complete control over the negotiation. Philip said that he would support the construction of a naval base, because he had effectively lost and the threat from the pirates was serious. He thought that Aaron had shown him everything he wanted to see, so he could enjoy these crumbs. Philip went back and thought about the moves Aaron had made during the attack. He tried to repeat them. He managed to use the energy of the sword and was very happy. He laughed and said, "That's it!" A week later, Bran's territory was added to the kingdom of Rumion, and Aaron went to the island of Arden to provide the pirates with food and persuade them to join the alliance. But Jacqueline's reception was not the most pleasant. She threw down a bag, surprising the Duke. Aaron asked the captain what she was doing, and she asked why he hadn't told her. Aaron asked what exactly he hadn't told her. Then she continued to beat the bag with a hammer, and Miller asked her to calm down. After that, she asked why he hadn't told her that the prince was helping him. Miller asked if she was talking about Prince Philip. She recalled how Philip had told her to stop looking at him, and remarked that she would not wash away her sins so easily. Jacqueline asked what other sins she had committed, and what her family had done to him. He called them traitors. Then he said that the mark on her hand was proof of that. 5 years ago, the Empire set itself the goal of conquering the West. It built a huge fleet and seized control of the seas. The Dukes had no experience in competition and decided to bite off more than they could chew. Ignoring the advice of others, they suffered heavy losses and lost almost all their ships. They blamed Admiral Harwell for their failure. He knew too much about their failures. And to hide the truth, they framed Harwell and his subordinates, accusing them of conspiring with enemies. The Empire sent Prince Philip, who had barely reached adulthood, to eliminate Admiral Harwell's subordinates and all members of his family. He said not to take the bodies with the marks on their hands, because they would be sent to feed the animals. Philip said goodbye to her and suggested she have a nice time in hell, then wanted to kill her, but someone saved her. This man, unknown to her, asked if she was all right, but she lost consciousness. Jacqueline does not understand the connection between the Duke and the Prince. She said that on the day of the attack, the Prince was there and that they had something planned. Aaron asked her what the sudden outburst was about. Rex asked him for permission to deal with it and, greeting her, said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Jacqueline didn't understand what he meant and asked what he was talking about and who he was. He said that a lot of time had passed. Then he covered his face with his hand and said that she would definitely recognize him. Jacqueline realized that he was the savior, but she said she had no idea who he was. Miller asked if he was the mercenary. When he saved her, he brought her to Miller. Miller was afraid for his lady and asked her to open her eyes. Rex said that he had saved her and was waiting for the gold, or else he would be cruel and leave the job to the mercenaries. Then he told her to look here. She should not forget. No matter what happened, he would take his money with interest. Miller thanked him. He said that the next time they met, he would not only return everything with interest, but also give him everything he wanted. Rex asked if he was really ready to give everything, and Miller replied that he was, and that he swore on his life that he would give everything. Then Rex showed him the same glasses and pointed out that he had promised him. Miller fell to his knees before him and said that he would give him everything he had, but he asked him to promise that he would not demand anything from their captain. Rex asked him to just bring him a pen and parchment, as well as a pair of scissors. Miller was surprised and asked what that meant, and Rex replied that it was exactly what he had heard, especially since he had just promised him. Thanks to Rex, who saved Jacqueline's life, both sides came to an agreement and signed a peace treaty. That same night, they decided to celebrate the event. Aaron asked Jacqueline about her plan. She said she didn't know where it would lead them. They were probably preparing to take revenge on the enemies of the Crown Prince and the Duke. Aaron asked if she needed help. He would help her take revenge, and she would help him in return. It seemed like a fair deal, but perhaps she didn't think so. Jacqueline said what was the point of a deal when she couldn't even imagine how she could be useful. He replied that it didn't matter, that together they were stronger, and those giants were proof of that. Jacqueline agreed with him that this was indeed the case. A month after the peace agreement with the pirates, Aaron took command of all the forces at his disposal to carry out his duty. As commander of the northeastern region, he set off for the Iron Wall. The giants captured the Iron Castle. Haraldson noticed that an army was approaching, but believed that they could handle it. He saw Munin's ram approaching him, accompanied by a necromancer. If only he could catch them. That would help him win the battle. A subordinate reported that they were unable to hold back the onslaught. Therefore, they needed to abandon the castle and were awaiting his orders. But Haraldson said that 30 years had passed. He grabbed him and said that he had waited too long to get this castle, and now he was telling him to surrender. The subordinate said that if he surrendered, he would lose little, but if they died, they would lose everything. Haraldsson replied that for him, losing this castle already meant death, so he was not going to surrender. Aaron told the enemy leader to listen. Their defeat was only a matter of time, but he, Aaron, did not want unnecessary deaths. Therefore, if he surrenders, he will spare his life. Haraldson told him to show himself because he did not want to talk to someone who was hiding like a coward. Aaron snatched the torch from Rommel's hand and said that Dookie Aaron was not hiding. Before that, he had spoken with Rommel and Cheryl. Rommel said that at the moment, about 500 northern giants were occupying the fortress. Aaron asked if that was all, and he said that if you counted those who had died. As is known, they crossed the stronghold with only 1,000 warriors. But Aaron did not understand how this was possible. Cheryl said that it was entirely possible if the northern giants were as large as the ones she had encountered. Even without magic and swords, their strength and speed are beyond human capabilities. Rommel said that if they didn't decide to take care of their safety, it would be the end for them. But he and Cheryl couldn't just sit there. Aaron thought that they had captured the fortress with only 1,000 men and defeated Cheryl and Rommel with their army of 500, and he didn't know what to do. Cheryl said that until the threat from the north was gone, protection would be necessary. Even if magic was used, it would quickly recover, and a second attack would take a long time to prepare. Aaron told Rommel to bring Elena. They were starting a project to study the undead dungeon. Aaron used large monsters to put pressure on the northern giants defending the fortress without damaging the walls. When the previous strategies prove successful, they will try to eliminate the threat from the north by stopping the giants. Haraldson asked who he was and if he really came from there, then called him a fool for looking for him when he had already won the battle. Aaron said that they had not yet won and would die anyway, but he could do him a favor. So, he should thank him for the opportunity. Haraldson noticed that he had the same fighting style as his previous opponent. He said he would deal with him if he kept striking blow after blow. Then he approached him and told him to go to Munin. Haraldson noticed that his opponent had used magic, then said he was too slow and struck him. Aaron wondered why this happened right now. But there was only a little time left, and he still couldn't see anything. A few weeks ago, Aaron began training relentlessly. Rommel suggested he stop, but he said he was fine, so let him continue. Rommel threw a stone at him and asked if he wanted to rest, but Aaron again told him to continue. Rommel replied that he would do as he was told, then picked up a stone and told him to catch it. Aaron tried to track the stone's movements to dodge or deflect them, and he succeeded. He couldn't stop thinking that Philip was much faster than him, and he remembered their last battle, then approached Rommel. During the battle with the giant, he was struck by his speed, but he couldn't keep up with him. Haraldson struck him. He said that this fortress belonged to him, but then Aaron realized that he could see his movements and parried his attack. He used the great sword art of the 4th class, Cyclone, and told Haraldson that he could see him. Haraldson's thought about how he had finally crossed the wall and taken these lands, and now he had lost everything because of him. So he asked how he dared, and then tried to attack him, but Aaron dodged his attack. Haraldson asked how he dared to block his blows. Aaron knocked the weapon out of his hand. Then he said that from now on, this was his land, so he should take his people and leave and never show his face here again. If he agreed, he would give them a place where they could live in peace. But Haraldson said to destroy him. He swore on his life that he would preserve the light of the earth for Munin and would not dare break this promise. Aaron asked if he was seeking death. Haraldson replied that they were strangers who did not know how important this land was to them. Aaron said that they were strangers to them as well. Therefore, they would not understand each other, but perhaps instead of futile attempts to communicate, they should try to come to an agreement. This was his land, and they would live where he allowed them to. Haraldson said he sensed his sincerity, but he and his brothers followed the god of battle. Death on the battlefield is the greatest blessing, and they wish to die heroically, so let him destroy them, if they really want an alliance with their people. Cheryl said that the negotiations were dragging on. Rommel said that even if they were not different, he could see how important warrior pride was to them, so it would not be easy to reach an agreement. Aaron destroyed Haraldson, and they asked him what he had done. He said that he was Aaron, Duke of the territory of Bran, and that he had severed the head of the enemy leader. The other giants saw this. Cheryl said that he had said they would just talk, so why did he do that? Aaron said it was time for them to go, and she asked where. He replied that they needed to get rid of the threat. Before that, Haraldson said something. If they really wanted an alliance with their people, they should go north toward the northern lights. There they would find a village. His brother, who serves Hugin, lives in the village. Rommel asked if it was really safe there. Haraldson said they needed to find Eric. This blind raven, Eric, was a northern giant, and he should have already guessed that Aaron was coming. Haraldson suggested appeasing him to confirm the purity of his intentions. Eric called Aaron a stranger and said that if he wanted to ask for an alliance, he should first show what he had come with. Aaron offered him holy water and said that a bottle of holy water prolongs life. Eric said that this must be what he saw in his dream. He thanked him for his openness and said that instead he would give him a prophecy about Hugin, and he began to speak the words: "The body blessed by the dragon, and the ruler who walks with the dragon, the stranger who went against the dragon, an existence that illuminates his path." Aaron saw him dispel the light, and then Cheryl approached Aaron. She asked what was happening and wondered if they had finished talking. Aaron asked if she had seen it, how he scattered stars in the sky. Cheryl asked if he had eaten too much bleak and what other stars there were. Before leaving for the Black Continent to eliminate the remaining external threats, Aaron formed an alliance with Eric. This was the giant of the north, whom he had searched for halfway around the world. Preparations began for the final stage of the journey. Aaron also arranged everything with Jacqueline, but Cain didn't like it. Aaron promised them holy water. Cain squeezed his hand, and Aaron asked him what was wrong with his grandfather. He said how could he make promises to pirates that he would give them food and holy water. Aaron said that it wasn't really a promise, and that it was all for the sake of the expedition. It would be much worse if they broke into their ship. Then he asked if he had done something wrong. Cain said that he was doing a great job, but that it was necessary to weigh all the pros and cons. But he was talking about supporting the pirates, so he was a little angry. Aaron said that, to be honest, he couldn't imagine the complications this would cause. Cain noted that, in addition, the production of holy water had fallen by half. Aaron asked why and what Cecilia said. He replied that he had heard that she was lacking divine power. Aaron said he would go to her, and they would discuss the rest later. Cain said that if only Canis were here, he would definitely have figured out how to resolve this difficult situation. Cecilia realized that her divine power had weakened, and her prayers remained unanswered. There was only one way to find out what was going on, so she went to the goddess Vivian. Cecilia said that she was her obedient servant, and would do as she wished. Then she realized that her divine power and abilities did not work even in front of the temple. The passage did not even open. Then she felt a strong wind and began to fall. She cried for help and realized she was going to fall. But Canis caught her. Cecilia did not understand who he was or where he had come from, but she thanked him. Canis didn't think anyone could look so much like Vivian, and it really annoyed him. So, he told the holy goddess Vivian to kneel before him. Cecilia said that it was the first time she had seen a dragon so close. But she was not a saint, and would not kneel before anyone but Vivian. Canis said that she was not a mistake. He had almost died while serving an irresponsible god, and she was saying such thing. Because of her, he couldn't even use his power. Cecilia said she could feel her presence in the temple behind her. She also felt her presence on him. She touched him and said it was a chain of light blocking his mana. Canis asked if she could do anything about it, and she replied that she couldn't. But now that Vivian's power had weakened, it was theoretically possible. But he must return to the way he was when he was chained. Canis cannot believe it. He asked Cecilia to promise that she would keep his secret. She asked if he knew her name. After that, Canis tried to turn back into a human. Cecilia saw that it was Canis standing before her. Cheryl went to the dungeon in the capital of the empire and wondered if the wise man really lived there. It must be true, considering the number of people there. Then she noticed a woman who looked familiar. At first, she didn't recognize her, but then she thought it was her mother. This woman entered the wise man's chamber next. He asked her what she wanted, and she said she wanted to know what the future held for her children. The wise man said she would have to pay well. She took out a bag of gold, and he said that a special approach was needed because the future is constantly changing. If she wanted to know the exact prediction, it would take time, and she said she was willing to wait. The wise man asked her the names of her children, and she said, Aaron Karen and Cheryl Karen. Hearing these names, the wise man was surprised. She asked if something was wrong, and he replied that it was not, and asked her to remove her hood and place her palm on the crystal ball. Isabel, the mother of Aaron and Cheryl, showed her face and did as the wise man told her. He said he could see how they would die, and she asked what that meant and when it would happen. Isabel hoped that he would tell her when to expect it. The wise man said that it meant she had come here not to see their lives, but to see their deaths. She said she just wanted to know everything about them. He replied that it would happen in about 20 years. They would meet their demise at the hands of Emperor Zeron. This wise man was Aaron, but now he was in the body of his butler, Gale. He thought his mother had died before his father was overthrown and wondered how she could have survived. Gale became a philosopher from the Zaban Empire with Aaron's soul. Returning to past events, he turned to Duke Rainan for help. But the latter did not believe him, so he began to plan revenge on the Emperor earning a living by making predictions. Almost all of his prophecies came true, so the sorcerer quickly gained popularity. Before he knew it, he was called the Sage of the Future and the Philosopher of Zaben. And one fine day, having heard about the philosopher, Isabel found Gale. But why did Isabel, who was supposed to be dead, come? Especially to find out when her own children would die. Cheryl couldn't shake the thought that this woman might be her mother. So she decided to catch up with her, but Isabel attacked her with a knife. When she saw her, she just kept walking. Cheryl called her mom, and, catching up with her, asked if she was really her mother. Isabel said that she had confused her with someone else. She asked her to let her go. Cheryl said that she was alive, so why didn't she look for them? And why did she abandon them? Isabel asked if she really wanted to know the whole truth. She had avoided them because she wanted them to live. She asked if she believed her. Cheryl said what was the point, and asked her to tell her everything. Isabel replied that she had nothing more to say to her, but that they would see each other again in a year. So she decided to run away. Crying, Isabel thought only of her goal to prevent all those terrible things. So now she had to go. But they would meet again. Gale ordered his subordinate to follow the woman who had just left and find out where she lived and who she was meeting. He wanted to know everything about her. So his subordinate decided to follow her and saw her talking to Cheryl. Cheryl was in a hurry to tell her brother the news that Isabel was alive, so she went to the kingdom of Rumion. She told her brother about their mother and asked if he was even listening to her. But Aaron, or rather the soul of Gale in Aaron's body, was not bothered by anything. He told Cheryl that he understood everything and then asked if she could see it. They were ready to set sail, and a battle awaited them ahead. The present Aaron was not bothered by anything except the expedition to the Black Continent, which he had been preparing for several months. He thought about what lay beyond the Black Continent, but Aaron had no idea what impact Isabel would have on his plans. The reconnaissance team of the Black Continent had been on the road for 3 weeks. Aaron asked Captain Jacqueline if she could see anything ahead, but she replied that she couldn't see anything yet. Aaron wondered if, according to the logbook, it should already be visible on the horizon. Could the records be wrong if he wasn't there yet? Cheryl approached him and said that if she had known this would happen, she would have stayed in the city. And she started investigating her mother's case. Aaron pointed out that they had agreed that exploring the Black Continent was their priority. Cheryl said that he didn't even know what was there, and what if a sea monster the size of their ship appeared? What would he do then? Aaron said he had paid her to participate, and she remarked that that was a strange answer. So she thought they shouldn't continue the conversation, and that he should wake her up when they arrived at their destination. Aaron said she was crazy. She got the money and was acting like that. After that, they sensed that something was happening. Then Aaron asked the captain what had happened, and Jacqueline said that there was something under the ship, and it looked like a whirlpool. Cheryl said that now even a sea monster wouldn't leave them alone. Jacqueline ordered everyone to take their places. They should warn Miller to load the cannon and take up their position, and now they would move forward. Aaron told Cheryl that when the sea monster appeared, they would need to distract it, and she replied that she understood. Then she used her phoenix magic and flew into the air. Jacqueline wondered where she was going. Cheryl didn't understand if anyone was even capable of creating such a large vortex. It was difficult for her to make out the monster's size, but she noticed its scales. So she tried to attack the monster and used her thunder spear. She was delighted that it worked, because it stopped. But then the dragon got out of the water and wanted to attack her. Cheryl managed to escape and realized that it was too big. Jacqueline said that it was there, so they should shoot fire at it to finish it off. Miller ordered them not to stop. But then the dragon rose above another ship, and it capsized. People began to call for help. Jacqueline noticed this. Aaron told her to swim closer, but she said that if he sank their ship, they would all die. He said there was little chance, but they couldn't give up, so they had to do everything they could. They continued their attack on the dragon, and Aaron hoped that this was the end, but the dragon repelled their blow. Then it used its dragon breath. Cheryl realized that her brother was in danger, so she flew up to him and told him to grab her. The dragon sank the ship. Aaron told Cheryl to dodge the attacks and fly higher, then asked what she was doing. Cheryl noticed something. Another dragon was approaching them. Cheryl tried to attack it, but Canis flew past them and headed for the other dragon. Cheryl noticed damage on him and realized that it was the same dragon she had encountered earlier. Canis told the dragon named Leviathan to calm down because he had lost his temper. It was probably because he had been asleep in the depths for too long. Canis used the dragon's fear because it was the only way. Aaron doesn't understand why the dragon didn't attack them. Cheryl said that as long as they were fighting, they had a chance to win. Therefore, they need to save whoever they can and get out of there. Aaron told her that they should attack them now. Cheryl asked if he wants to die and pointed out that they can't even handle one of them. Aaron said that they will save everyone and that this is their last chance. So, they need to attack now. Cheryl told him to hold on and wondered how swords could work against sea dragons and how they could even break through their shields. Kindness noticed that his strength had increased and decided that he would play by his rules. Aaron attacked the dragon Leviathan and then called Cheryl to take him away. Kindness said he felt sorry for him, but now he had to free him from this body, so he used his dragon breath and destroyed him with fire. Aaron asked Cheryl to fly closer, but the fire spread rapidly and they had to retreat. After that, they fell. Aaron wondered what he had done, and when he woke up, he found himself on the shore. He was not alone. All of his people were there. Then he saw Cheryl and immediately ran to her and asked her to wake up. She came to and he told her he was glad she was okay. Cheryl asked him to get away from her. Then they heard someone say that he was glad to see them. Aaron turned around and saw Canis standing in front of him. Kindness greeted them and said that this place was called the Black Continent.